Hey family, welcome back to my video. Today we will see, what if manipulative Harry Potter got the Ministry of Hogwarts? Before we start, I would like to extend my sincere thanks to the original author of this story for granting us permission to use it in our YouTube video. Your generosity is greatly appreciated. The author's creation and the original story's link in the descriptions. Please do check that first. Now enjoy the video. The sun was lighting almost all of Harry's room yellow when the boy finally woke up, slowly sitting up in bed. Yawning, he made his way to the bathroom. Harry Potter was a healthy 11-year-old boy, the son of James and Lily Potter, an Auror and a Hogwarts professor, respectively. He was the brother of Adrian Potter, the boy who lived. He lived in Devon, somewhere near the sea, and occupied one of the master bedrooms at Potter Manor. There was an old house elf who was particularly attached to him, so it could be said that he was also the most spoiled boy in the area. He dressed slowly and took the time to calmly brush his hair. His Hogwarts trunk was already packed and placed near the door. He would be taking the express to school soon. "Harry, Adrian, breakfast," Lily Potter called out to the boys, apparently waking Adrian up, if the loud creaking Harry heard coming from the next room meant anything. Yawning, he placed the brush on the shelf and left the room. The kitchen was the most particularly muggle place in the magical mansion. It was actually kind of funny, seeing a kitchen that he discovered was called American cuisine being managed by a witch in the muggle style. He finds Sonny's shocked expression when his master denies his help with cooking very amusing. "Have you prepared everything?" Lily asked Harry when he sat down on the counter. "Yes," was the only thing the boy replied, still very lethargic. The mother smiled and placed a plate of eggs and bacon in front of the boy, who thanked him. It was around 10:30 when Adrian finally showed up, looking very messed up. "Mom, we're almost late. Why didn't you wake me up?" There was a mixture of upset and anger in his voice, and Lily just looked at her son, without much reaction. "Who's going to Hogwarts by express?" She raised an eyebrow, making the boy twist his face, but didn't say anything else. Harry didn't find the exchange particularly eye-catching, considering his parents only argue with his brother when he doesn't keep to his schedule. Adrian was finishing the eggs when their father, James Potter, entered the kitchen. "I expected that," he commented, giving Adrian an unimpressed look. "Let's go to the station via Flo." The Potters left the house as soon as 11:15, Harry finding the soot that stuck to his sandals and the hem of his robes particularly bothersome. He had a really weird taste in clothes. His mother had told him once, but he didn't really care. He still finds loose, oversized robes more comfortable. James pushed Adrian's stroller and Lily pushed Harry's, with Sonny following behind them holding Adrian's owl, Hedwig, and Harry's cat, Crookshanks. The Hogwarts Express glowed just the right shade of metallic red, which sounds pretty redundant if Harry thinks about it, and the sound of frantic, angry owls sounded above the heads of frantic, angry people. Out of the corner of his eye, Harry saw a boy opening a strangely large box, revealing the huge, hairy leg of what he assumed was a giant tarantula. This wasn't as exciting as the boys around the box seemed to think. Neville Longbottom, his godmother's son, was staring at the station floor, seeming to look for something. "Grandma," he heard when they got close. "I lost my toad again." "Ah," Neville Madame Longbottom sighed. Smiling slightly, Harry nodded to Trevor, who was watching the station from the iron clock next to the station administration office. The frog inflated and did nothing more when it deflated. "Very well," James said when they arrived in a train carriage. "I expect letters from the director before the end of the night." "James." "Just kidding, darling." James smiled at the boys. "I'm really proud to see you going to Hogwarts. When you get there, ask Peeves where to get a hat like his. He will understand. Also be careful with the fake step on the ladder to Gryffindor. You hear?" "Yes, Dad," the boys replied, but Harry wasn't too sure about wanting to talk to a poltergeist. The boys who were still outside the train ran when a whistle sounded through the station, and the Potter twins jumped into the carriage almost instantly. "Master Harry, Master Adrian, please take care of yourselves," Sonny said, squeaky, tears in his eyes. "Sonny will take care of the Lord and the Lady while you are gone." "Hey," James scolded, but was ignored by the little elf. "By Mom, by Dad." Adrian waved to them as the train started to leave the station, Harry also waving behind him. When they finally left the station, the boys entered the carriage. They managed to find an empty cabin at the end of the carriage, and Harry placed his and Adrian's suitcases in the cargo hold. Hedwig looked very upset in her cage, while Crookshanks stretched out and lay down on the back of the bench Harry was on. "I'm going to walk through the train," Adrian suddenly said, not even 15 minutes after they sat in the cabin. "I'll stay with Hedwig and Crookshanks," Harry said, only receiving a nod from his brother before he left. Yawning, Harry lay down on the bench, welcoming Crookshanks as the cat jumped into his lap. "Alohomora," he murmured, pointing to Hedwig's cage, who gave him a grateful pinch after leaving the little place. Harry had a particular affection for animals. Crookshanks was a half-Kneasel kitten that his parents bought for him in Diagon Alley when they went shopping for Hogwarts supplies. He had followed him all around the store until he picked him up. It was an interesting day. The leaky cauldron was crowded, lots of people wanting to shake Adrian's hand, and the alley itself was too crowded to be able to pass through very freely, even with those who didn't recognize his brother. Madame Malkin's ribbon caressed his cheek when they went to measure the uniforms, while the needles seemed to have taken a liking to Adrian. He found it particularly funny when they took the pattern for the cover. Later, at Flourish and Blots, Adrian was swallowed by a bunch of Quidditch books that fell on him as he tried to pick up a new edition of Quidditch Through the Ages. The pharmacy may have been the only thing that made the two boys sick, with the smell of pickle burning their nostrils. Ollivander still managed to provide their wands. Adrian got a scary one made of holly and phoenix, twin to you-know-whose wand, and Harry got a peculiar combination of Diospyros and unicorn hair. According to Ollivander, his wand is good for charms. A knock on the door woke him from a drowsy state he hadn't realized he was in, and he found himself staring at two little girls. "Hello," one of them, a blonde with pigtails, greeted him. "Hello," Harry replied, sitting down. "The rest of the train is full. Can we stay here with you?" "Of course." The blonde girl dragged a particularly large trunk into the cabin, while the other brought a standard trunk. "I'm Hannah Abbott," the girl with pigtails introduced herself. "I'm Susan Bones," the other girl, a brunette, introduced herself. She had a heart-shaped face, Harry could tell. "I'm Harry Potter." "Potter? Like Adrian Potter?" Hannah seemed half surprised and half anxious. "He's my brother. Actually." Wow, Hannah seemed to look at him in wonder with some kind of hero worship. "She's been in love with your brother since she was little," Susan commented in a conversational tone. "Don't worry, she's harmless." Hannah didn't seem to know whether she felt embarrassed or offended. Harry didn't mind much, anyway. The girls talked a lot amongst themselves, but still brought Harry into the conversation. Crookshanks slept peacefully against the boy's belly, facing away from him. Hedwig had her head under one wing, but Harry didn't think she was asleep either. "Which house do you think you'll be in, Harry?" Hannah asked him when the subject arrived at Hogwarts. Harry thought for a while. "I don't know. I think I'll go to Ravenclaw, but I'm not really sure." "And your brother?" "Gryffindor," he replied immediately. "He's the type to ask after he's cast a spell." "And you? Where are they going?" "I'm going to Hufflepuff," Susan said. "My whole family was there." "I don't know." Hannah looked a little depressed when she said that. "I don't know if I fit into any of them." The lady with the candy cart decided to knock on the door at that moment. "Will you want anything from the cart, dears?" The lady smiled. "A little bit of everything," Harry asked, and right after paying, he handed Susan and Hannah a pastry. The girls seemed to perk up a bit while eating. Hedwig discreetly bent down to pick up a pastry from Harry, who watched from the corner of his eye. Crookshanks was not as discreet as he was, directly observing the owl picking it up with its beak and getting back up onto the luggage rack. The cat ended up wanting a chocolate frog, although it was probably just to play with the moving animal. The landscape beyond the window was almost entirely arboreal, probably to prevent muggles from seeing wizards. Harry didn't think it was particularly clever to use a bright red train so muggles wouldn't notice them. Now, whether it was because it was an abnormal color or the fact that there are nearly 500 miles of magical exposure inside a train with clear glass windows, no one would say. He had just left for Bertie Bott's beans when the cabin door opened. Neville had entered the cabin and had a girl with him. She was already wearing her new Hogwarts robes. "Has anyone seen a toad?" "Neville has lost his." He had a bossy tone of voice, very thick brown hair, and large front teeth. The girls shook their heads, and Neville finally recognized him. "Harry." He seemed really surprised to see him. "Trevor's not with you, is he?" "Hi, Neville. Actually, I had seen him at the station, but I don't know where he is now. Sorry. The boy visibly lost heart, and Hermione turned to him. Did you see him near any carriage before boarding? He was on top of the station clock. The other children looked at him. Well, I'm sure he boarded. The girl with voluminous hair spoke stubbornly, looking at Neville from the corner of her eye nervously, seeming to want to reassure him. Harry liked her. Did you ask a monitor to summon the toad? Susan asked. Oh, that's what the girl with Neville said. That's a good idea. I'm Hermione Granger, and you? Susan Bones. Hannah Abbott. Harry Potter. Potter? Like Adrian Potter? The girl seemed to get excited. I read the books about him, you know? I'm the first person in my family to have magic, so I was really excited to learn everything I could. I read the books at school and some that I asked my parents to buy. Adrian Potter was in Rise and Fall of the Dark Arts and famous wizards of the 20th century. Granger said everything in one breath. Well, he's my brother, and yes, I remember he's in those books. Do you already know which house you will stay in? I was watching Gryffindor. It seems to be the best house. Dumbledore himself was there, but Ravenclaw doesn't look bad. Well, I think we'll look for a monitor now to summon Neville's toad. Granger left the cabin. Ah, we're almost there. So you better change your clothes soon. And she took her way. She's pretty intense, Hannah muttered, earning a snort from Susan. I thought she was fun, Harry admitted. It would be funny if the Selector hat placed her somewhere other than Ravenclaw and Gryffindor. Selector hat? The two girls asked together. Damn it, Harry muttered. Please pretend you don't know if anyone asks. But my dad told me that students were selected by the house by an enchanted hat. Technically, his dad was talking to his mom about the selection during Christmas, but he was around at the time. My aunt told me we were going to take a test. Susan seemed really indignant. Harry wisely said nothing to incite her further. Adrian appeared some time later, with a somewhat irritated expression, to get his uniform from his trunk. What happened? I met Draco Malfoy, Adrian said irritably. He's a complete idiot. This earned a snort from Susan, who pretended she hadn't done anything when Adrian looked at her. He gave her a smile, which ended up making Hannah a little jealous. The girl had barely managed to introduce herself when the boy entered the cabin. Night ended up coming faster than Harry could realize, lighting up with 100 bright stars that cut across the sky in a kind of immense radiant cloud, getting lost above and beyond the mountains along the way. At each turn on a hill that the train made, Harry looked to see some repeating or larger formation. The train slowed down until it stopped at a dark and foggy station. The students pushed each other to get out of the carriages, and the cold night chilled Harry as soon as he got out with Susan and Hannah. An immense flash caught attention amidst the fog. First-year students. First year here. The big, hairy face of the biggest man Harry had ever met smiled at the approaching children. It was Rubeus Hagrid, from what his father had told him. Come on, come with me. Anyone else from first year? Slipping and stumbling, they followed Hagrid down a steep and narrow-looking path. It was so dark all around that Harry thought there must be big trees there. Nobody said much. Neville sniffed a couple of times. You'll get your first view of Hogwarts in a second, Hagrid called over his shoulder just around this bend. A very loud AU was heard. The narrow path had suddenly opened up to the shore of a large, dark lake. Perched high on a cliff on the opposite bank, its windows sparkling in the starry sky, was an immense castle with many towers and turrets. Only 4 in each boat, shouted Hagrid, pointing to a flotilla of small boats parked in the water near the shore. Harry and the girls were followed by a blond boy. Is everyone settled? Shouted Hagrid, who had a boat to himself. So, let's go. And the flotilla of little boats all let go at the same time, gliding across the lake that was as smooth as glass. Everyone was silent, their eyes fixed on the great castle above. The building grew larger as they approached the cliff on which it was located. Lower your heads, shouted Hagrid when the first boats arrived at the cliff. Everyone lowered their heads, and the little boats passed through a curtain of ivy that hid a wide opening in the cliff face. They were driven through a dark tunnel, which seemed to take them underneath the castle, to a kind of underground pier, where they disembarked by climbing and stepping on stones and pebbles. Hey, you there. Is that your toad? Asked Hagrid, who was checking the boats as people disembarked. Trevor, shouted Neville, happily, stretching out his hands. Then they climbed through a passage cut into the rock, following Hagrid's torch, and finally emerged on a soft, damp lawn in the shadow of the castle. They climbed a stone staircase and crowded around the huge oak door. "Is everyone here? You there? Do you still have your toad?" Hagrid raised a gigantic fist and knocked on the castle door 3 times. The door opened suddenly, and a tall witch with black hair and emerald green robes appeared. She had a very stern face that made Harry think she was a teacher who shouldn't be bothered. "First-year students, Professor Minerva McGonagall," said Hagrid. "Thank you, Hagrid. I'll take care of them from now on." She threw open the door. The lobby was so large that the entire attic of Potter Manor could have fit inside. The stone walls were lit with flaming torches like those at Gringotts. The ceiling was too high to see, and an imposing marble staircase in front led to the upper floors. They accompanied Professor Minerva across the stone tile floor. Harry heard the murmur of hundreds of voices coming from a door to the right. The rest of the school must have already gathered. But Professor Minerva took the first graders to an empty room off the lobby. They huddled inside, a little tighter than usual, looking nervously around. "Welcome to Hogwarts," said Professor Minerva. "The opening banquet of the school year will start shortly, but before you sit down at the tables, you will be sorted by houses. Sorting is a very important ceremony because while you are here, your home will be a sort of family at Hogwarts. You will attend classes with the rest of the students in your house, sleep in the house's dormitory, and spend your free time in the common room. The 4 houses are called Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin. Each house has its honorable history, and each has produced extraordinary witches and wizards. While at Hogwarts, your successes will earn points for your house, while mistakes will make you lose. At the end of the year, the house with the most points will receive the House Cup, a great honor. I hope that each of you will be a source of pride for the house to which you belong. The selection ceremony will be held in a few minutes in the presence of the entire school. I suggest you tidy yourselves up as best you can while you wait." Her gaze lingered for a moment on Neville's cloak, which was buckled under his left ear, and on Ron Weasley's dirty nose. "I'll be back when we're ready to welcome you," said Professor Minerva. "Please wait in silence." It took a few seconds before a scream caught his attention, as well as the other students, who saw about 20 ghosts passing by the back wall. Pearly white and slightly transparent, they glided around the room chatting amongst themselves, barely seeing the first years. They seemed to be arguing. What resembled a chubby little friar was saying, "Forgive and forget. I'd say, let's give him a second chance. My dear friar, haven't we already given Peeves all the chances he deserved? He tarnishes our reputation and, you know, he's not even a ghost. Wow, what are these kids doing here?" A ghost, wearing a starched rough collar and socks, suddenly noticed the first-year students. No one answered. "New students," said Friar Fatty, smiling at them. "They are waiting to be selected, I imagine." Some boys nodded silently. "I hope to see you in Hufflepuff," said the friar. "My old house, you know." "Let's move now," said an energetic voice. "The selection ceremony will begin." Professor Minerva had returned. One by one the ghosts flew out the opposite wall. "Now line up and follow me." Feeling uncomfortable with the cold left by the ghosts, Harry fell into line behind Susan and in front of a boy with straw-colored hair, and everyone left the room, walked back through the hall and through the double doors that led to the Great Hall. Harry had never imagined such a different and splendid place. It was lit by thousands of candles that floated in the air on 4 long tables, where the other students were already sitting. The tables were set with golden plates and cups. At the other end of the room, there was another long table at which the teachers sat. Professor Minerva took the first-year students there, so that they stopped in a row in front of the others, with the teachers at their backs. The hundreds of faces staring back at them looked like dim lanterns in the flickering candlelight. Mixed here and there with the students, the ghosts shone like silver shrouded in mist. Mainly to avoid the stares staring at them, Harry looked up and saw a velvety black ceiling studded with stars. He heard Hermione whisper, "It's enchanted to look like the sky outside. I read it at Hogwarts, a story." It was hard to believe that there was a ceiling there, and that the Great Hall simply didn't open into infinity. Harry quickly looked down as Professor Minerva silently placed a 4-legged stool in front of the first years. On top of the stool, she placed a pointed wizard's hat. The hat was patched, tattered and very dirty. Sonny would not have allowed an object in that condition to enter the house. Noticing that everyone in the room was now looking at the hat, he looked too. For a few seconds, there was total silence. Then the hat moved. A tear near the brim opened like a mouth and the hat began to sing. "Ah, you may find me unattractive, but don't judge me just by appearance. I swallow myself if you can find a smarter hat than Daddy here. You can keep your bowler hats black, your shiny satin top hats, because I'm the Hogwarts sorting hat, and I'll give it 10-0 at every other hat. There's nothing hidden in your head that the sorting hat cannot see, so just put it in my head and I'll say, which Hogwarts house should you stay in? Who knows? Maybe your home is Gryffindor, the house where indomitable hearts live. Boldness and cold-bloodedness and nobility. They highlight Gryffindor students from the rest. Who knows? Maybe it's Hufflepuff where you'll live, where its residents are fair and loyal, patient, sincere, without fear of pain. Or will it be wise old Ravenclaw, the house of those whose minds are always alert, where men of great spirit and learning, you will always find equal companions? Or maybe Slytherin will be your house, and there you will make your true friends, cunning men who use any means to achieve the ends that were previously collimated. Come on, try me. You must not fear. Don't even get in the way. You will be in good hands. Even though the hats don't have feet or hands, because I'm unique. I'm a thinking hat." The entire hall erupted in applause when the hat finished singing. He bowed to each of the 4 tables and then became very quiet again. "Then we just need to try on the hat. I'm going to kill Fred. He said we had to fight a troll." He heard Ron whisper to Adrian, who gave an awkward smile. Apparently trying on a hat was a lot better than having to do a spell, but he seemed to wish they could have tried on the hat without all those people watching. Professor Minerva then stepped forward, holding a long roll of parchment. "When I call your names, you will put on the hat and sit on the stool for the selection." Abbott, Hannah, the pig-tailed girl, stumbled out of line, put on the hat, which sank straight down to her eyes, and sat down. A momentary pause. Hufflepuff announced the hat. The table on the right cheered and clapped as Hannah went to sit at the Hufflepuff table. Harry saw the ghost of Friar Fatty waving happily at her. "Bones, Susan." Hufflepuff announced the hat again, and Susan quickly left and went to sit next to Hannah. "Boot, Terence." Ravenclaw. This time it was the second table on the left that applauded. Several Ravenclaws stood up to shake Terence's hand when the boy joined them. Maddie Brocklehurst went into Ravenclaw too, but Lavender Brown was the first to be sorted into Gryffindor, and the table on the far left erupted in cheers. Harry saw Ron's twin brothers whistle. Mila Bulstrode became a Slytherin. The girl had a slightly nervous expression on her face, walking shakily to the table at her house. The claps were kind of cold, if he could classify them in any way. Finch Fletchley, Justin, Hufflepuff. Sometimes, Harry noticed, the hat immediately announced the name of the house, but other times it took a while to decide. Seamus Finnegan, the straw-haired boy next to Harry in line, sat on the stool for almost a minute before the hat announced that he was going into Gryffindor. Hermione Granger. Hermione almost ran to the stool and put on the hat, anxiously. "Gryffindor," announced the hat. He heard Ron groan from his place in line. Neville was soon called, but ended up taking a fall on the way to the stool. The hat took a long time to decide on it. When he finally announced Gryffindor, Neville ran out with the hat on his head and had to return amid an avalanche of laughter to hand it to Morag McDougal. The boy named Draco Malfoy, who had upset Adrian, waddled forward when his name was called and had his apparent wish granted immediately. The hat had barely touched his head when he announced Slytherin. There were few people left now. Moon, Not, Parkinson, then 2 twins, Patil and Patil, then Perks, Sarah, and then, finally, Potter, Adrian. When Adrian stepped forward, there was a buzz throughout the room like a wildfire. "Potter, is that what she said? The Adrian Potter?" It was a rude commotion, but expected. Harry wondered if any of them had read the Daily Prophet recently, as there had been a text about Adrian going to Hogwarts not 2 weeks ago. The sorting hat opened its mouth after some time of deliberation and shouted, "Gryffindor." Adrian shakily stood up from the stool, a smile on his face. Percy Weasley, the prefect, stood up and shook his hand energetically, while the Weasley twins shouted, "We won Potter! We won Potter!" Adrian sat across from the ghost with the ruffled collar he had seen before the ceremony. The ghost patted him on the arm, causing a visible shudder. Their mother, Lillian, smiled from the teacher's table. "Potter, Harry." The room ended up falling into another silence, although admittedly confusing. Another Potter? Did the brother come? If Harry hadn't been as reclusive as he knew himself to be, he might have been offended by the whispers. He walked to the stool and sat down calmly, letting Professor Minerva place the hat on his head. Difficult. Very difficult. Quite brave, I see. Not a bad mind. There's talent. Oh my, a reasonable thirst for power. Now that's interesting. So where am I going to put you? Naturally, Harry tried to ignore the hat's murmurs in his head. You're interested. I see that. A little focused too. Maybe too much, but, yes, I think it's better to be Slytherin. Well, that surprised Harry too. Harry got up early the day after the first years were sorted. The Slytherin boys' dormitory was large and quiet, each student having a room to themselves. He liked the interior arrangement of his room. Glass chandeliers were attached to the walls, green light radiating. The window was dark most of the time, showing very little of the bottom of Hogwarts' Black Lake. The stone floor was gray that tended to black, cold and smooth as marble. The bathroom was small, a rectangle with a bathtub with shower, a toilet, and a sink, all in a marble similar to the floor in the room. The best part was probably the dresser he got, made of heavy wood with crystal glass being held by a silver base with snake carvings. The common room wasn't full, but any noise dropped to whispers as he walked past the other Slytherins to the Great Hall. Some showed caution, others a disconcerting repressed anger, although, fortunately, these were minimal glances. The dungeons were, at least from the general route he took to the Slytherin common room, very dark as a rule. The torches illuminated the corridors shamefully, but leaving an eternal gloom that would make life difficult for anyone who needed to look for something on the floor. Some corridors didn't even have torches, being in a deep and frightening pitch black, which only got worse with the cold of the place. It was a relief when he finally reached the ground floor, where the main hall is. It was much warmer, and sunlight streamed in through glass windows set in wide holes in the castle walls. The tables were sparsely full when he presented himself at the Slytherin table. Most of the older years were there, probably getting ready for a long day of classes, and the younger years were scattered. Whispers accompanied him all the way to his place, without much excitement due to the time of day, but very quick due to the number of students. His breakfast was a little irritating, with so many eyes on him. The hall filled up little by little, the younger students finally waking up to start their day. The cacophony of cutlery and plates being pulled and scraped resounded through the chamber amidst the lazy voices and morning greetings of the students. Neither Adrian nor Ron Weasley were in sight, which means they must still be asleep. Susan and Hannah appeared to still be asleep as they slowly munched on their fasts. A bang from the ceiling woke up all those who were still drowsy, scaring them. A huge contingent of owls invaded the great hall, a confusing cloud of colors spreading across the tables behind their owners. Harry would be lying if he didn't say he was scared too, but no one needed to know that. He observed many boxes, letters, and newspapers falling onto his colleagues' plates and scattering food over the sides. A dog-faced girl, Pansy Parkinson, if he's not mistaken, narrowly escaped having an overturned glass of juice in her lap. It would have been funnier if he himself hadn't had to dodge a cup of tea that fell when Iggy, the Potter family owl, landed in front of her. "Hello, boy," greeted the owl, who winked. Something about the bird seemed tense. "Did you bring me something?" He couldn't say he was too surprised to see a fluttering howler hiding beneath the owl, inside his plate. The bird's tension was understandable. Iggy stood up, flapped his wings, and retreated into the air away from Harry. The other Slytherin students stared at him with a unique range of emotions. Malfoy looked vicious, while Greengrass looked almost sorry for him. Whispers ran around the other tables as the other students realized what he had received. The bright red letter shook and smoked, looking like it wanted to explode from swallowing its own contents. "Well, whatever." "Harry Potter." James Potter's voice was recognizable. "You have something to explain for. I knew Sonny was spoiling you, but Slytherin? Slytherin? I'm sure I created you better than this." Let's talk when you get back home. The letter shone, tore and burned, the ashes falling onto the bacon that was initially on the saucer. His ears hurt to the point where he couldn't even make out the scattered murmurs, but the heat he felt wasn't particularly aimed at the other students. He took a tissue and turned the bacon and ash into it, rolling it up. He grabbed a cup of strong tea and stood up, leaving the great hall in search of a trash can in a less noisy place to relax his ears. His obstinate path ended up making him ignore the presence of the professors, where Lillian Potter was shaking with rage in her place, next to a man with a hooked nose and greasy hair. Professor Sprout was a small, disheveled, dirt-stained woman, but she was actually very kind to the students in her first herbology class. She had apparently been especially kind to Harry after the Howler incident. Well, goodwill is goodwill. It was a long and rather dirty study session with the Ravenclaws. Their whispers were drowned out by the rustling of the many plants in the greenhouses, one more annoying than the other, moving, scratching, and making noises that no being without lungs should be able to make. Harry found one particularly interesting, one capable of laughing only when someone walks past her with their back turned. It was when he arrived at Transfiguration class that a switch seemed to change. Professor McGonagall was certainly not someone to anger. Transfiguration is one of the most complex and dangerous magics you will learn at Hogwarts. Anyone who does something stupid in my class will leave and won't come back. You are warned. Her table turned into a pig with a simple gesture of the wand, and it turned into a table again as soon as she repeated the gesture. Harry wasn't intimidated, but he left on record the information not to provoke her. The class was a bit boring, if he was looking for a word to describe it. He didn't find any practical value in writing down concepts of a needle transfiguration charm, at least not with how unlikely it was to be on the exams. Practicing the charm was more satisfying, considering the accumulation of experience. At least he was sure it was very satisfying to understand the feeling of his magic moving to transfigure something. He even managed to get a smile from the professor when he showed his needle, earning some points. History of Magic was a class that Harry politely recorded as uncommentable. Spells was probably the funniest of the classes so far. Professor Flitwick was shorter than all the first years, even the shortest student in the class, who was possibly Harry. He had to stand on a pile of cushions so he could watch all the students, and he smiled excitedly at anything that made eye contact. Unfortunately, there was no real magic in this class, although the notes were more worthwhile than the ones for Transfiguration. Defense against the dark arts class was, with the mildest politeness, the worst class Harry could have expected. The room stank of garlic paste, and there were ridiculous decorations like a cabinet that the professor said held tools for trapping dark creatures and bottles of protective potions. Professor Quirrell still proudly brags about the turban he wears, saying he got it from an African prince after he got rid of a vampire for him, but he always changes the subject when someone asks that story. In the end, his own stuttering made it difficult for him to capture any adequate information from the content. Who hires a professor who stutters? Already tired of classes, Harry dragged himself to the Slytherin table on Friday to go to his last class of the week, potions. This would be his first time taking a class in the subject, so he was a little curious to know what it would be like. Hopefully, it would be something worthwhile. The room was funny. It was deeper than the Slytherin common room. It was cold enough to give you goosebumps even without the disturbing sight of embalmed animals floating in glass jars on the shelves. The benches were made of polished stone, with torches providing good lighting, which is quite surprising overall. Oh, yes, Professor Snape spoke softly as he made the list. Adrian Potter, our new celebrity. Draco Malfoy and his friends Crabbe and Goyle giggled, hiding their mouths with their hands. Snape ended the call and faced the class. His eyes were black, but unlike any Harry had ever seen, they were cold and empty. He felt a bit sorry. You are here to learn the subtle science and exact art of brewing potions, he began. He spoke barely above a whisper, but they didn't miss a word. Like Professor Minerva, Snape had a gift for effortlessly keeping a class silent. As we don't make foolish gestures here, many of you may think that this is not magic. I don't expect you to really understand the beauty of a cauldron cooking over a slow fire, with the smoke shimmering, the delicate power of liquids that flow through human veins and bewitch the mind, confuse the senses. I can teach you how to bottle fame, cooking glory, even zombifying. If you aren't the bunch of empty heads that usually tell me to teach. More silence followed this short speech. Harry didn't find it particularly intimidating. Hermione Granger was sitting on the edge of her desk and seemed desperate to start proving that she wasn't an empty-headed person. Potter, Snape said suddenly, turning to Adrian. What would I get if I added powdered asphodel root to a wormwood infusion? Adrian made a very indicative blank expression. I don't know, sir. Snape's face twisted into an expression that Harry found particularly ugly on his face. Let's try again, Potter. If I asked you, where would you get Bezoar? Hermione Granger stretched her hand into the air as high as she could without getting up from her desk, but Adrian had no idea what a Bezoar was. He tried not to look at Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle, who were shaking with laughter. I don't know, no, sir. Snape's expression twisted even more. Did you think you didn't need to open your books before coming? There was something between irritation and disgust in his voice. Adrian forced himself to keep looking directly into those cold eyes. He had leafed through the books at home, but did Snape expect him to remember everything he had seen in 1,000 magical herbs and fungi? Snape continued to disregard Hermione's shaking hand. What's the difference, Potter, between wolfsbane and monkshood? At this, Hermione stood up, her hand stretched toward the dungeon ceiling. I don't know, Adrian said in a low voice, but I think Hermione knows. Why don't you ask her? A few boys laughed. Adrian's eyes met Seamus's and Seamus winked. Snape, however, was not pleased. Sit down, he snapped at Hermione. For your information, Potter, asphodel and wormwood produce a sleeping potion so strong that it is known as the undead potion. The Bezoar is a stone taken from the goat's stomach and can save you from most poisons. As for wolfsbane and monkshood, they're plants from the same botanical genus. So, why aren't you copying what I'm saying? There was a sudden noise of people picking up quills and parchment, and above that noise Snape's voice. And I'll deduct a point from Gryffindor for your impertinence, Potter. Harry didn't know exactly what to feel about his brother's blatant irritation towards his head of house. If anything, he didn't blame Adrian for not knowing the answers. He himself wasn't too far above Adrian's laziness. The class proceeded somewhat chaotically. Snape separated the students into pairs and walked between the benches, evaluating the potions. He criticized everyone, but was gentle with Malfoy, whom he seemed to like. Harry ended up being ignored for most of the time until Neville, who was next to him, managed to melt the cauldron of his partner, Seamus Finnegan. Foolish boy, Snape scolded. I suppose you added the porcupine bristles before taking the cauldron off the heat? Neville whimpered as boils began to pop up on his nose. Take him to the hospital wing, Snape ordered Seamus. Then he turned angrily to Harry and McDougal, who were working together. You, Potter, why didn't you tell him not to add the bristles? Thought you'd look better if he made a mistake, didn't you? Harry turned his head fully to the professor, briefly stopping to trim his hair. A failure just lowers the overall average. It doesn't make sense to want to look better when my own grade would be low. Professor Snape didn't seem to expect him to answer, so Harry went back to cutting the bristles while the professor stared at him without expressing anything. McDougal didn't say anything either, although Harry could sense his nervousness at being around Snape. Probably only Draco and Harry didn't mind, although for different reasons. In the end, their potion turned out to be satisfactory and they labeled it into vials, leaving them on Snape's desk. McDougal was a suitable partner, so he said goodbye to him and went to the hospital wing to check on Neville. Adrian stomped a little angrily as he left the class, but it didn't seem to be directed at anything other than Snape. He thought it best to let Ron take care of his brother for now. Harry noticed, on the board in the common room on Sunday morning, a notice about the start of flying lessons on Thursday. It wasn't a subject he was very keen on, but he didn't mind too much, even though it seemed to be a formula for disaster to unite Gryffindor and Slytherin in a class on flying broomsticks. Malfoy was a cornerstone among the first-year students. He would tell lame, miraculous stories about being an early aviator to anyone who would or wouldn't listen, recounting adventures and feats in the air that usually ended with him narrowly escaping from Muggle helicopters. Harry found him a particularly inventive boy, although not very good at reading an audience's response. Unfortunately, he turned out not to be the only one. According to Seamus Finnegan, he had spent most of his childhood flying around the countryside on a broomstick. Even Ron told anyone who would listen about the time he almost crashed a hang glider on Charlie's old broom. McDougal proved to be wittier than Harry had anticipated when he said that he himself had been taught about brooms from an early age, and Mila Bulstrode surprised everyone when she commented very precisely on broom maneuvers and models like someone with experience in the subject. Hermione Granger is, however, more nervous than you usually see her. Almost as much as Neville. That wasn't something you could learn from a book. Not that she hadn't tried. At breakfast on Thursday morning, she tired them out by talking about flying tricks she'd read in the library on Quidditch through the ages. Neville, unfortunately, practically hung on every word she said, desperate to learn anything that would help him hold onto his broom later on. But everyone else was overjoyed when Hermione's lecture was interrupted by the arrival of the post. Harry received a copy of the Daily Prophet, which he had scheduled to receive in a few days. It was a very poor quality newspaper, to be honest, but no other wizarding newsletter was any different than When in Rome. His name on the front page didn't do much to boost his opinion of the paper either. Lord Potter sends his son a screamer on his first day. Could there be a family problem between the Potters? By Rita Skeeter. Firstly, he wanted to know how Rita Skeeter had been informed about what had happened, and secondly, he wanted to know how the Prophet had been so slow to publish such a big piece of news. Did they bother to do any more research before publishing it? Harry wouldn't put too much hope in that. It has come to our attention at the Daily Prophet that Lord James Potter, Lord of the House of Potters, sent a howler to his youngest son, Harry Potter. On the first day of school, comments Rita Skeeter, correspondent for the Daily Prophet. Apparently, Lord Potter didn't like his son's sorting. We were surprised when he ended up in Slytherin, a Slytherin student, who asked not to be identified, told Rita Skeeter when asked. But no one expected him to get a howler just for that. I think even the Gryffindors were a bit embarrassed when they heard the howler. The howler in question, readers, said, "Harry Potter, you have something to explain for. I knew Sonny was spoiling you. But Slytherin? Slytherin? I'm sure I created you better than this. Let's talk when you get back home." But did Lord Potter really raise his children? According to Adelaide Wickens, career secretary at the Department for the Enforcement of Magical Laws, head or James Potter hasn't left his job much for a while for some time now. Since he took on the job, he's been working several hours overtime. He usually stays in the office, but he also goes on patrols with the ministry's oars. I've already recommended that he see a meta-wizard to check that he's healthy. Working so hard really isn't good, but he's always rejected the idea. Would James Potter really have raised his son better, as he said? Perhaps the situation in the Potter family isn't as good as it seemed at the charity ball in July. Is it really safe for someone with a blatant prejudice to be in a position of authority? Lord Potter could not be reached for comment. Lady Potter did not reply to the Prophet's letter before the edition was published. Well, it was a reasonable article, within what Harry had come to expect from Rita Skeeter, which, much to his own chagrin, wasn't much. It wasn't particularly tense or slanderous either, so he didn't see much reason to worry, especially with so few students having access to the Daily Prophet at Hogwarts, which basically boiled down to a few older 7th-year students who were supposed to be looking for jobs in the classified section. When flying class arrived, the fatigue from defense and transfiguration weighed on him, along with the discomfort of receiving looks of pity or malice from the students who had apparently read Skeeter's article. Fortunately, none of them came up to him to comment or ask anything. It was better than nothing. The flying professor, Madame Hooch, arrived as all the students gathered. She had short, gray hair and yellow eyes like a hawk's. "Come on, what are you waiting for?" she asked sharply, each one beside a broom. "Let's go, hurry up." Harry looked at the broom. It was old and had straws sticking out at odd angles. "Stretch your right hand over the broom," ordered Madame Hooch in front of them, "and say, 'Stand up.'" "Stand up," they all shouted. Harry's broomstick sprang into his hand immediately, but it was one of the few that did so. Hermione Granger's simply rolled over on the floor, and Neville's didn't even move. It took McDougal 3 calls before he finally managed to grab his, and Bulstrode didn't even make her struggle. He thought the broomstick's temperaments were quite tiresome sometimes. Madame Hooch then, after everyone had grabbed their brooms, showed them how to mount them without slipping off the other end, and went down the rows correcting their grip. Adrian and Ron were apparently pleased when she told Draco that he had been holding his broomstick wrong for years. Now, when I blow the whistle, give a strong push with your feet, said the professor. Keep your broom steady, leave a few centimeters off the ground, and come back down, bending your body a little forward. When I blow the whistle, 3, 2. But Neville, nervous, frightened, and afraid that the broom would drop him to the ground, gave a strong push before the whistle even touched Madame Hooch's lips. "Come back, boy," she shouted. But Neville rose like a cork coming out under pressure from the bottle. For meters, 6 meters, Harry saw Neville's face, white with fear, peering down at the ground as he gained height, saw him exclaim, slide sideways off the broom, and boom, a thud, a cracking noise, and Neville fell face down on the grass, sprawled. His broom continued to rise higher and higher, and began to float unhurriedly towards the forbidden forest and disappear from sight. Madame Hooch leaned over Neville, her face as white as his. Broken wrist. Harry heard her mutter, "Come on, boy, get up." She turned to the rest of the class. "None of you are going to move while I take this boy to the infirmary. Leave your broomsticks where they are, or you'll be expelled from Hogwarts before you can say Quidditch. Come on, dear." Neville, face stained with tears, holding his wrist, limped away with Madame Hooch, who was hugging him by the shoulders. As soon as they were out of earshot of the class, Draco burst out laughing. "Did you see his face, the jerk?" Some other Slytherin students joined in the chorus. Parkinson, Crabbe, and Goyle not seemed to give the shadow of a smile, but quickly blinked out of sight. "Shut up," Draco Parvati Patil snapped. "Wow, defending Neville?" said Pansy Parkinson, her pug face twisting in childish mischief. "I never thought you'd like melted butterscotch, Parvati." "Look," said Draco, throwing himself forwards and picking something up from the grass. "It's that rubbish Neville's Nan sent." A remembrall sparkled in the sun as the boy held it up. "Give me that here," Draco said Adrian in a low voice from the Gryffindor side. Everyone stopped talking to take a look. Draco let out an evil chuckle. "I think I'll leave it somewhere for Neville to pick up. How about up a tree?" "Give me that," shouted Adrian, as he watched Draco jump on a broomstick. Harry thought that was enough. Staring at the orb in Draco's hand, he pointed it with his wand and muttered, "Accio." The glass orb slipped from the weak grip of Malfoy's fingers and glided through the air into Harry's hand, who discreetly stowed his wand in his holster. "I'll give it to Neville as soon as class is over," he said evenly, tucking the remembrall into a pocket in his cloak. Draco looked genuinely annoyed with him, while Adrian looked a little relieved. His brother wasn't an evildoer, but he certainly wasn't the sharpest knife in the drawer, so he could think about the consequences before taking off after Malfoy. His relief must have come when he finally realized what he had almost done. Harry wasn't too surprised when they continued arguing, but the remembrall was safe enough in his pocket. He couldn't say he was surprised when Malfoy annoyed Adrian and flew off, but he felt like scratching his eyes when his brother followed the blonde without even thinking. He hoped that Professor McGonagall wouldn't be too hard on him when she came in, shouting at his brother from the air. "Never, in all the time I've been at Hogwarts." Professor Minerva almost lost her voice in astonishment, and her glasses flickered endlessly as she hurried across the grounds. "How dare you? You could have broken your neck." "It wasn't his fault, Professor." "Quiet, Miss Patil." "But Draco." "That's enough, Mr. Weasley." "Potter, come with me now." Adrian had a truly terrified look on his face as he followed Professor McGonagall into the castle, glaring at Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle, who grinned maliciously. Harry received a panicked look for a moment, but there was nothing he could do. His brother should have known better than to trust him to save him from a flagrant breach of the rules. The change in expression Draco made when he saw Adrian entering the Great Hall was a bit intriguing, Harry supposed. The boy seemed to be a little constipated and a little scared, which gave him a very ugly expression. It was particularly strange for Malfoy to make an expression like that shortly after he had smiled smugly at the entire Slytherin table, which, if he was being honest, was also strange, but normal in the normal Malfoy contingent. Adrian seemed to find Malfoy's discomfort amusing, if his smile was anything to go by. What have they been up to? The owls took advantage of the moment to invade the Great Hall, throwing orders onto the recipients' plates. One particularly large flock was carrying a large rectangular package towards the Gryffindor table. It didn't seem as discreet as the Cinder seemed to think, at least from the disinterested look that Greengrass had when he saw the package falling in front of Adrian from 6 meters tall. The euphoric faces of Adrian and Ron didn't help matters much either. They were leaving the Great Hall with the package when Crabbe and Goyle stepped in their way, with Malfoy taking the package from Adrian's hands. Harry didn't think it was too surprising. "It's a broom," Draco said slyly, a look of disgust creasing his nose. "You're going to be in trouble, Potter. First years aren't allowed to have brooms." Was it remorse that Harry heard in Draco's voice? "You're not fighting, boys." I hope Professor Flitwick suddenly appeared behind them, his squeaky voice questioning the commotion. "Potter has been given a broom," Professor said Draco quickly. "I know," replied Professor Flitwick, giving Adrian a big smile. "Professor Minerva told me about the special circumstances, Potter." "And what is the model?" "A Nimbus 2000, Professor Adrian informed, struggling not to laugh at the horrified expression on Draco's face. "And, to be honest, it was thanks to Draco here that I got the broom," he added. Harry couldn't say it wasn't funny to see Malfoy have a small, silent mental breakdown. Autumn settled over Hogwarts with a cozy chill, though Harry wasn't exactly happy about how cold the dungeons were now. Even the log fire burning all day every weekday wasn't enough to really cut through the chill in the common room. The dubious benefit of this was that it was much easier to sleep now. October passed vaguely, fading away with each class, which seemed to get longer as the months passed. Professor McGonagall seemed inclined, after so many disastrous charms in her class, to stick to theoretical magic for the foreseeable future. Harry couldn't blame her for that. Professor Quirrell seemed inclined to that approach too, though admittedly it didn't make any difference. Professor Flitwick, however, was not exactly influenced. He was not a strict person, but he was definitely lively. His class rhythm ended up being a hindrance to Harry's reading hours, which became increasingly occupied with essays, at the same time that wands were waved in any way in class. On Halloween morning, amid the smell of pumpkins, Professor Flitwick announced that the students would start practicing levitation charms, although it was kind of pointless to say so at the moment, since the class that week was still only with the Gryffindors. So everyone went to their own schedule. Defense against the dark arts was, as usual, frustrating, at least as far as Harry was concerned. He was still wondering how a stutterer had managed to become a professor when he entered the Transfiguration classroom. "Today we'll be testing your progress with the theory of inanimate transfiguration," said Professor McGonagall, as serious as ever, to the Slytherins as soon as everyone had taken their seats. "I hope you're turning these stones," she pointed to a small pile of pebbles on her desk, "into buttons. They can be stone buttons, I don't mind." Then, with a wave of her wand, the stones floated away and each student received one for themselves. Pansy Parkinson's stone ended up falling on her head, which elicited giggles from some, a twitch from Professor McGonagall, and a flushed, constipated face from Parkinson herself. Well, what to do with the pebble? Harry looked closely at the stone. It was misshapen, but at the same time seemed to be smooth on the surface. It wasn't too heavy or hot, and it was cement-colored and kind of greenish. It was hard, to be sure, but by no means very resistant, as Goyle proved when he accidentally squeezed the stone with his hand on the table. "Claudera," he recited, pointing at the stone with his wand. The stone retracted, flattening out like a balloon. Then the sides rose up and swallowed the stone itself, forming a half-fluid, half-viscous mass that spread out over the table and then came together in another absorbing movement, forming a small, flattened cylinder. For holes appeared in the middle of the cylinder as the fluid receded from them and formed a circle at the edges. Everything became cream-colored when all the fluid turned solid. This is the first time Professor McGonagall breathed next to Harry, scaring the hell out of him. "In almost 40 years at this school, I've seen something like this. Mr. Potter, could you explain how your spell reacted like that?" Harry really didn't know what to say. So, was it supposed to be different? The professor gave him a look that was a mixture of incredulity, resignation, and something that, if Harry was right, was a lot like affection. "Interesting. It was supposed to be an automatic transfiguration, Mr. Potter. It could have followed an order, but it's still automatic. Apparently, you must have put a lot of force into the spell. since we can see a different process from the standard one. I expect an essay on button transfiguration in the next lesson. Understand? Harry nodded. Good. 5 points for Slytherin, for managing to completely transfigure the stone. It was certainly going to be an experience to discover that the button would remain a button. The flying lessons went down like a good icebreaker in the afternoon, even with the irony of the weather cracking the students' lips at any height above the ground. Apparently, he was the only one among Slytherin and Gryffindor who was willing to fly in the cold weather. Well, Adrian doesn't count as willing, since no weather bothers him when he's on a broomstick. It took a while before he realized something was wrong. McDougal Harry called his colleague, approaching him in the air. Is anyone missing? The boy took a moment to answer him, shaking his head to other students and frowning thoughtfully. I don't think Granger's here. Harry was a little curious. Although the girl's fear of flying could be a strong indication of why she wasn't in class, even after weeks of lessons. The answer turned out not to be very pleasant. I heard from Parvati Pansy Parkinson gossiped in the evening at the Halloween party. She was telling Lila that Granger had spent the afternoon in the bathroom, crying. Why was that? Tracy Davis asked, curious. Pansy turned her head towards Harry, smiling mischievously. Adrian Potter called her annoying. The girl made a strange sound in the depth of her throat, and Ron Weasley said she didn't have any friends. If she had expected Harry to be embarrassed, she was disappointed. However, if she had hoped to upset him, she had done very well. Before he could say anything to the girl, Professor Quirrell rushed into the hall, his turban askew on his head and terror on his face. Everyone watched as he approached Dumbledore's chair, leaned on the table and gasped, "Troll! In the dungeons? I thought I should tell you." Then he collapsed on the floor. There was a commotion. It took several firecrackers exploding from the tip of Professor Dumbledore's wand for people to fall silent. "Monitors," he said in a deep, resounding voice. "Take the students from your houses back to the dormitories immediately." Harry stared at the headmaster with an expression that clearly indicated how surreal he thought that was. "Come on, Potter. We have to go to the common room." Gunma Farley was trying to chase him away with the other first years. "Are you idiots? The Slytherin common room is in the dungeons." That seemed to flow like ice down the Slytherin monitors' heads, which caused Harry's left eye to twitch. Gunma went over to Snape, who was walking past Dumbledore to the exit, and the professor's bestified look made Harry's eye twitch again. While Dumbledore seemed to be having a disconcerting discussion with the head of Slytherin, Harry noticed something. Hermione Granger was still in the girls' bathroom. Looking back, running out wasn't exactly a very smart decision. Adrian really wanted to hit himself for having offended Hermione Granger earlier. He knew he'd messed up, but he hadn't expected it to end up with him in a bathroom of girls running around in circles to get away from a troll with Ron and Hermione. "Get down," he shouted, seeing the mallet the size of a tree flying towards them, narrowly passing over their heads and destroying the bathroom sinks. "Run." The troll may have been big, but he wasn't particularly intelligent. It couldn't speak better for them either. Running around the sink turned out to be the best plan to escape the attack of the creature, which apparently didn't know it was capable of making its way towards them. The pipes, bless them, were still in the way between them even after the sinks disappeared under the troll's hammer. "What do we do? What do we do?" Ron was truly panicked, following Adrian's footsteps desperately as he pulled Hermione with him. "Adrian, do something." "I'm trying." "Granger." The 3 Gryffindor boys stopped in mid-run, turning suddenly to see Harry appearing in the bathroom doorway. There was no time to realize that their survivalist race had come to a halt, as the troll reminded them of his presence with a roar and a frantic rush towards the new presence. "Harry!" Adrian shouted, scared, watching the creature run at his brother. Harry instinctively drew his wand and shouted without thinking, "Conjunctivitis!" The troll let out another roar, this time more like a scream, and put his hands up to his eyes, which reddened and swelled up horribly like his enormous pimples. His frantic run was not interrupted by the blow of the spell, perhaps due to the creature's own inertia or stupidity, which resulted in him running into a particularly hard-looking stone wall right in the face, knocking the creature over in pain. "Potter!" The voice of a furious Professor Minerva McGonagall rang out from the corridor. "What do you think you're doing, running from the hall?" Her voice died away as soon as she saw the troll rolling on the floor in pain. Incarcerous. Thick metal ropes appeared out of nowhere, binding the troll's arms, legs, and limbs like immense silver snakes, tightening it to the point of immobility. The creature screamed, only to be hit by another of Professor McGonagall's spells, which left a bump on its head. What happened here? Professor McGonagall shouted controllably, more like choking. Adrian, Ron and Hermione thought it was time to leave the bathroom. And you three, what were you thinking? Professor Minerva had a repressed fury in her voice. You're lucky you weren't killed. Why aren't you in the dormitory? Harry couldn't help thinking that he hadn't been very bright in his frantic run, and he exchanged a glance with his brother and Ron, both of whom seemed to reflect the same emotion of strangeness. Please, Professor Minerva, they've come to find me. Miss Granger. Hermione had finally managed to calm down enough. I went out looking for the troll because I thought I could fight it on my own. You know, I've read all about trolls. Ron, who was uselessly holding his wand, dropped it. Hermione Granger, telling a blatant lie to a professor? If they hadn't found me, I'd be dead now. Ron helped me escape from the troll and Adrian distracted him so we could get away. Harry hit it in the eye with a spell, and it hit a wall and fell. They didn't have time to call anyone. The troll was about to finish me off when they arrived. The boys tried to pretend that the story was not new to them. Well, in that case, said Professor Minerva, staring at the four of them, Miss Granger, how silly of you to think of facing a mountain troll on your own. Hermione lowered her head. Adrian had lost his voice. Hermione was the last person in the world who would disobey the rules, and there she was pretending to disobey them, to get them out of a jam. It was like Snape starting to hand out sweets. Hermione Granger, Gryffindor will lose 5 points for that, said Professor Minerva. I'm very disappointed. If you're not hurt, you'd better leave for Gryffindor Tower. The students have just finished celebrating Halloween in their houses. Hermione left. Professor Minerva turned to the boys. Well, I still think you were lucky, but there aren't many first-year students who could take on a full-grown mountain troll. You each get 5 points. Professor Dumbledore will be informed. You can go now. They left the bathroom quickly and didn't say a word until they reached the stairs. It was a relief to get away from the troll's stench, not to mention the rest. We should have won by more than 10 points, grumbled Ron. The kick he received from Harry and Adrian remedied his bad mood. The November cold bit into the students' bones uncomfortably, a thin layer of ice appearing every day on the floor and the vegetation around the castle turning gray. At any hour, the gamekeeper, Hagrid, could be seen defrosting brooms downstairs, wrapped in a moleskin coat, with rabbit gloves and huge beaver boots. Classes on November 1st were canceled for all students, a period evidently set aside for the residents to take a break from the subject of the mountain troll. Unfortunately, some people ended up not being able to enjoy the day off. On the 2nd, the first Saturday of the month, the games of the tournament between the Hogwarts houses for the Quidditch Cup were to begin. Oliver Wood, the Gryffindor captain, pulled his limbs together for a last-minute training session, so violent that when the players took the field they felt like their bones were vibrating. I want to see a fair game, boys. Madam Hooch, the match judge, announced when everyone was gathered around her. Harry noticed that she seemed to be speaking particularly to the Slytherin captain, Marcus Flint, a 5th year. He seemed to have some troll blood, if Harry was honest with his opinion. Madam Hooch gave a loud blast on her silver whistle. 15 broomsticks rose into the air. The start had been given, and the quaffle was promptly batted away by Angelina Johnson of Gryffindor. What a great chaser she is, and a pretty one, too. Jordan. Sorry, Professor. The Weasley twins' friend, Lee Jordan, was broadcasting the match, closely watched by Professor Minerva. And she's really playing at full strength. A lovely pass to Alicia Spinnet, a good find by Oliver Wood. Last year she was in the reserves, back to Johnson, and no. Slytherin has the quaffle. The Slytherin captain steals the quaffle and runs off. Mark is flying like an eagle high above. He's going to go no. He's stopped by a brilliant save from Gryffindor keeper Oliver. And Gryffindor have the quaffle in the process. Gryffindor chaser Katie Bell dives around Mark and runs up the pitch in OW. That must have hurt. She's taken a bludger to the back of the head. She's lost the quaffle to Slytherin. Now Adrian Pusey runs towards goal, but is blocked by a second bludger thrown by either Fred or George Weasley. It's hard to tell which. In any case, a good move by the Gryffindor beater. and Johnson has the quaffle again. The way is clear in front of her, and off she goes really flying, dodges a speeding bludger. The goals are in front of her. Come on now. Angelina, keeper Bletchley dives. He doesn't arrive in time. Point for Gryffindor. The Gryffindor fans fill the cold air with roars, and the Slytherin fans with groans. Draco Malfoy in particular. Slytherin in possession of the quaffle. Lee Jordan continues narrating. Chaser Pusey dodges 2 bludgers, 2 Weasleys. Chaser Bell and flies towards. Wait a minute, is that the snitch? There was a murmur from the fans when they saw Adrian Pusey drop his sip, too busy peering over his shoulder at the golden flash that had passed his left ear. Harry saw it. A small golden trail in the air, cutting through space like a small golden star with wings. Slytherin's seeker, Terrence Higgs, had seen the pommel too, along with his brother. Headlong, they rushed towards the pommel. All the chasers seemed to have forgotten what they were supposed to do. They stopped in midair to watch. Adrian was faster than Terrence. He was watching the little round ball, its wings flapping, shooting upwards. He was faster. Oh! A roar of anger erupted from the Gryffindor crowd below. Mark's Flint had blocked Adrian on purpose, and the boy's broom lost its way. Adrian held on to keep from falling. Foul! Shouted the Gryffindor crowd. Madam Hooch turned to Marks in annoyance, and then gave Gryffindor a free throw in front of the goal posts. But in the confusion, of course, the golden snitch had disappeared from view again. Harry narrowed his eyes. In the stands, Dean Thomas was shouting, "Get off him, Judge. Red card." "This isn't soccer," Dean reminded Ron. "You can't eject a player from the pitch in Quidditch, and what's a red card?" Lee Jordan was having a hard time remaining neutral. "So after that obvious and disgusting dishonesty, Jordan," scolded Professor Minerva. "I mean, after that clear and revolting foul, Jordan, I'm warning you." All right. Mark almost killed the Gryffindor catcher, which can happen to anyone, I'm sure. So a penalty in Gryffindor's favor. Spinette takes it out, no problem, and we continue the game. Gryffindor still in possession of the ball. It was when Adrian dodged another bludger, which passed dangerously close to his head, that it happened. His broom took a dangerous and sudden turn. For a split second, he thought he was going to fall. He gripped the broom tightly with both hands and knees. He had never felt anything like it before. It happened again. It was as if the broom was trying to knock him over. But a Nimbus 2000 didn't suddenly decide to knock down its rider. Adrian tried to turn back towards the Gryffindor beacons. He intended to warn Oliver to ask for time. And then he realized that the broom had gotten out of control. He couldn't turn it. He couldn't steer it. It zigzagged through the air and occasionally made sudden movements that almost knocked him off balance. Lee was still commenting. Slytherin still in possession. Marks with the goal past Spinette. Past Bell, hit hard in the face by a bullet. I hope he broke his nose. It's a joke. Professor Slytherin scores. Oh, no? The Slytherin crowd cheered. No one seemed to have noticed that Adrian's broom was behaving strangely. It was slowly carrying him higher and higher, away from the game, swerving and bucking along the way. "I don't know what Adrian thinks he's doing," muttered Hagrid loudly, the gamekeeper somewhere to his right, in the Gryffindor crowd, and he peered through his binoculars. "If I didn't know better, I'd say he'd lost control of his broom. But that can't be." Suddenly, people in all the stands were pointing at Adrian in the air. His broom had started to toss back and forth, and he could barely hold on. Then the crowd screamed. The broom had swerved violently and Adrian had dismounted. He was now dangling, holding on with just one hand. Harry pulled out his wand, pointing it at his brother. Finito. The broom stopped abruptly, losing its buoyancy and falling through the air next to Adrian. The Gryffindor screamed in fright, and Daphne Greengrass and Tracy Davis, who were standing next to him, gave him horrified looks. Somewhere, he could identify a collective gasp as Adrian jumped on his broom in midair and flew off again. "Neville, look!" shouted Ron, pulling Neville's hands away from the boy's eyes. Adrian was flying fast back to the ground when the crowd saw him put his hand to his mouth, as if he was going to vomit. He landed in the cat field. He coughed, and something golden fell into his hand. "I caught the snitch," he shouted, showing him high up, and the game ended in complete confusion. He didn't catch the snitch. He almost swallowed it. Flint was still ranting 20 minutes later, but it didn't make any difference. Adrian hadn't broken any rules, and Lee Jordan was still happily shouting the result. Gryffindor had won by 170 points to 60. Harry watched his brother follow the gamekeeper back to his cabin with Ron and Hermione Granger, perhaps to celebrate together. He simply ignored it, resigning himself to dealing with Slytherin's bad mood, particularly the boys, for the rest of the day. Putting up with Draco Malfoy was, if Harry were to be asked in the future, the most arduous experience he ever had. As winter came and fell upon the students and December came and went, the blond boy became more and more unbearable in his resentment against Adrian for Gryffindor's Quidditch victory. Since he couldn't disturb him, it was up to Harry to deal with Malfoy's pestering. It was silly things, sarcastic comments, blocking his path when he was walking, insulting him for some reason. He tried to push Harry out of the way once, but a brief look from Harry made him reconsider. It was also probably the only day in almost a month that had a bit of peace. "I feel so sorry," the blonde had said once, in potions class, for those people who have to spend Christmas at Hogwarts because their family doesn't want them at home. He looked at Harry as he said this. Crabbe and Goyle laughed. Pansy Parkinson tried to laugh along with them, but she seemed a little embarrassed to do so. Daphne Greengrass gave the blonde boy a hard look, and he seemed to wilt amidst his laughter. Harry couldn't say he cared much. It had been a while since Draco had decided to remember the howler Harry had received from his father on the very first day, but he had still been unable to come up with anything truly offensive. Not that it would bother him, anyway. Adrian, however, seemed affected instead. "Shut up." Malfoy the Gryffindor half growled and half mocked the blonde. Draco seemed to regain some spirit. "Now, Potter, do you need your brother to come and defend you? You don't have the courage, do you, Potter? That's why you didn't go to Gryffindor." This was a somewhat cunning way of using the situation to his advantage, but still childish. "I would recommend, Draco, that you concentrate on your potion. If you focused on the same amount of language that you have, perhaps you could help add something to Slytherin's hourglass for the house cup." With a suitably stuttering blonde and his brother smiling, Harry went back to brewing his potion. McDougal was quite clever in seasoning the slugs with ground nettles instead of wrapping them in leaves, so the potion ended up being advanced by almost a third of the time. Was it to speed up catalysis? No, I tried to use it to just speed up the slug's dismantling. But what about the reaction? Harry asked, intrigued. "I was going to use the nettle juice to try to correct it," McDougal explained, showing him the pestle with the sap at the bottom. "Shall we test it and see what happens? I wish the cauldron explosions today would only focus on Mr. Finnegan and Mr. Longbottom," Snape muttered, suddenly behind them. "Mixing the sap now will only make the potion reactive." McDougal seemed embarrassed, moving the pillar away from the cauldron. Harry still wanted to test it. 5 points to Slytherin for resourcefulness, Snape declared, leaving them to investigate the other potions. Harry and McDougal left the classroom together as soon as the class ended, and Harry came across his brother and Ron arguing with Malfoy on the stairs to the ground floor. The huge figure of the gamekeeper Hagrid was visible beyond the archway in the wall, hidden behind a huge pine tree. "Are you trying to earn a few bucks, Weasley? Maybe you'll want to become a gamekeeper when you finish Hogwarts." Rubius's hut must seem like a palace compared to what his family is used to. Ron advanced on Draco just as Snape was climbing the stairs. "Weasley." Ron let go of the front of Draco's robes. "He was provoked," Professor Snape explained Hagrid, letting his hairy face appear behind the tree. "Draco offended his family. Whatever the reason, fighting is against Hogwarts rules," Hagrid Snape said coldly. 5 points less for Gryffindor, Weasley, and thank God it isn't more. "Now, let's get going, all of you." Draco, Crabbe, and Goyle stormed past the tree, scattering leaves everywhere with grins on their faces. "I'll get him," Harry heard Ron promise, grinding his teeth behind Draco's back. "One of these days, I'll get him." "I hate them both," said Adrian. "Draco and Snape." "Come on, cheer up, Christmas is here," said Hagrid. "I'll tell you what we're going to do. Come with me and see the Great Hall. It's beautiful." Harry watched them walk out into the Great Hall together, waiting for the path to be cleared. Sighing, he drew his wand and waved it, blowing leaves out of the castle through the nearby window. McDougal seemed to thank him, not having to dodge broken branches. The hall ended up looking beautiful, just as Hagrid had said. Garlands of holly and mistletoe hung all around the walls, and no fewer than 12 enormous Christmas trees stood about the hall, some sparkling with snow crystals, others lit by hundreds of candles. There was plenty of French toast on the Slytherin table, which Harry was particularly grateful for. Blaise Zabini turned out to be an interesting person to share the sweets with in Slytherin, having a good portfolio of experiments. Not that Crabbe and Goyle weren't better than the two of them combined in that department, but Zabini was more refined in his explanations. The Hogwarts Express arrived in London at around 9 p.m., long after the sun had set and a misty chill had circulated in the air. Harry might have been used to it after so many months in the icy dungeons of Slytherin, but he was out of place in the crowd of bundled-up children with red noses that poured into the station. It wasn't difficult to spot his parents in the crowd. Amidst the offensively disordered colors of the wizards, the copper red of his mother's hair stood out very well. The strange clothes his father assumed were used by muggles to camouflage themselves on the other side of the station were also eye-catching. Was he wearing a sweater tied around his neck? Harry, Adrian, their mother, Lily, greeted them as they approached. "Let's go home. Sonny made us hot chocolate today." Adrian was a little too happy to hear that, grabbing Lily's hand within seconds. James seemed a little unsure about extending his hand to Harry, avoiding his son's eyes. Well, the sensation of the apparition made the two boys wobble a few steps, dropping their things on the floor. Crookshanks jumped off Harry's things and stretched out, soon nestling into his favorite spot in the armchair near the fireplace, which was burning vigorously to heat the Potter Manor reception room. Harry ended up only having time to put his things back in his room until he was called. Lily had a tense, kind of anxious expression, while James looked a mixture of nervous and embarrassed. It was something to see. Harry, his father said, coughing embarrassedly. "Well, I know you were upset, but, I'm sorry. I'm really sorry for sending the Howler. It would be a funnier situation if it weren't so similar to Professor Quirrell." "No problem," the boy said, after some time thinking and cutting James off, who stammered to himself. "No problem?" Now he looked a little confused behind a firm tension. But you haven't answered any letters?" "What letters?" This time it was Lily who seemed surprised. "You haven't received any letters from your father yet?" she asked, a little shocked. Actually, I haven't received any mail since school started. I hardly ever stay in the Great Hall until the post arrives. I only get the paper a few times each week because of that." The tension seemed to turn to absolute confusion now. "So, you haven't been avoiding me?" "No," the boy shook his head. "Why would I?" But what about the Howler?" "I don't really care," he shrugged. "Whatever, I wasn't that surprised." "What?" "I was surprised too when I ended up in Slytherin. I also know how you were hoping Adrian and I would go to Gryffindor, and how the houses don't get along. A Howler wasn't too unexpected. Besides, I wasn't the only one who got one either. It doesn't have to affect me too much." He couldn't say he didn't find the looks his parents were sending him throughout the holiday strange. When Christmas morning arrived, Harry found himself being dragged along by Adrian with the sun barely having left the horizon yet, the frozen dew still covering the remaining foliage that some trees still had, plasticized against the season. Lily and James watched with smiles as their children leaned under the huge pine tree decorated with colorful Muggle plastic baubles and greenish fairy lights. Sonny placed a cup of hot chocolate next to each of them, the steam inviting them to drink. Adrian had the biggest pile. Apparently, most of the Gryffindor dormitory had ended up sending him presents. Dean Thomas sent a football, Seamus Finnegan a quill case, and Neville sent something that looked like a plant shaped like a lion. Lee Jordan sent some sort of colorful headband, and the Weasley twins sent a toilet seat which got a chuckle from James. Hermione sent a box of chocolate frogs, and Ron sent what he assumed were licorice wands. Mrs. Weasley sent a strange, straw-colored sweater, and Hagrid sent a wooden flute, obviously made by himself. His godfather, Remus Lupin, had sent what he assumed was a pocket watch, and Harry's godfather, Sirius, sent a stuffed dog. Finally, there was one last package, with no name on it. "That's mine," James said, smiling. Adrian only took a few seconds to understand. "I got the cloak." Harry still found the Potter family invisibility cloak to be very interesting. Its effects are far beyond the normal effects you see out there, having lasted generations within the family without ever failing even once under the invisibility charm. He suspected that there was some runic matrix involved in sustaining the spell indefinitely. Harry's pile was somewhat modest when compared to Adrian's. Neville sent him a package of tea herbs, McDougal sent scented candles, and Hermione Granger had also sent him a box of chocolate frogs. Remus sent a small stuffed wolf, while Sirius sent him what he saw was, although he knew it wasn't, an innocent black-covered diary with his initials engraved in silver. For some reason, he had also received a Weasley sweater, with an H sewn on the chest and made of greenish wool. Blaise Zabini had sent her something suspiciously similar to a case of cider, but Lily took it before he could look any further. "Now, this goes in the cupboard," she said calmly, ignoring the loud, "Hey!" that Harry gave and James' chuckle. Not that Harry needed to complain. Sonny would let him into the pantry without any problem if he said he was hungry. The students returned the day before term began again. With the train arriving at Hogsmeade at around 8 p.m., snow covered the entire path from the station to the Hogwarts gates, like a huge white carpet covering the ground, the houses, and the trees. Statues of winged pigs greeted the students as they passed through the entrance, and Mr. Filch, the caretaker, watched over the students as they returned. Mrs. Norris was tightly wrapped in his arms, pressed against his chest as if to protect her from the cold. It wasn't working, which made Harry frown at the cat's quivering whiskers. Perhaps he should speak to the caretaker later. The black Hogwarts carriages stood ahead, imposing, ready to hold at least 15 students each. The outside luggage rack was unlocked, but he could feel an enchantment to prevent it from being opened unintentionally. The winged and reptilian horses were still there, calmly tied to the carriages, no expression of cold, tiredness, or discouragement visible on their skeletal bodies. Harry discovered that they liked meat, so he tossed them some strips of jerky he had brought from home. The Christmas laziness still seemed to be lodged in everyone, and Harry only realized that it had passed when he saw Adrian being dragged by Oliver Wood, the captain of the Gryffindor Quidditch team, to practice amid the continuous spring rains amid the last snow of winter, which formed large small lakes along the school grounds and the Quidditch pitch. The school was dragging. The change from dry to wet weather had caused a small flu epidemic among the students, causing a cacophony of sneezes and watery squeaks to echo along with the professor's explanations during classes. Harry secluded himself in the library whenever classes ended, avoiding being near McDougal, who had also caught the flu and was a suspiciously yellowish-white color. Harry, Adrian, who was next to Granger and Ron, called him. "Hello. What are you doing?" "We're revising for the midterms," Granger said. Harry tilted his head, looking over the book she held. 100 magical herbs and fungi? And you? "I'm in medical isolation," he said lightly, sitting at the table next to them. "I'm thinking of eating in the kitchens until the flu passes in Slytherin." Malfoy had finally managed to become the threat level he always thought he was. Adrian and Ron let out low chuckles, and all three ended up receiving a half-stern, half-unimpressed look from Granger. "Boys," she muttered, "you know you still have 10 weeks before the exams, don't you?" "We know," grumbled Ron, "but it seems like the blink of an eye for Flamel." "Flamel? As in Nicholas Flamel?" Harry asked. "What does he have to do with the exams? Do you know who Flamel is?" Granger looked shocked. "Of course I do. We've met him before, don't you remember? He came with Headmaster Dumbledore to our house once. Dad said he came to give a second opinion, or some such thing. But what does he have to do with the exams?" Adrian was saved from answering that question when Ron exclaimed, "Rubius, what are you doing in the library?" Hagrid, the gamekeeper, came shuffling in, hiding something behind his back. He looked very out of place in his moleskin coat. "Just looking," he said in an uncertain voice that immediately piqued their interest. "And what are you up to?" He seemed suddenly suspicious. "You're not still looking for Nicholas Flamel, are you?" "Ah, we've already found out who he is ages ago," said Ron, impressively. "And do you know what that dog is guarding? It's the Filoso. SHHHH." Hagrid looked around quickly to see if anyone was listening. "Don't go around shouting that. What happened to you? By the way, there's a few things we wanted to ask you," said Adrian, "about the other things that are protecting the stone besides Fluffy." SHHHHH. Hagrid said again. "Listen, come and see me later. I'm not promising I'll tell you anything, mind you. But don't go spilling the beans. Students shouldn't know about this. They'll think I told you." "We'll see you later," then agreed Adrian. Hagrid shuffled off. What was he hiding behind his back? Asked Hermione thoughtfully. Do you think it had anything to do with the stone? Why is the Philosophy Stone at Hogwarts? Harry asked abruptly, remembering its presence. Granger and Ron jumped in fright, finally recognizing him again. Adrian didn't seem very surprised. Ron said intelligently, "You're not going to tell anyone, are you?" "Why would I? I don't think anyone will be able to get it anyway." Eh. Again the eloquence. Who's the headmaster? Dumbledore. Oh, exactly. I'll see which section Rubius was in, said Ron, who was already tired of working. He came back a minute later with an armful of books and dropped them on the table. Dragons, he whispered. Rubius was looking for stuff about dragons. Just look at these, dragon species of Great Britain and Ireland. From Egg to Hell, a Dragon Keeper's Guide. Rubius always wanted a dragon. He told me that the first time we met, commented Adrian. But it's against our laws, argued Ron. Keeping dragons was banned by the Wizarding Convention of 1709. Everyone knows that. It's hard to keep muggles from noticing us if we keep dragons in the backyard. Anyway, you can't tame dragons. It's dangerous. You should see the burns Charlie received from wild dragons in Romania. But aren't there wild dragons in Britain? Harry asked. The Ministry of Magic has a hard time keeping them secret, I can tell you. Our people are always bewitching muggles who have seen them, to make them forget. So what is Rubius up to? Granger asked. When they knocked on the door of the gamekeeper's hut an hour later, they were surprised to find that all the curtains were closed. Hagrid asked, "Who is it?" before letting them in, and then quickly closed the door behind them. It was stiflingly hot inside the hut, and although it was a warm day, there was a log fire blazing in the grate. Hagrid made them tea and offered them stoat sandwiches, which they declined. Harry was pouring himself a cup of tea when he heard the sound of crockery crashing to the floor. "Who are you?" Hagrid asked, startled, finally noticing the boy who was in his hut. "I'm Harry Potter. Nice to meet you." How did you get into my house?" "I got in with them." He pointed to the Gryffindors, who nodded. Hagrid looked somewhere between confused and shocked. It's really hot, I guess. So, what did you want to ask me?" He turned to Adrian and his friends, trying to find a way to think. Adrian took the lead. "We were wondering if you could tell us what else is protecting the Philosopher's Stone besides Fluffy." Hagrid frowned, then turned to Harry, scared. "Of course I can't tell you. First, I don't know anything about it. Second, there's nothing to hide. Hogwarts is completely safe." Harry smiled at Hagrid's attempt to hush the subject. "I already know about the Philosopher's Stone. You don't have to pretend you don't know." The gamekeeper seemed to relax a little, but soon regained his stubbornness. "You already know too much. That stone is here for a good reason. It was nearly stolen from Gringotts. I suppose you've already come to that conclusion. I'm surprised you even know about Fluffy." "Oh, come on, Rubius. Maybe you don't want to tell us, but you know everything that happens around here," said Granger in a warm and flattering tone. Hagrid's beard twitched, and they could see he was smiling. "We were just wanting to really know who made the protection spell," she continued. "We were wondering who Dumbledore would have trusted enough to help him, besides you." Rubius's chest swelled at the words. The boys all smiled at Hermione. "Well, I suppose it wouldn't hurt to tell you this. Let's see. He borrowed Fluffy from me. Then some of the professors did the spells. Professor Sprout, Professor Flitwick, Professor Minerva. He counted on his fingers Professor Quirrell, and Dumbledore himself did something, of course. Wait a minute. I forgot someone. Oh, yes, Professor Snape." "Snape?" "Yeah. You don't keep insisting on that idea, do you? Look, Snape helped secure the stone. He's not about to steal it." Harry could tell just by looking at the three Gryffindors that they didn't agree with Hagrid's idea. Well, he hadn't interacted with Professor Snape enough to vouch for his suitability either. "You're the only one who knows how to get past Fluffy, aren't you, Rubius?" Adrian asked, anxiously. "And you wouldn't tell anyone, would you? Not even for one of the professors?" "No one knows except me and Dumbledore," said Hagrid, proudly. "Well, that's something," Adrian muttered to the others. "Rubius, can we open a window? I'm roasting." "You can't. I'm sorry," Adrian said. Hagrid. Harry noticed him looking at the fire, and looked too. "Rubius, what is that?" Adrian asked. Harry already knew what it was. Right in the middle of the fire, under the kettle, was a huge black egg. "Oh," said Hagrid, fiddling with his beard nervously. "It's a—" "Where did you get that, Rubius?" asked Ron, bending down to the fire to look more closely at the egg. "That must have cost you a fortune." "I won. Last night. I was in the village having a few drinks and got into a little game of cards with a stranger. I think he was pretty happy to get rid of the egg, to be honest." "But what are you going to do with it once it hatches?" asked Hermione. "Well, I've been reading a bit," said Hagrid, taking a large book from under his pillow. "I picked this one up at the library, Raising Dragons as a Pleasure and Source of Income. It's a bit out of date, of course, but it's all here. Keep the egg on the fire because the mothers breathe fire on them, you know? And when it hatches, give it a bucket of brandy mixed with hen's blood every half hour. And look here. How to tell the different eggs. And this one's a Norwegian dragon. They're rare ones." He seemed very pleased with himself, but Hermione didn't. "Rubius, you live in a log cabin," she reminded him. But Hagrid didn't even listen. He was humming happily as he fanned the fire. It must have been 3 or 4 days before Harry met Hedwig flying up to him in the Great Hall, handing him a short note in exchange for a slice of bacon. It was a bit scrawly, but he understood clearly. "It's breaking." It was enough to send him out of the castle as soon as the morning free period was announced by the school's enchanted siren, Adrian, Ron, and Granger having had the same idea as him. Ron and Granger argued all the way to the edge of the forest, where Hagrid greeted them at the door of his cabin, looking red-faced and excited. "It's almost broken." He led them inside. The egg was on the table. It had deep cracks. Something was moving inside it. It was making a funny little noise. Everyone pulled their chairs up to the table and watched with bated breath. Suddenly there was a scratching sound and the egg cracked open. The baby dragon fell limply onto the table. It wasn't exactly pretty. Harry thought it looked like a crumpled black umbrella. Its spiny wings were huge in contrast to its thin black body, and it had a long snout with wide nostrils, stubs of horns, and bulging orange eyes. It sneezed. Sparks flew from its snout. "Isn't he beautiful?" muttered Hagrid. He reached out to stroke the dragon's head. The creature tried to bite his fingers, baring its sharp fangs. "God bless him. Look, he knows his mother," exclaimed Hagrid. Rubius asked Hermione, "Exactly how fast does a Norwegian dragon grow?" Hagrid was about to respond when the color suddenly drained from his face. He jumped up and ran to the window. What it was? Someone was peeking through the crack in the curtains. "A boy is running back to school." Adrian rushed to the door and peered out. Even from a distance, there was no mistaking it. Malfoy had seen the dragon. The little rascal had been particularly annoying for the rest of the week, always making a smug face around Adrian and his friends. Harry's lack of reaction seemed to discourage him from trying to make that kind of expression for him, but the cold, nervous face was just as ugly to look at. The children spent a lot of time during these days trying to convince Hagrid. "Let the dragon go," Adrian insisted. "Let him go." "I can't," said Hagrid. "He is very small. He'd die." They looked at the dragon. It had grown 3 times its length in a week. Smoke kept coming out of its nostrils. Hagrid wasn't doing his gamekeeping duties because the dragon was keeping him too busy. There were empty brandy bottles and chicken feathers all over the floor. "I've decided to call him Norbert," Hagrid announced, looking at the dragon with dreamy eyes. "He really knows who I am. Look, Norbert. Norbert. Where's Mummy?" Harry ended up being more of a mother to the dragon who he discovered was Norberta than Hagrid himself, the lazybones jumping onto his lap whenever he sat near the table and spraying him with sparks each time. Granger still seemed particularly shocked by the dragon's behavior, although much more relaxed that he was able to hold the creature while they distracted themselves. The problem was that when the concern for the baby dragon was contained, it was always replaced by the concern that others gave in their free time. Ron and Adrian's idea of smuggling a dragon with Charlie Weasley was definitely the one he was missing. "Professor Kettleburn?" he questioned openly in the staff room, looking for the care of magical creatures professor with his eyes. "Yes?" An old man, more metal and band than man, raised his head at the call. "One word, please. It's an urgent matter." The professor happily accepted his words, following him out of the staff room and walking a little to a more secluded corner. "Well, boy?" Kettleburn questioned. If there was a dragon at Hogwarts, would you collect it for use in class and send it to a reserve?" Harry could see the light of realization slip across the professor's face. He waved his wand quickly in the air, a seeming privacy barrier covering them. Kettleburn's remaining eye fixed on Harry, and he asked in a very tired voice, "What did Hagrid do this time?" Harry unfortunately ended up confirming his hunch. "I already knew what you four planned." Professor McGonagall had a much sterner expression than usual. "Honestly, eloping with an illegal dragon? God knows I expected this from Hagrid in the most affectionate way possible, but how did you guys think that was a good idea?" "Easy. It wasn't a good idea. I've already caught Mr. Malfoy for his part in this plan. That he thought he could escape just by informing me was very innocent. Now, you four, I want you to know that you will serve detention and lose 25 points." 25? Granger hissed. Harry didn't think it was so bad. 25 each, Professor McGonagall added sharply. "Oh, Professor, please, you can't. Don't tell me what I can and can't, Adrian Potter. Now go to your dormitories. You'll be notified of your detentions later." The Gryffindors left the deputy headmistress's office looking very downcast, having lost 75 points in one fell swoop to Gryffindor. They had surely dropped to third place. Slytherin had now dropped to second place, having lost 50 points to Harry and Draco. Ravenclaw ended up being the only one happy with the whole situation. Wednesday finally arrived with a rather uncomfortable note arriving for Harry shortly after he had sat down at the table. "Your detention will begin at 11 p.m. Wait for Mr. Filch in the entrance hall. Professor Minerva." Harry couldn't do much but accept. Draco seemed to want to retreat into himself as Daphne and Tracy began to whisper about the detention note he had received, reopening the case of Slytherin's recent point loss. Harry didn't really feel sorry for Draco for the sudden discomfort he had faced in the dungeons since last week. It was solely his fault for the loss of points. After all, when it was 10:50 p.m., Harry went up to the ground floor. Filch was already there, with Mrs. Norris in his arms. Harry noticed now that the caretaker had one eye socket higher on his face than the other. "What?" the old man asked Harry sharply. "Nothing. Malfoy arrived just before 11 p.m., and Adrian, Ron and Hermione arrived about 5 minutes later, although Filch didn't seem to mind." "Follow me," said Filch, lighting a lantern and leading them outside. "I bet you'll think twice before disobeying school rules again, right?" he said mockingly. Yes. Hard work and pain are the best teachers, if you want to know. It's a shame they suspended the old punishments, hanging the student from the ceiling by the wrists for a few days. I still have the chains in my room. I keep them oiled in case you need them. All right, here we go. And don't even think about running away now. It will be worse for you if you do." "I wish you wouldn't threaten us," Mr. Caretaker Harry said coldly, narrowing his eyes at Filch and frowning at Hermione's frightened expression. Filch ignored this, maintaining his relative good humor as they walked through the castle grounds. The moon was shining, but the clouds passing over it cast them into darkness. Ahead, Harry could see the illuminated windows of Hagrid's hut. Then they heard a distant shout. "Is that you, Filch? Come on, I want to get started." Harry's mood improved. If they were going to work with Hagrid, then it wouldn't be so bad. His relief must have shown on his face, because Filch spoke. "I think you're thinking you're going to have fun with that, Git? Well, think again, boy. It is to the forest that you are going, and I will be very mistaken if you return in one piece." At this, Ron let out a groan and Malfoy froze. "The forest?" he repeated, and he didn't sound as calm as usual. "We can't go in there at night. There are all kinds of things there. Werewolves, I heard." "That's what you think, isn't it?" said Filch, his voice shrill with satisfaction. "You should have thought about werewolves before getting into trouble, don't you think?" Hagrid walked out of the dark towards them, with Fong at his heels. He was carrying a large bow and a quiver of arrows slung over his shoulder. "Finally. I've been waiting for half an hour. What's up, kids?" "I wouldn't be so nice to them," Hagrid said Filch coolly. "After all, they're here to be punished." "That's why you're late, isn't it?" said Hagrid, making a face. "You've been giving them a hard time, haven't you? That's not your job. You've done your bit. I'll take it from here." "I'll be back at dawn to collect the rest of them," said Filch, meanly, turning round and returning to the castle, swinging his lantern in the darkness. Malfoy then turned to Hagrid. "I'm not going into that forest," he said, and Harry was glad to hear the note of panic in his voice. "Yes, you will. If you want to stay at Hogwarts, said Hagrid fiercely. You acted badly, and now you have to pay for what you did. But that's something for employees and not for students. I thought we were going to make a copy or something like that. If my dad finds out I'm doing this, he'll tell you that's how it is at Hogwarts, Hagrid growled. Make a copy. What is it for? You'll do something useful, or you'll leave the school. And if you think your father would prefer you to be expelled, then go back to the castle and pack your things. Come on. Malfoy didn't move. He glared at Hagrid, then looked down. Very well then, said Hagrid. Now pay attention, because what we're going to do tonight is dangerous, and I don't want anyone putting themselves at risk. Come over here with me. He led them to the edge of the forest. Raising his torch high, he pointed to a meandering trail that disappeared through the dark trees. A light breeze lifted the boys' hair as they turned towards the forest. Look over there. Do you see that shiny thing on the ground? A silver color? That's unicorn blood. There's a unicorn over there that's been seriously injured by something. It's the second time this week. I found a dead one last Wednesday. Let's try and find the poor thing. Maybe we need to put it out of its misery. What if the thing that hurt the unicorn finds us first? Malfoy asked, unable to contain the fear in his voice. There's no living creature in the forest that's going to hurt you if you're with me and Fong. And follow the trail. All right, now, let's split up into two groups and follow the trail in opposite directions. There's blood everywhere. It must have been staggering at least since last night. I want Fong, said Malfoy quickly, looking at Fong's teeth. Very well, but I warn you, he's a coward. So me, Harry and Adrian will go this way and Draco, Ron, Hermione and Fong that way. Now, if any of us finds the unicorn, we'll shoot green sparks into the air. Okay? Grab your wands and start practicing now, like this. And if anyone gets tangled up, shoot red sparks, and we'll all go and look for them. So watch out. Let's go. The forest was dark and silent. Walking through it, they came to a fork in the road, the groups splitting up. Hagrid's group walked in silence, their eyes on the ground. Here and there a ray of moonlight penetrated through the branches and illuminated a silver bloodstain on the fallen leaves. Harry saw that Hagrid looked very worried. Is it possible that a werewolf is killing the unicorns? He asked. Not that quickly. It's not easy to kill a unicorn. They're powerful magical creatures. I've never heard of one being harmed before. They passed a tree stump covered in moss. Harry heard water running. There must have been a stream nearby. They could still see unicorn bloodstains here and there along the meandering trail. Are you okay, Adrian? Whispered Hagrid. Don't worry. It can't have got far if it's so badly hurt, and then we can. Behind that tree. Hagrid grabbed Harry and Adrian and led them off the path and behind a huge oak tree. He pulled out an arrow and fitted it to his bow, then raised it, ready to shoot. The three of them sharpened their ears. Something slid through the dead leaves nearby. It sounded like a cloak dragging on the ground. Hagrid squinted to see the dark path ahead, but after a few seconds the noise disappeared. I knew it, he muttered. Something's out of place here. A werewolf? Suggested Harry. That wasn't a werewolf, and it wasn't a unicorn either, said Hagrid seriously. Very well, follow me, but be careful now. They continued walking more slowly, their ears listening for the slightest noise. Suddenly, something in the clearing ahead. Something was definitely moving. Who's there? Called Hagrid. Come out. I'm armed. And a figure appeared in the clearing. Was it a man or a horse? Up to his waist, a man, with red hair and beard. But from the waist down he was a shining brown horse with a long, reddish tail. Harry and Adrian's jaws dropped. Ah, it's you, Ronan, exclaimed Hagrid, relieved. How are you? He stepped forward and shook the centaur's hand. Good night to you, Hagrid said. Ronan. His voice was deep and sad. Were you going to shoot me? You can never be too careful, Ronan said. Hagrid, patting his bow. There's something loose in this forest. Oh yes, this is Harry and Adrian Potter, students from the school. And this is Ronan. He's a centaur. I see, said Adrian in a weak voice. Good evening, said Ronan. You're students, right? And do you learn much at school? A little, replied Adrian, strangely shy. A little. Well, that's something, sighed Ronan. Then he threw his head back and gazed at the sky. Mars is bright today. Yes, said Hagrid, looking up at the sky too. Look, It's a good thing we met, Ronan, because there's a wounded unicorn. Did you see anything? Ronan didn't answer immediately. He continued to look up without blinking and then sighed again. The innocent are always the first victims. It was like that in the past. It's like that now. Yeah, but did you see anything, Ronan? Anything unusual? Mars is bright today, Ronan repeated as Hagrid watched him impatiently. An abnormal brightness. Yes, but I'm referring to something closer to the Earth. Didn't you notice anything strange? Violence, Harry said suddenly, drawing attention to himself. What? Adrian asked. Violence, Harry felt a strange pressure in his chest and a dryness in his throat. Evil. Ronan smiled gently at Harry, nodding slightly. The pressure slid down his chest and into his stomach, settling like a stone. Suddenly, however, another rustling sounded in the trees, causing Hagrid to draw his bow and draw it with practiced dexterity, aiming for the shadow in the undergrowth and shielding himself with his own body in front of the boys. Another centaur stepped out from the trees. Hello, Bane, Hagrid said. How are you? Good evening, Hagrid. You're doing well, I hope? Pretty well. Look, I was just asking Ronan. Have you seen anything strange around here lately? It's just that a unicorn was injured. Do you know anything? Bane went to stand next to Ronan. He looked up at the sky. Mars is bright today, he said simply. We already know, said Hagrid, irritated. Well, if one of you sees anything, please let me know. Let's go then. Harry and Adrian walked out of the clearing with him, peering over their shoulders at Ronan and Bane until the trees blocked their view. Never, said Hagrid, irritated, try to get a straight answer from a centaur. They're always staring at the stars. They're not interested in anything closer than the moon. And are there many of them here? Adrian asked. Oh, quite a few. They live in isolation most of the time, but they're kind enough to show up when I need a word. They're intelligent, you see. Centaurs, they know things. They just don't talk much. Do you think that was a centaur we heard earlier? Said Harry. Did you think it was hoofbeats? No. If you ask me, that's what's been killing the unicorns. I've never heard anything like it before. And they continued walking through the dense, dark forest. Harry kept glancing nervously over his shoulder. He had the uneasy feeling that someone was watching them. He was glad that they had Hagrid and his bow with them. They had just rounded a bend in the path when Adrian grabbed Hagrid's arm. Rubeus. Look, red sparks. Others are in trouble. You two wait here. Hagrid shouted. Stay on the trail. I'll be back to catch you. They heard him break through the bush and they stood there looking at each other, very scared, until they could hear nothing around them except the rustling of the trees. Do you think they are hurt? Adrian whispered. I don't mind Malfoy, but Hermione and Ron. The minutes dragged by. Their ears seemed sharper than usual. Harry seemed to be registering every sigh of the wind, every twig that snapped. What was happening? Where were the others? Finally, a loud rustling of grass announced Hagrid's return. Malfoy, Ron, Hermione, and Fong were with him. Hagrid was furious. Malfoy, it seemed, had been late and grabbed Ron from behind to scare him. Ron had gotten scared and sent the signal. We'll be lucky if we catch anything now, with the racket you made. Okay, let's switch groups. Adrian, you, Ron and Hermione stay with me. Harry, you with Fong and this idiot. I'm sorry, Hagrid added to Harry in a whisper, but it's going to be harder for him to scare you, and we need to finish our job. Then Harry walked into the heart of the forest with Malfoy and Fong. They walked for nearly half an hour, going deeper and deeper, until the path became impassable because the trees were growing too close together. There were splashes at the roots of one tree, as if the poor creature had been struggling in pain there. Harry could see a clearing ahead, through the tangled branches of an old oak. Look, he murmured, raising his arm to stop Malfoy. It was the unicorn, skin so white it would make last winter's snow pale and ashamed, mane as silver as the brightest full moon. Its hooves were golden, looking as if they were made of the purest gold possible. Long, thin legs, elegant in a strange way, stretched out at strange angles. A long cut near the neck bathed in silver liquid, more opaque than the drops they found on the way, was dead. A beautiful and artistic existence even in death. Harry felt the pressure unwind through his arms and rise to his head, heat burning his skin. He had never felt so much sadness in his life as he did now. He took a step forward, but a slithering sound made him freeze where he stood. A bush at the edge of the clearing trembled. Then, from the shadows came a hooded figure that crawled on all fours across the ground like a hunting beast. Harry, Malfoy, and Fong stood transfixed. The hooded figure approached the unicorn, lowered its head over the wound on the animal's side, and began to drink its blood. Ah! Malfoy let out a terrible scream and fell backwards, Fong cowering on the ground in fear. The hooded figure lifted his head and looked directly at Harry, the unicorn's blood running down his chest. Heat burned beneath the boy's skin. His jaw clenched without his permission and cold anger seeped through him. "Reducto!" he shouted angrily, pointing his wand at the disgusting thing. The curse hit it in the chest, sending it spinning backwards. Harry's fury at seeing it not disintegrate under the spell radiated through him like fire. Flipendotria, golden sparks cut through the air like a gale of sand, hitting the hooded abomination and sending it rolling across the floor. Harry turned his head to check on Draco, only to realize that he had fled. Fong chose the same path. It was relieving to know that they were no longer there. When he turned again, the figure was terrifyingly close to him, cutting across the path with an apparent thirst for destruction. Harry felt a fresh wave of heat, but hooves behind him, galloping, made him freeze, and he saw something leap over him, charging at the figure. It was a centaur. It wasn't Ronan or Bane. The latter looked younger, had silver blonde hair and a bay body. "Are you okay?" asked the centaur, staring at Harry as the boy seemed to slow down his frenzy. "I am, thank you. What was that?" The centaur did not answer. He had astonishing blue eyes, like very clear sapphires. He looked at him carefully, lingering on his forehead for some reason. "You are the Potter boy. You had better get back to Hagrid. The forest is not safe at this hour, even for you. Do you know how to ride? It will be faster. My name is Firenze," he added as he bent his front legs so Harry could climb on his back. Suddenly, they heard the sound of galloping horses coming from the other side of the clearing. Ronan and Bane burst out of the trees, their flanks heaving and sweating. "Firenze!" Bane thundered. "What are you doing? You're carrying a human. Have you no shame? Are you a mule? Do you know who he is?" replied Firenze. "It's the Potter boy. The quicker he leaves the forest, the better." "What have you been telling him?" growled Bane. "Remember, Firenze, we swore never to disagree with the heavens. Haven't you read what will happen in the movements of the planets?" Ronan pawed the ground nervously. "I'm sure Firenze thought he was doing his best," he said in a somber tone. Bane kicked in anger. "Doing the best? What does that have to do with us? Centaurs care about what's been predicted. It's not our job to run around like donkeys collecting humans lost in our forest." Firenze suddenly reared up on his hind legs in anger, so that Harry had to grab onto his shoulders to keep from falling. "You didn't see the unicorn?" Firenze shouted to Bane. "Don't you understand why he was killed? Or have the planets not told you this secret? I took a stand against what is prowling the forest, Bane. Yes, I took a stand alongside the humans if necessary." And Firenze turned quickly to leave. With Harry holding on as best he could, they plunged into the trees, leaving Ronan and Bane behind. Harry had no idea what was happening. "Why is Bane so angry?" he asked. "What was that thing you saved me from?" Firenze slowed his pace, warning Harry to keep his head down to avoid the low-hanging branches, but he did not answer the question. They continued through the trees in silence for so long that Harry thought Firenze no longer wanted to speak to him. They were passing through a particularly dense patch of forest when Firenze stopped suddenly. "Harry Potter, do you know what unicorn blood is used for?" "No," said Harry, surprised by the strange question. "We only use the horn and tail in potions class. Because it is a monstrous thing to kill a unicorn. Only someone who has nothing to lose and everything to gain would commit such a crime. Unicorn blood keeps a person alive, even when they are on the brink of death, but at a terrible price. They killed something pure and defenseless to save themselves and will only have a half-life, a cursed life, from the moment the blood touches their lips." Harry stared at the back of Firenze's neck, which was silver with moonlight. But who would be so desperate? He wondered aloud. "If one is to be cursed forever, it is preferable to die, isn't it?" "Yes," agreed Firenze, unless one needs to stay alive long enough to drink something else, something that will restore one's full strength and power, something that will mean one can never die. Mr. Potter, do you know what is hidden in your school right now? The Philosopher's Stone. Of course, the elixir of life. But I don't understand who. Can't you think of anyone who has waited many years to regain power, who has clung to life, waiting for a chance? The heat is gone. The pressure disappeared completely, leaving a sense of numbness in its place. He could remember what his godfather had once said. The ministry is foolish, Harry. They accepted the excuse of using Imperio to wipe the asses of those who worked for them. They should know better than to trust a dead person who doesn't leave a body behind. Are you saying, Harry said hoarsely, that was Vol? Harry, are you okay? Adrian was running towards them along the trail. Hagrid was following him panting. I'm fine, said Harry, without even knowing what he was saying. The unicorn is dead, Hagrid. It's in that clearing back there. This is where I leave you, Firenze muttered as Hagrid ran to examine the unicorn. It's safe now. Harry slid off his back. Good luck, Harry Potter, Firenze said. The planets have been misunderstood before, even by centaurs. I hope that's what's happening now. He turned and trotted into the forest, leaving a shivering Harry behind. If there was ever a time when Harry felt anxious in his life, it was undoubtedly the time when he was taking his final exams in his first year at Hogwarts. The discovery he had in the Forbidden Forest that Voldemort was stalking Hogwarts in search of a way to regain his power was the most frightening thing he had ever contemplated in his 11 years of life. He kept looking over his shoulder whenever he heard the noise of the other students around him, and he avoided walking the corridors alone or letting his classmates walk by as much as possible. Neville had certainly heard more from him in a few days than he had heard from his grandmother in years, although the poor guy didn't even know why. The only things that comforted him were the knowledge that the infernal Cerberus was still alive and guarding the forbidden wing of the third floor courtesy of Ron's loose tongue, and hearing from Hagrid that there had been no new attacks on unicorns. The protective runes that he clumsily carved into a necklace for his personal use also served as a morale booster. The days passed slowly, a scorching heat taking over the spring freshness, especially in the written exam room. The students had been given special new quills to write their exams, previously enchanted with an anti-cheating charm. There were practical exams, too. Professor Flitwick called them into the classroom one by one to see if they could make a pineapple tap dance on the table. Professor McGonagall watched them turn a mouse into a snuff box and awarded points for how pretty the box was, and deducted points for having whiskers on it. Snape made them nervous, breathing down their necks as they tried to remember how to make the forgetfulness potion. The last exam, the history of magic, consisted of an hour of answering questions about old, dotty wizards who invented self-stirring cauldrons, followed by a glorious week-long break for the results to come out. Harry thought that Slytherin as a whole, with the reasonable exception of the 7th years, who were crying half out of exhaustion, half out of relief, and half out of despair, felt profound relief when the exams were over. McDougal seemed somewhat resigned to whatever might come, while Blaise Zabini refused to express anything. Pansy Parkinson's nervousness was to be expected, as was Tracy Davis's, but Draco Malfoy's reaction was more intriguing. The boy looked neither relieved, nor resigned, nor disturbed. For some time now he had been in a strange stillness, sitting with Crabbe and Goyle in silence, as unobtrusively as he could manage, and then quickly leaving to do whatever he had to do. It was certainly a singular sight, considering the boy's behavior throughout the school year. Harry's peace, unfortunately, lasted much less than a week. Explain exactly how or why we're here, he whispered harshly, squeezing himself together with Adrian, Ron and Hermione under the Potter family's invisibility cloak. Hagrid told Fluffy's secret, Adrian whispered to him. The person who gave him the dragon egg. They knows how to get past the dog. That information definitely made Harry widen his eyes. Bloody hell, his mouth went dry instantly. Let's go see a professor. Now, we already went after Professor McGonagall. There was a certain resentment in Hermione's tone. She didn't believe that anyone would try to steal the stone. In the future, Harry could say that his brain had momentarily collapsed at that moment. When the door to the Forbidden Wing opened, a small creak sounded from the old hinges, followed by a low growl. The dog's 3 noses sniffed furiously in its direction, even though it couldn't see them. What's that on his feet? Hermione whispered. It looks like a harp, said Ron. He wakes up the moment the harp stops playing, said Adrian. Well, here goes. He lifted Hagrid's flute to his lips and blew. It wasn't really a song, but at the first notes the beast's eyes began to close. Adrian didn't even catch his breath. Slowly, the dog's growling stopped. He swayed on his paws and fell to his knees, then lay down on the floor, completely asleep. Keep playing, Ron warned Adrian as they got out from under the cloak and slid towards the trapdoor. They felt the dog's hot, stinking breath as it approached their large heads. I think we'll be able to open the door, Ron said, peering over the dog's back. Do you want to go in first, Hermione? No, I don't. Okay. Ron gritted his teeth and cautiously walked past the dog's legs. And bending down, he pulled the trapdoor ring, which opened. What are you seeing? Asked Hermione, anxiously. Nothing, just darkness. There's no way down. We'll have to jump. Adrian, who was still playing the flute, motioned to Ron to get his attention and pointed to himself. Do you want to go first? Are you sure? Said Ron. I don't know how deep this thing is. Gives the flute to Hermione to keep Fluffy asleep. Adrian handed her the flute. In those few minutes of silence, the dog growled and stirred, but the moment Hermione began to play, he fell back into a deep sleep. Harry stepped over Fluffy with his brother and peered through the trapdoor. He didn't even see a sign of the bottom. Adrian lowered himself through the hole until he was hanging by his fingertips. Then he looked up at his brother and said, If anything happens to me, don't follow me. Go straight to the Ollery and send Hedwig to Dumbledore. Okay? Okay. See you in a bit, I hope? Adrian let go of his fingers and fell into the dark tunnel. I'm fine. The fall is soft, you can go down, was what he said. Although Harry couldn't hear him coming at the end, Ron stepped forward before Harry could move and threw himself into the tunnel in a clumsy manner. Harry wanted to clutch his temple, but he just looked at Hermione, nodded, and sat down on the ground, pushing himself into the tunnel. It was a very quick descent. There was no wind to hit his face, but he still couldn't see anything in the pitch black. When he stopped feeling himself sliding through the tunnel, he found himself being thrown through the air and landing on something neither rigid nor malleable, and definitely not soft, unlike what Adrian said before. At least he didn't hurt himself. The distant music stopped. There was a loud bark from the dog, but Hermione had already jumped. She fell to Harry's side. We must be miles below the school, he commented. It's really lucky this plant is here, said Ron. Lucky? Hermione shouted. Just look at you guys. She jumped to her feet and struggled to reach the damp wall. She had to struggle because, as soon as she reached the bottom, the plant began to wrap itself like the tendrils of a creeper around her ankles. As for Adrian and Ron, their legs had already been tightly bound by long branches without them even realizing it. Harry saw that he was also being wrapped, but didn't seem to think there was any danger. Hermione had managed to pull away before the plant could really get a hold of her. Now she watched in horror as the boys struggled to get free of the plant, but the harder they struggled, the faster and tighter the plant wrapped around them. Harry didn't seem to be struggling at all. Stop moving, said Hermione. I know what it is. It's a devil's snare. Oh, I'm so glad you know what it's called. It's a big help, Ron grumbled, trying to stop the plant from wrapping itself around his neck. Shut up. I'm trying to remember how to kill her, said Hermione. Well, hurry up, I can't breathe, panted Adrian, struggling with the plant that was curled around his chest. Devil's snare, devil's snare. What did Professor Sprout say? Likes the humidity and darkness. Then start a fire, choked Adrian. Yes, of course, but there's no wood. Hermione lamented, wringing her hands. Have you gone crazy? Screamed Ron. Are you a witch or not? Oh, right, said Hermione and, pulling out her wand, shook it, mumbled something, and sent a jet of blue flames towards the plants. Within seconds, both boys felt the plant go limp and shrink away from the light and heat. Twisting, it unwound itself from their bodies, and they were able to stand up. It's lucky you pay attention to herbology classes, Hermione said Adrian, as he joined her at the foot of the wall, wiping the sweat from his face. Yes, commented Ron, and it's lucky that Adrian doesn't lose his head in a crisis. There's no wood, frankly. That way, said Harry, pointing down a stone corridor that was the only way forward. All they could hear above their footsteps was the muffled dripping of water running down the wall. As the corridor began to narrow, Harry thought absently of the paths that led to the vaults at Gringotts, and the myth that dragons guarded the lower vaults. Perhaps they would find Norberta guarding something here? Are you hearing anything? Ron whispered. Harry strained his ears. A rustling sound and a metallic clang seemed to be coming from further ahead. Do you think it's a ghost? Adrian whispered. I don't know. They look like wings to me. There's light ahead. I can see something moving. They reached the end of the corridor and came across a brightly lit chamber with a vaulted ceiling overhead. It was full of tiny birds, shining like jewels, that fluttered and collided around the room. On the opposite side of the chamber was a heavy wooden door. Do you think they'll attack us if we go through the chamber? Viron asked. Probably, Harry replied. They don't look very angry, but I suppose if they all dove in at the same time. Well, Adrian said, there's no way around it. I'll run. The boy took a deep breath, covered his face with his arms, and ran across the chamber. He expected to feel sharp beaks and claws attacking him at any moment, but nothing happened. He reached the door and tried to open it, only to find it locked. The other 3 children crossed cautiously under the glowing birds, joining Adrian. Ron and Harry helped try to force the door open, but it wouldn't budge. Alohomora. Hermione waved at the door, which did not react. And now? What now? Ron asked. Those birds? They can't just be here for show, said Hermione. They watched the birds flying overhead. Shining? They're not birds. Adrian suddenly exclaimed. They are keys. Wing keys. Look closely. So that must mean. And he looked around the chamber while the other 2 squinted to see the bunch of keys at the top. Yeah, look. Broomsticks. We have to get the door key. Harry disagreed with this approach. Reducto. The door disintegrated in an instant, leaving a pile of brown dust in its place. The others stared at him. What? It was faster. Thinking it best not to get into the merits of this, they continued on their way. The next chamber was very dark. They had to walk a little way inside until the torches on the walls came on to reveal a huge, luxurious chessboard. They were behind the black pieces, which looked like they were made of stone. None of the pieces had any expression on their faces. Now what are we going to do? Adrian whispered. It's obvious, isn't it? Harry said. We have to play to get to the other side of the chamber. Behind the white pieces they could see another door. How? Hermione asked nervously. I think we'll have to turn pieces. It was an exciting game, albeit for all the wrong reasons. Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Adrian climbed onto the board and each took the place of a piece. Ron became a knight, Adrian a bishop, and Hermione and Harry were rooks. It was slightly disconcerting to see a knight being blown up by the White Queen right in front of Harry, who narrowly avoided being hit by the statue's throne. There was a moment when a decision needed to be made. Ron whispered softly, It's the way. I need to sacrifice myself. No. Adrian and Hermione shouted. This is chess, retorted Ron. One has to make some sacrifices. I step forward and she eats me. That leaves you free to checkmate the king, Adrian. But do you want to save the stone or not? And the sacrifice was made. Ron was thrown off the board by the force of the blow the queen gave the stone knight he was riding, making him hit one of the walls and fall to the ground dry. What if He's going to be fine, Adrian said, trying to convince himself. What do you think will happen now? We had Sprout spell, the devil's snare. Flitwick must have enchanted the keys. McGonagall transfigured the chess pieces to life. All that's missing is Quirrell's spell and Snape's. Hermione whispered, her voice hoarse. They had reached the other door. All right? Harry whispered. Let's go. Harry pushed the door open. A horrible stench entered their nostrils, making them both pull their robes up over their noses. Eyes watering, they saw, lying on the floor before them, a troll even larger than the one they had fought, unconscious and with a bloody lump on its head. I'm glad we don't have to fight this one, Harry whispered, as they cautiously jumped over the troll's massive leg. Come on, I can't breathe. Adrian opened the next door, and the 3 of them barely dared to look at what was coming next, but there was nothing too scary there, just a table and 7 different shaped bottles in a row on it. It's Snape, said Harry. What do we have to do? As they crossed the threshold, flames immediately erupted behind them. And they weren't ordinary flames, either. They were purple. At the same time, black flames appeared at the door ahead. They were trapped. Look. Hermione picked up a roll of paper that was next to the bottles. Harry looked over her shoulder to read the paper. Danger awaits you ahead. Safety is behind. 2 of us will help you find what you want to find. 1 of the 7 will let you go on. The other will take back whoever drinks it. 2 of us will hold nettle wine. 3 of us wait in line to kill you. Choose, or you will stay here forever. And to help you, we give you 4 clues. First, no matter how hidden the poison, you will always find one to the left of the nettle wine. Second, the bottles on each side are different, but if you want to go forward, none is your friend. Third, it is clear that we are different sizes. Neither dwarf nor giantess carries death in their belly. Fourth, the second on the left and the second on the right. They are twins to the taste, though different to the sight. Hermione let out a huge sigh, and Harry, perplexed, saw her smile, the last thing he felt like doing. Brilliant, she said. This is not magic. It is logic, a charade. Most great wizards don't have a shred of logic. They would be stuck here forever. I imagine that would be offensive. Oh, shut up. Give me a minute. Hermione read the paper several times. Then she looked up and down the row of bottles, muttering to herself and pointing at the bottles. Finally, she clapped. I already know. The smaller bottle will get us through the black flames, towards the stone. Harry aimed at the smaller bottle. There's only enough for 2 sips there. They looked at each other. Which one will get you back through the purple flames? Adrian asked. Hermione pointed to a rounded bottle at the right end of the line. You drink this one, said Adrian. Now listen, go back and get Ron, and get broomsticks from the wing key chamber. They'll take you out of the trapdoor and over Fluffy. Go straight to the Ollery and send Hedwig to Dumbledore. We need him. Maybe Harry and I can hold off Snape for a while, but we're no match for him. Harry raised an eyebrow but didn't say anything. Hermione's mouth twitched, and she suddenly ran to the boys and hugged them. Hermione, Adrian hissed. You are great wizards, you know? I'm not as good as you, Adrian said, very embarrassed, when she let go of him. Me, books, and intelligence. There are more important things, friendship and bravery and… Oh, be careful. You drink first, said Harry. You're sure which is which, aren't you? Positive. She took a long drink from the rounded-end bottle and shivered. Isn't it poison? Asked Harry, doubtfully. No, but it looks like ice. Go quickly before the effect wears off. Adrian said anxiously. Good luck. Take care. Go. Hermione turned and walked straight through the purple flames. Harry picked up the smallest of the 7 vials and took a sip of the potion, handing the rest to Adrian. It tasted like ice. Exchanging glances, they both nodded, took a deep breath, and stepped through the black flames to the door ahead. It was certainly an odd feeling. The room that followed was wide, very Euclidean, and the color of sawdust on all sides. There were 4 wide rectangular stone pilasters at each end of the room, being completely empty of anything other than an immense dirty mirror in the middle of the room and the turbaned figure of Professor Quirrell, who seemed to be analyzing his own reflection. You, Adrian exclaimed, right in Harry's ear. Quirrell smiled. His face was completely unmarked. Me, he said calmly. I've been wondering if I'd find you here, Potter, but I thought… Snape. Severus? Quirrell laughed, and it wasn't the usual shaky laugh. It was cold and sharp. Yes, Severo is the type, isn't he? So useful to have him fluttering around like a bat. Next to him, who would suspect the poor little stuttering P-prof? Quirrell. Adrian didn't seem to be able to assimilate. Harry didn't either, although only because the professor didn't stutter. But Snape tried to kill me. Adrian shouted again, this time irritating Harry a little. No, no, no. I tried to kill him. Your brother, Harry, cast a nullification charm on your broom, and at the same time your friend Hermione Granger pushed me as she ran to set Severus's cloak on fire. She interrupted my eye contact with you. I would have managed to knock you down sooner if Snape hadn't been muttering a counterspell, trying to save you. Snape was trying to save me? Adrian seemed disconcerted. Of course, Quirrell said calmly. Why do you think he wanted to referee the next game? He was trying to make sure I didn't do it again. Which is actually funny. He didn't even need to bother. I couldn't have done anything with Dumbledore watching. All the other teachers thought Snape was trying to stop Gryffindor from winning. He'd actually managed to make himself unpopular. And what a waste of time, if I'm going to kill you tonight. Thick ropes appeared out of nowhere and wrapped themselves around Adrian, Harry jumping away before a new pair could grab him too. Ah, yes, Harry Potter. Quirrell looked at him, smiling. It's kind of funny that you almost did what I was trying to do. Having canceled the broom's flight, I suppose you had a lot of confidence in your brother's ability. Now, if you will allow me. Harry felt his feet being grabbed and pulled, throwing him to the ground. Vines emerged from the ground and tied him tightly. Now, remain silent while I examine this curious mirror. It was really curious, Harry had to admit. It was so tall that it almost reached the ceiling and as wide as a table. The surface seemed almost made of silver. This mirror is the key to finding the stone, Quirrell murmured, tapping the frame lightly. Dumbledore can be trusted to come up with something like that. But he's in London, and I'll be a long way away when he gets back. The only thing Adrian could think of was to keep Quirrell talking to stop him from concentrating on the mirror. I saw you and Snape in the forest, he said in one breath. I see, Quirrell said indifferently, turning the mirror around to examine the back. At that point, he had already realized my intentions and was trying to find out how far I had gone. He suspected me the whole time. He tried to scare me, as if it were possible, when I have Lord Voldemort by my side. Quirrell stepped out from behind the mirror and stared at it greedily. I see the stone. I am presenting it to my master. But where is it? Harry strained at the vines holding him, but they wouldn't budge. He was thinking about how to get out without Quirrell noticing. But Snape always seemed to hate me so much. Adrian spoke again. Ah, it's not exactly hate, said Quirrell, carelessly. He despises you. He studied at the same time as your father, you know? They despised each other. I imagine you're a lot like him. Severus must be trying to deflate your head. Harry could kind of agree with that. But I heard you sobbing a few days ago, sir. Adrian insisted. I thought Snape was threatening you. For the first time, a spasm of fear passed over Quirrell's face. Sometimes I have trouble following my master's instructions. He is a great wizard and I am weak. Do you mean to say that he was in the classroom with you? Adrian exclaimed, amazed. He is with me wherever I go, said Quirrell quietly. I met him when I was traveling around the world. I was a foolish boy then, full of ridiculous ideas about good and evil. Lord Voldemort showed me how wrong I was. There is no good or evil, there is only power, and those who are too weak to desire it. Since then, I have served him faithfully, even though I often disappoint him. That is why he has had to be very strict with me. Quirrell suddenly shivered. Does not forgive mistakes very easily. When I failed to steal the stone from Gringotts, he was very upset. He punished me. He decided to watch me more closely. Quirrell swore under his breath. I don't understand. Is the stone inside the mirror? Should I break it? Harry watched the professor from the corner of his eye, discreetly taking off his shoes and tugging at his feet, trying to twist them to fit through the ring of vines. What does the mirror do? How does it work? Help me, master. And to the twins' horror, a voice answered, and the voice seemed to come from Quirrell himself. Use the boy. Use the boy. Quirrell turned to Adrian. Yes, Potter, come here. And he clapped his hands once, and the ropes that held the boy fell. Adrian stood up slowly. Come here, Quirrell repeated. Look in the mirror and tell me what you see. Adrian walked over to him. Harry managed to free his left foot, then put more force on his right, ignoring the pain and redness. If he didn't move faster, Adrian would be alone in a possible fight against the professor. Well? Quirrell asked, impatiently, after a minute. What are you seeing? I see myself shaking Dumbledore's hand, Adrian said. Harry knew he was lying. I won. The house championship for Gryffindor. Quirrell swore again. Get out of my way, he said harshly, and Adrian walked away. But he had not taken 5 steps when a loud voice spoke, though Quirrell's lips were not moving. He's lying. He's lying. Potter, come back here. Quirrell shouted. Tell me the truth. What did you just see? The loud voice spoke again. Let me speak to him, face to face. Master, you are not strong enough. I am strong enough. For that, Adrian felt himself freeze, and Harry felt a strange sense of anxiety. When Quirrell's turban fell off, his head seemed oddly smaller without it, and the professor turned his back. Even the pain in Harry's feet seemed to dissipate. A feeling of agony gave way to his anxiety, followed by a strong impulse to pull his foot without any discretion. Where the back of Quirrell's head should have been, there was a face, the most horrible face Harry had ever seen. It was chalk-white with intense red eyes and slits for nostrils, like a snake's. "Adrian Potter," said the face. Adrian couldn't move, even facing the abominable thing on Quirrell's head. "Do you see what I've become?" said the face. "Just a vaporous shadow. I only have form when I can share someone's body, but there have always been people willing to let me into their hearts and minds. The unicorn's blood has strengthened me in these last few weeks. You saw faithful Quirrell drinking it for me in the forest, and once I have the elixir of life, I will be able to create a body of my own. Now, why don't you give me that stone in your pocket?" Harry stopped. He turned his head, facing the figure directly, even though it was not reciprocated, and burned with a sudden and violent hatred. Finally, he pulled his foot from the vine and began to crawl through the hole above his shoulders. "Don't be foolish, Voldemort," the demonic face that was growled when he saw Adrian staggering back. "Give me the stone. Save your life and unite with me." "Never." "Grab him," Voldemort shouted to Quirrell, who turned and walked towards Adrian to hold him. "Reducto," Harry shouted, pointing at Quirrell, who jumped at the last second. "You brat!" Quirrell was furious. "I should have killed you in the forest." "You should," Harry growled, casting another reducing curse. "You seem more intelligent than your brother," Voldemort's voice echoed, without seeing Harry. "You don't have to die here. Join me, Harry Potter, and you can gain everything you've ever dreamed of." "As if a ghost could give me anything," Harry said with a sneer, running to stand between Quirrell and Adrian. He could feel Voldemort's fury. "Kill them both and take the stone." "Quirinus," he ordered. "Why?" "Yes, master." The parasite's rage seemed to weaken Quirrell. The professor seemed to glide towards the two boys, countering Harry's spells and curses with his own wand. Panic filled the twins with every inch, and just as Quirrell was about to reach Harry, Adrian jumped forward and, in the best example of Muggle manners, punched Quirrell. "Eh!" Quirrell stumbled back, his face blistered as well. Adrian understood immediately. Quirrell could not touch his skin without suffering excruciating pain. His only chance was to overpower Quirrell, to cause him enough pain to stop him from casting spells. Harry saw his twin stand up and jump at Quirrell, grabbing him by the arm as hard as he could. Quirrell screamed and tried to free himself. Harry felt a pain shoot through his head. Violently, he couldn't see. He heard Quirrell's terrible screams and Voldemort's screams. "Kill him! Kill him!" The last thing he remembered was Adrian falling to the ground, and him throwing himself to catch his brother. When he opened his eyes again, he was startled by a sudden scream from Adrian. "Professor!" "The stone." That was Quirrell. He picked up the stone. "Professor," quickly. "Calm down, boy. You're a bit late." Quirrell didn't catch the stone. "So who got it?" "Professor." "I?" "Adrian, please relax or Madame Pomfrey will have me thrown out." Harry watched his brother swallow hard and settle into his bed. He seemed to finally realize that he was in the hospital wing, on a sickbed, next to a pile of sweets. "Gifts from your friends and admirers," clarified Dumbledore, smiling. "What happened in the dungeons between you and Professor Quirrell is an absolute secret. So, of course, the whole school already knows. I believe our friends, Mr. Fred and George Weasley, were responsible for trying to send him a toilet seat. I'm sure they thought you would find it funny. Madame Pomfrey, however, thought it might be unsanitary and confiscated it. How long have I been here?" 3 days. Mr. Ronald Weasley and Miss Granger will be very relieved that you have come to your senses. They were very worried." Harry swore under his breath from his seat, drawing attention to himself. Dumbledore smiled at him. "Ah, it seems Harry wanted to wake up too," the headmaster said, smiling, still staring at him. "I think 3 days is the limit, sir." Harry half tried to joke, although the notion of time still weighed on his head. "I suppose so." Dumbledore seemed a bit amused. Professor," Adrian called. "Yes, Adrian? What about the stone? I've seen that you don't let yourself be distracted." Harry snorted. "Very good." The stone. Professor Quirrell couldn't take it from you. I arrived in time to stop that from happening, although you were defending yourself quite well, I must say. Did you get there? Did you get Hermione's owl? We must have crossed paths in midair. As soon as I got to London, it became clear to me that the place I should be was where I had just come from. I got there in time to pull Quirrell off you. So it was you, sir. I was afraid I had arrived too late. Almost did. I couldn't have kept Quirrell away from the stone for much longer. Not from the stone, boy, from you. The effort you made almost killed you. For a terrible moment, I feared it had. As for the stone, it was destroyed. Destroyed. Harry gasped from his seat, suddenly stunned. After all that, Dumbledore chuckled. Well, Nicholas and I had a little talk and agreed that this was best. But that means he and his wife will die, doesn't it? Adrian questioned. They have enough elixir to get their affairs in order, and then, yes, they will die. Dumbledore smiled at the look of surprise on Adrian's face. For someone young like you, I'm sure this seems incredible, but for Nicholas and Perenelle, it's actually like going to bed after a very, very long day. After all, for the well-structured mind, death is just the next great adventure. You know, the stone wasn't such a good thing. All the money and life a person could want. The two things most human beings would choose first. The problem is that humans have the power to choose exactly the things that are worst for them. Harry was certainly hungry after that. If there was ever a time when Harry felt anxious in his life, it was undoubtedly the time when he was taking his final exams in his first year at Hogwarts. The discovery he had in the Forbidden Forest that Voldemort was stalking Hogwarts in search of a way to regain his power was the most frightening thing he had ever contemplated in his 11 years of life. He kept looking over his shoulder whenever he heard the noise of the other students around him, and he avoided walking the corridors alone or letting his classmates walk by as much as possible. Neville had certainly heard more from him in a few days than he had heard from his grandmother in years, although the poor guy didn't even know why. The only things that comforted him were the knowledge that the infernal Cerberus was still alive and guarding the forbidden wing of the third floor courtesy of Ron's loose tongue and hearing from Hagrid that there had been no new attacks on unicorns. The protective runes that he clumsily carved into a necklace for his personal use also served as a morale booster. The days passed slowly, a scorching heat taking over the spring freshness, especially in the written exam room. The students had been given special new quills to write their exams, previously enchanted with an anti-cheating charm. There were practical exams, too. Professor Flitwick called them into the classroom one by one to see if they could make a pineapple tap dance on the table. Professor McGonagall watched them turn a mouse into a snuff box and awarded points for how pretty the box was, and deducted points for having whiskers on it. Snape made them nervous, breathing down their necks as they tried to remember how to make the forgetfulness potion. The last exam, the history of magic, consisted of an hour of answering questions about old, dotty wizards who invented self-stirring cauldrons, followed by a glorious week-long break for the results to come out. Harry thought that Slytherin as a whole, with the reasonable exception of the 7th years, who were crying half out of exhaustion, half out of relief, and half out of despair, felt profound relief when the exams were over. McDougal seemed somewhat resigned to whatever might come, while Blaise Zabini refused to express anything. Pansy Parkinson's nervousness was to be expected, as was Tracy Davis's, but Draco Malfoy's reaction was more intriguing. The boy looked neither relieved, nor resigned, nor disturbed. For some time now he had been in a strange stillness, sitting with Crabbe and Goyle in silence, as unobtrusively as he could manage, and then quickly leaving to do whatever he had to do. It was certainly a singular sight, considering the boy's behavior throughout the school year. Harry's peace, unfortunately, lasted much less than a week. "Explain exactly how or why we're here," he whispered harshly, squeezing himself together with Adrian, Ron, and Hermione under the Potter family's invisibility cloak. Hagrid told Fluffy's secret. Adrian whispered to him. "The person who gave him the dragon egg. They knows how to get past the dog." That information definitely made Harry widen his eyes. Bloody hell, his mouth went dry instantly. "Let's go see a professor." Now, we already went after Professor McGonagall. There was a certain resentment in Hermione's tone. She didn't believe that anyone would try to steal the stone. In the future, Harry could say that his brain had momentarily collapsed at that moment. When the door to the Forbidden Wing opened, A small creak sounded from the old hinges, followed by a low growl. The dog's three noses sniffed furiously in its direction, even though it couldn't see them. "What's that on his feet?" Hermione whispered. "It looks like a harp," said Ron. "He wakes up the moment the harp stops playing," said Adrian. "Well, here goes." He lifted Hagrid's flute to his lips and blew. It wasn't really a song, but at the first notes the beast's eyes began to close. Adrian didn't even catch his breath. Slowly, the dog's growling stopped. He swayed on his paws and fell to his knees, then lay down on the floor, completely asleep. "Keep playing," Ron warned Adrian as they got out from under the cloak and slid towards the trapdoor. They felt the dog's hot, stinking breath as it approached their large heads. "I think we'll be able to open the door," Ron said, peering over the dog's back. "Do you want to go in first, Hermione?" "No, I don't." "Okay." Ron gritted his teeth and cautiously walked past the dog's legs. And bending down, he pulled the trapdoor ring, which opened. "What are you seeing?" asked Hermione, anxiously. "Nothing, just darkness. There's no way down. We'll have to jump." Adrian, who was still playing the flute, motioned to Ron to get his attention and pointed to himself. "Do you want to go first?" "Are you sure?" said Ron. "I don't know how deep this thing is." Gives the flute to Hermione to keep Fluffy asleep. Adrian handed her the flute. In those few minutes of silence, the dog growled and stirred, but the moment Hermione began to play, he fell back into a deep sleep. Harry stepped over Fluffy with his brother and peered through the trapdoor. He didn't even see a sign of the bottom. Adrian lowered himself through the hole until he was hanging by his fingertips. Then he looked up at his brother and said, "If anything happens to me, don't follow me. Go straight to the Ollery and send Hedwig to Dumbledore. Okay?" "Okay. See you in a bit, I hope." Adrian let go of his fingers and fell into the dark tunnel. "I'm fine. The fall is soft, you can go down," was what he said. Although Harry couldn't hear him coming at the end, Ron stepped forward before Harry could move and threw himself into the tunnel in a clumsy manner. Harry wanted to clutch his temple, but he just looked at Hermione, nodded, and sat down on the ground, pushing himself into the tunnel. It was a very quick descent. There was no wind to hit his face, but he still couldn't see anything in the pitch black. When he stopped feeling himself sliding through the tunnel, he found himself being thrown through the air and landing on something neither rigid nor malleable, and definitely not soft, unlike what Adrian said before. At least he didn't hurt himself. The distant music stopped. There was a loud bark from the dog, but Hermione had already jumped. She fell to Harry's side. "We must be miles below the school," he commented. "It's really lucky this plant is here," said Ron. "Lucky?" Hermione shouted. "Just look at you guys." She jumped to her feet and struggled to reach the damp wall. She had to struggle because, as soon as she reached the bottom, the plant began to wrap itself like the tendrils of a creeper around her ankles. As for Adrian and Ron, their legs had already been tightly bound by long branches without them even realizing it. Harry saw that he was also being wrapped, but didn't seem to think there was any danger. Hermione had managed to pull away before the plant could really get a hold of her. Now she watched in horror as the boys struggled to get free of the plant, but the harder they struggled, the faster and tighter the plant wrapped around them. Harry didn't seem to be struggling at all. "Stop moving," said Hermione. "I know what it is. It's a devil's snare." "Oh, I'm so glad you know what it's called." "It's a big help," Ron grumbled, trying to stop the plant from wrapping itself around his neck. "Shut up. I'm trying to remember how to kill her," said Hermione. "Well, hurry up, I can't breathe," panted Adrian, struggling with the plant that was curled around his chest. Devil's snare, devil's snare. What did Professor Sprout say? Likes the humidity and darkness. Then start a fire, choked Adrian. "Yes, of course, but there's no wood," Hermione lamented, wringing her hands. "Have you gone crazy?" screamed Ron. "Are you a witch or not?" "Oh, right," said Hermione and, pulling out her wand, shook it, mumbled something, and sent a jet of blue flames towards the plants. Within seconds, both boys felt the plant go limp and shrink away from the light and heat. Twisting, it unwound itself from their bodies, and they were able to stand up. "It's lucky you pay attention to herbology classes," Hermione said Adrian, as he joined her at the foot of the wall, wiping the sweat from his face. Yes, commented Ron, and it's lucky that Adrian doesn't lose his head in a crisis. There's no wood, frankly. That way, said Harry, pointing down a stone corridor that was the only way forward. All they could hear above their footsteps was the muffled dripping of water running down the wall. As the corridor began to narrow, Harry thought absently of the paths that led to the vaults at Gringotts, and the myth that dragons guarded the lower vaults. Perhaps they would find Norberta guarding something here? Are you hearing anything? Ron whispered. Harry strained his ears. A rustling sound and a metallic clang seemed to be coming from further ahead. Do you think it's a ghost? Adrian whispered. I don't know. They look like wings to me. There's light ahead. I can see something moving. They reached the end of the corridor and came across a brightly lit chamber with a vaulted ceiling overhead. It was full of tiny birds, shining like jewels, that fluttered and collided around the room. On the opposite side of the chamber was a heavy wooden door. Do you think they'll attack us if we go through the chamber? Viron asked. Probably, Harry replied. They don't look very angry, but I suppose if they all dove in at the same time. Well, Adrian said, there's no way around it. I'll run. The boy took a deep breath, covered his face with his arms, and ran across the chamber. He expected to feel sharp beaks and claws attacking him at any moment, but nothing happened. He reached the door and tried to open it, only to find it locked. The other 3 children crossed cautiously under the glowing birds, joining Adrian. Ron and Harry helped try to force the door open, but it wouldn't budge. Alohomora. Hermione waved at the door, which did not react. And now? What now? Ron asked. Those birds? They can't just be here for show, said Hermione. They watched the birds flying overhead. Shining? They're not birds. Adrian suddenly exclaimed. They are keys. Wing keys. Look closely. So that must mean. And he looked around the chamber while the other 2 squinted to see the bunch of keys at the top. Yeah, look. Broomsticks. We have to get the door key. Harry disagreed with this approach. Reducto. The door disintegrated in an instant, leaving a pile of brown dust in its place. The others stared at him. What? It was faster. Thinking it best not to get into the merits of this, they continued on their way. The next chamber was very dark. They had to walk a little way inside until the torches on the walls came on to reveal a huge, luxurious chessboard. They were behind the black pieces, which looked like they were made of stone. None of the pieces had any expression on their faces. Now what are we going to do? Adrian whispered. It's obvious, isn't it? Harry said. We have to play to get to the other side of the chamber. Behind the white pieces they could see another door. How? Hermione asked nervously. I think we'll have to turn pieces. It was an exciting game, albeit for all the wrong reasons. Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Adrian climbed onto the board and each took the place of a piece. Ron became a knight, Adrian a bishop, and Hermione and Harry were rooks. It was slightly disconcerting to see a knight being blown up by the White Queen right in front of Harry, who narrowly avoided being hit by the statue's throne. There was a moment when a decision needed to be made. Ron whispered softly, It's the way. I need to sacrifice myself. No. Adrian and Hermione shouted. This is chess, retorted Ron. One has to make some sacrifices. I step forward and she eats me. That leaves you free to checkmate the king, Adrian. But do you want to save the stone or not? And the sacrifice was made. Ron was thrown off the board by the force of the blow the queen gave the stone knight he was riding, making him hit one of the walls and fall to the ground dry. What if He's going to be fine, Adrian said, trying to convince himself. What do you think will happen now? We had Sprout's spell, the devil's snare. Flitwick must have enchanted the keys. McGonagall transfigured the chess pieces to life. All that's missing is Quirrell's spell and Snape's. Hermione whispered, her voice hoarse. They had reached the other door. All right? Harry whispered. Let's go. Harry pushed the door open. A horrible stench entered their nostrils, making them both pull their robes up over their noses. Eyes watering, they saw, lying on the floor before them, a troll even larger than the one they had fought, unconscious and with a bloody lump on its head. I'm glad we don't have to fight this one, Harry whispered, as they cautiously jumped over the troll's massive leg. Come on, I can't breathe. Adrian opened the next door, and the three of them barely dared to look at what was coming next, but there was nothing too scary there, just a table and 7 different shaped bottles in a row on it. "It's Snape," said Harry. "What do we have to do?" As they crossed the threshold, flames immediately erupted behind them. And they weren't ordinary flames, either. They were purple. At the same time, black flames appeared at the door ahead. They were trapped. "Look." Hermione picked up a roll of paper that was next to the bottles. Harry looked over her shoulder to read the paper. "Danger awaits you ahead. Safety is behind. 2 of us will help you find what you want to find. 1 of the 7 will let you go on. The other will take back whoever drinks it. 2 of us will hold nettle wine. 3 of us wait in line to kill you. Choose, or you will stay here forever. And to help you, we give you 4 clues. First, no matter how hidden the poison, you will always find one to the left of the nettle wine. Second, the bottles on each side are different, but if you want to go forward, none is your friend. Third, it is clear that we are different sizes. Neither dwarf nor giantess carries death in their belly. Fourth, the second on the left and the second on the right. They are twins to the taste, though different to the sight." Hermione let out a huge sigh, and Harry, perplexed, saw her smile, the last thing he felt like doing. "Brilliant," she said. "This is not magic. It is logic, a charade. Most great wizards don't have a shred of logic. They would be stuck here forever. I imagine that would be offensive." "Oh, shut up. Give me a minute." Hermione read the paper several times. Then she looked up and down the row of bottles, muttering to herself and pointing at the bottles. Finally, she clapped. "I already know. The smaller bottle will get us through the black flames, towards the stone." Harry aimed at the smaller bottle. "There's only enough for 2 sips there." They looked at each other. "Which one will get you back through the purple flames?" Adrian asked. Hermione pointed to a rounded bottle at the right end of the line. "You drink this one," said Adrian. "Now listen, go back and get Ron, and get broomsticks from the wing key chamber. They'll take you out of the trapdoor and over Fluffy. Go straight to the Ollery and send Hedwig to Dumbledore. We need him. Maybe Harry and I can hold off Snape for a while, but we're no match for him." Harry raised an eyebrow, but didn't say anything. Hermione's mouth twitched, and she suddenly ran to the boys and hugged them. "Hermione," Adrian hissed, "you are great wizards, you know?" "I'm not as good as you," Adrian said, very embarrassed, when she let go of him. "Me, books, and intelligence. There are more important things, friendship and bravery and—" "Oh, be careful. You drink first," said Harry. "You're sure which is which, aren't you?" "Positive." She took a long drink from the rounded-end bottle and shivered. "Isn't it poison?" asked Harry, doubtfully. "No, but it looks like ice. Go quickly before the effect wears off." Adrian said anxiously. "Good luck. Take care. Go." Hermione turned and walked straight through the purple flames. Harry picked up the smallest of the 7 vials and took a sip of the potion, handing the rest to Adrian. It tasted like ice. Exchanging glances, they both nodded, took a deep breath, and stepped through the black flames to the door ahead. It was certainly an odd feeling. The room that followed was wide, very Euclidean, and the color of sawdust on all sides. There were 4 wide rectangular stone pilasters at each end of the room, being completely empty of anything other than an immense dirty mirror in the middle of the room and the turbaned figure of Professor Quirrell, who seemed to be analyzing his own reflection. "You," Adrian exclaimed, right in Harry's ear. Quirrell smiled. His face was completely unmarked. "Me," he said calmly. "I've been wondering if I'd find you here, Potter, but I thought—" "Snape. Severus?" Quirrell laughed, and it wasn't the usual shaky laugh. It was cold and sharp. "Yes, Severo is the type, isn't he? So useful to have him fluttering around like a bat. Next to him, who would suspect the poor little stuttering P-prof? Quirrell." Adrian didn't seem to be able to assimilate. Harry didn't either, although only because the professor didn't stutter. "But Snape tried to kill me," Adrian shouted again, this time irritating Harry a little. "No, no, no. I tried to kill him. Your brother, Harry, cast a nullification charm on your broom, and at the same time your friend Hermione Granger pushed me as she ran to set Severus's cloak on fire. She interrupted my eye contact with you. I would have managed to knock you down sooner if Snape hadn't been muttering a counterspell, trying to save you." "Snape was trying to save me?" Adrian seemed disconcerted. Of course, Quirrell said calmly. Why do you think he wanted to referee the next game? He was trying to make sure I didn't do it again. Which is actually funny. He didn't even need to bother. I couldn't have done anything with Dumbledore watching. All the other teachers thought Snape was trying to stop Gryffindor from winning. He'd actually managed to make himself unpopular. And what a waste of time. If I'm going to kill you tonight. Thick ropes appeared out of nowhere and wrapped themselves around Adrian, Harry jumping away before a new pair could grab him too. Ah, yes, Harry Potter. Quirrell looked at him, smiling. It's kind of funny that you almost did what I was trying to do. Having canceled the broom's flight, I suppose you had a lot of confidence in your brother's ability. Now, if you will allow me. Harry felt his feet being grabbed and pulled, throwing him to the ground. Vines emerged from the ground and tied him tightly. Now, remain silent while I examine this curious mirror. It was really curious, Harry had to admit. It was so tall that it almost reached the ceiling and as wide as a table. The surface seemed almost made of silver. This mirror is the key to finding the stone, Quirrell murmured, tapping the frame lightly. Dumbledore can be trusted to come up with something like that. But he's in London, and I'll be a long way away when he gets back. The only thing Adrian could think of was to keep Quirrell talking to stop him from concentrating on the mirror. I saw you and Snape in the forest, he said in one breath. I see, Quirrell said indifferently, turning the mirror around to examine the back. At that point, he had already realized my intentions and was trying to find out how far I had gone. He suspected me the whole time. He tried to scare me, as if it were possible, when I have Lord Voldemort by my side. Quirrell stepped out from behind the mirror and stared at it greedily. I see the stone. I am presenting it to my master. But where is it? Harry strained at the vines holding him, but they wouldn't budge. He was thinking about how to get out without Quirrell noticing. But Snape always seemed to hate me so much. Adrian spoke again. Ah, it's not exactly hate, said Quirrell, carelessly. He despises you. He studied at the same time as your father, you know? They despised each other. I imagine you're a lot like him. Severus must be trying to deflate your head. Harry could kind of agree with that. But I heard you sobbing a few days ago, sir. Adrian insisted. I thought Snape was threatening you. For the first time, a spasm of fear passed over Quirrell's face. Sometimes I have trouble following my master's instructions. He is a great wizard and I am weak. Do you mean to say that he was in the classroom with you? Adrian exclaimed, amazed. He is with me wherever I go, said Quirrell quietly. I met him when I was traveling around the world. I was a foolish boy then, full of ridiculous ideas about good and evil. Lord Voldemort showed me how wrong I was. There is no good or evil, there is only power, and those who are too weak to desire it. Since then, I have served him faithfully, even though I often disappoint him. That is why he has had to be very strict with me. Quirrell suddenly shivered. Does not forgive mistakes very easily. When I failed to steal the stone from Gringotts, he was very upset. He punished me. He decided to watch me more closely. Quirrell swore under his breath. I don't understand. Is the stone inside the mirror? Should I break it? Harry watched the professor from the corner of his eye, discreetly taking off his shoes and tugging at his feet, trying to twist them to fit through the ring of vines. What does the mirror do? How does it work? Help me, master. And to the twins' horror, a voice answered, and the voice seemed to come from Quirrell himself. Use the boy. Use the boy. Quirrell turned to Adrian. Yes. Potter, come here. And he clapped his hands once, and the ropes that held the boy fell. Adrian stood up slowly. Come here, Quirrell repeated. Look in the mirror and tell me what you see. Adrian walked over to him. Harry managed to free his left foot, then put more force on his right, ignoring the pain and redness. If he didn't move faster, Adrian would be alone in a possible fight against the professor. Well? Quirrell asked, impatiently, after a minute. What are you seeing? I see myself shaking Dumbledore's hand, Adrian said. Harry knew he was lying. I won. The house championship for Gryffindor. Quirrell swore again. Get out of my way, he said harshly, and Adrian walked away. But he had not taken 5 steps when a loud voice spoke, though Quirrell's lips were not moving. He's lying. He's lying. Potter, come back here. Quirrell shouted. Tell me the truth. What did you just see? The loud voice spoke again. Let me speak to him, face to face. Master, you are not strong enough. I am strong enough. For that, Adrian felt himself freeze, and Harry felt a strange sense of anxiety. When Quirrell's turban fell off, his head seemed oddly smaller without it, and the professor turned his back. Even the pain in Harry's feet seemed to dissipate. A feeling of agony gave way to his anxiety, followed by a strong impulse to pull his foot without any discretion. Where the back of Quirrell's head should have been, there was a face, the most horrible face Harry had ever seen. It was chalk-white with intense red eyes and slits for nostrils, like a snake's. Adrian Potter, said the face. Adrian couldn't move, even facing the abominable thing on Quirrell's head. Do you see what I've become? Said the face. Just a vaporous shadow. I only have form when I can share someone's body, but there have always been people willing to let me into their hearts and minds. The unicorn's blood has strengthened me in these last few weeks. You saw faithful Quirrell drinking it for me in the forest, and once I have the elixir of life, I will be able to create a body of my own. Now, why don't you give me that stone in your pocket? Harry stopped. He turned his head, facing the figure directly, even though it was not reciprocated, and burned with a sudden and violent hatred. Finally, he pulled his foot from the vine and began to crawl through the hole above his shoulders. Don't be foolish, Voldemort. The demonic face that was growled when he saw Adrian staggering back. Give me the stone. Save your life and unite with me. Never. Grab him. Voldemort shouted to Quirrell, who turned and walked towards Adrian to hold him. Reducto, Harry shouted, pointing at Quirrell, who jumped at the last second. You brat. Quirrell was furious. I should have killed you in the forest. You should. Harry growled, casting another reducing curse. You seem more intelligent than your brother. Voldemort's voice echoed, without seeing Harry. You don't have to die here. Join me, Harry Potter, and you can gain everything you've ever dreamed of. As if a ghost could give me anything, Harry said with a sneer, running to stand between Quirrell and Adrian. He could feel Voldemort's fury. Kill them both and take the stone. Quirinus, he ordered. Why? Yes, master. The parasite's rage seemed to weaken Quirrell. The professor seemed to glide towards the two boys, countering Harry's spells and curses with his own wand. Panic filled the twins with every inch, and just as Quirrell was about to reach Harry, Adrian jumped forward and, in the best example of Muggle manners, punched Quirrell. Quirrell stumbled back, his face blistered as well. Adrian understood immediately. Quirrell could not touch his skin without suffering excruciating pain. His only chance was to overpower Quirrell, to cause him enough pain to stop him from casting spells. Harry saw his twin stand up and jump at Quirrell, grabbing him by the arm as hard as he could. Quirrell screamed and tried to free himself. Harry felt a pain shoot through his head. Violently, he couldn't see. He heard Quirrell's terrible screams and Voldemort's screams. Kill him! Kill him! The last thing he remembered was Adrian falling to the ground, and him throwing himself to catch his brother. When he opened his eyes again, he was startled by a sudden scream from Adrian. Professor! The stone! That was Quirrell. He picked up the stone. Professor, quickly! Calm down, boy. You're a bit late. Quirrell didn't catch the stone. So who got it? Professor. I? Adrian, please relax or Madame Pomfrey will have me thrown out. Harry watched his brother swallow hard and settle into his bed. He seemed to finally realize that he was in the hospital wing, on a sickbed, next to a pile of sweets. Gifts from your friends and admirers, clarified Dumbledore, smiling. What happened in the dungeons between you and Professor Quirrell is an absolute secret. So, of course, the whole school already knows. I believe our friends, Mr. Fred and George Weasley, were responsible for trying to send him a toilet seat. I'm sure they thought you would find it funny. Madame Pomfrey, however, thought it might be unsanitary and confiscated it. How long have I been here? 3 days. Mr. Ronald Weasley and Ms. Granger will be very relieved that you have come to your senses. They were very worried. Harry swore under his breath from his seat, drawing attention to himself. Dumbledore smiled at him. Ah, it seems Harry wanted to wake up too, the headmaster said, smiling, still staring at him. I think 3 days is the limit, sir. Harry half tried to joke, although the notion of time still weighed on his head. I suppose so. Dumbledore seemed a bit amused. Professor, Adrian called. Yes, Adrian? Yeah, what about the stone? I've seen that you don't let yourself be distracted. Harry snorted. Very good. The stone. Professor Quirrell couldn't take it from you. I arrived in time to stop that from happening, although you were defending yourself quite well, I must say. Did you get there? Did you get Hermione's owl? We must have crossed paths in midair. As soon as I got to London, it became clear to me that the place I should be was where I had just come from. I got there in time to pull Quirrell off you. So it was you, sir. I was afraid I had arrived too late. Almost did. I couldn't have kept Quirrell away from the stone for much longer. Not from the stone, boy, from you. The effort you made almost killed you. For a terrible moment, I feared it had. As for the stone, it was destroyed. Destroyed. Harry gasped from his seat, suddenly stunned. After all that, Dumbledore chuckled. Well, Nicholas and I had a little talk and agreed that this was best. But that means he and his wife will die, doesn't it? Adrian questioned. They have enough elixir to get their affairs in order, and then, yes, they will die. Dumbledore smiled at the look of surprise on Adrian's face. For someone young like you, I'm sure this seems incredible, but for Nicholas and Perenelle, it's actually like going to bed after a very, very long day. After all, for the well-structured mind, death is just the next great adventure. You know, the stone wasn't such a good thing. All the money and life a person could want. The two things most human beings would choose first. The problem is that humans have the power to choose exactly the things that are worst for them. Harry was certainly hungry after that. Harry Potter was certainly a very unique figure for those around him. In elementary school, he was certainly a child who stood out from the rest. He always had long hair, which made him stand out among boys, and a lack of expressiveness that set him apart from girls. Professor Jacqueline certainly considered him unique, probably having been the first to see how he not only could, but also wanted to be apart from all other things. Literally all. I still don't understand how he's so different from his brother Mrs. Mayer, the librarian, said once in the staff room during break. I never saw him running or shouting at the other children. He doesn't even do anything strange in the library, even when I'm not around. I think he's very shy, Mrs. Hurd, history teacher, commented while eating a bagel. I once commented about him being able to skip grades, and you know what he said? What? No, thank you. And when I asked why, he said, I don't think it's significant. Seriously, he doesn't even look like he's being a child properly. Lily and James Potter were the second ones to realize this. They always had a vague feeling that they were missing something with their son, which ended up causing the whole Howler incident to have a rebound effect on them much worse than it usually does to other parents who end up doing the same stupid thing. You dumb, airhead idiot. Lily certainly looked wild as she threw things at James. A few weeks after that horrible morning, and repeatedly without receiving any letter back from Harry. Lillian, please calm down. The desperation was certainly palpable in James's voice. It's your fault he doesn't want to talk to us. Stupid. And a horrible atmosphere fell over them until they finally had that one-sidedly awkward conversation on Christmas. He's really mature, isn't he? James really tried to lighten the mood. James, don't try, Lillian sighed. She really wanted a drink. This was a mixed reaction from many who dealt with Harry. Professor McGonagall certainly wouldn't say no to a shot of fire whiskey while correcting his essays. There were a lot of details that didn't seem possible to notice as just an 11-year-old boy, but it also didn't seem like a directed inquiry like Ms. Granger's. He's a genius. It was the only thing she could think of to express what she wanted to say. I've never seen anyone be so natural at transfiguration like that. Ah, so it's not just in charms. Professor Flitwick, lively fellow that he was, energetically stirred his cup of tea on top of a pile of cushions. If he wasn't so honest about what he thinks, I could certainly think that he trained in spells outside of Hogwarts. He certainly didn't look too tilted in flight, though Madame Hooch commented. Although it didn't look too bad either. How is he doing in your class, Quirinus? P. Potter does RR really well, even although he seems RRR really Bobo bore Ed. Quirinus couldn't tell how Harry was really doing, if he was honest. The boy certainly expressed himself a lot, but he didn't have any kind of intense or common reaction. It was as if he didn't just know. It was as if he wasn't impressed by anything. Fortunately, his master didn't ask him to keep an eye on the boy. Unfortunately for Snape, he had to keep an eye on Harry. Not just because he was the head of Slytherin, not that that meant much to him anyway, but because Lily had asked him to. Sev, please take care of him. Her half-traumatized, half-desperate expression certainly overwhelmed him. Please don't let anything bad happen to my baby. Please? I'll take care. It was a very uniform answer, but Lily knew that he would really take care of Harry. The problem was that Harry didn't know that. Snape would certainly rather deal with him than Adrian. However, he would rather deal with Hagrid's infernal Cerberus than both of them. And there was no denying his reasons for that. Adrian was his own little bomb in more ways than one. Not only a threat to his own safety, but to the safety of others as well. Lillian knew this well enough to be shy about asking him about her Gryffindor son. Severus tried, really tried, to answer her gently on this subject. Unfortunately, she didn't seem to agree with his risk to public safety, and would get up immediately only to return after a while, with a resigned expression. Now, Harry Potter was a different matter. Diametrically opposed, he would say. He was an almost exact image of his brother, but with long hair and green eyes. His most striking feature, however, was his apparent lack of nerves. It wasn't a lack in the sense of impatience. It was in the sense that he simply didn't react to anything. Not anger, not fear, not disgust, and not excitement. Nothing. Maybe, and just maybe, the only thing that got him to react was playing with his cat, an ugly, half-nasal one, who was walking behind him most of the time. Even this cat was strange, having been seen face-to-face with Mrs. Norris in an exchange of meows. That, unfortunately, didn't stop him from creating problems either. Kettleburn had certainly spoken highly of the boy who had suggested a dragon for his care of magical creatures class. Since Kettleburn had not found out about Hagrid's dragon before, he was unaware. Honestly, half the staff knew about it. If it wasn't enough, his cold attitude also caused indirect disturbances around. Harry certainly hadn't noticed the dismissive comments or the prank attempts they had made on him, which would have been kind of funny if Potter hadn't been so much more intelligent than his classmates. He had caught Potter more than once trying to experiment with potions alongside his seemingly only friend Morag McDougal, who was, thankfully, much more persuadable about trying not to blow himself up than Potter was. As if that weren't enough, his tendency to stick close to a baby dragon, which, while not very aggressive, was still a dragon. And then there was the incident where he had launched himself headfirst into a damned mountain troll that, despite not being an adult, contrary to what Minerva had announced, was still 7 meters tall. He didn't think twice about running away from the castle once the summer holidays began. Back in Cokeworth, Dumbledore certainly tried to make him stay, almost receiving a curse for such audacity. Albus didn't understand Harry very well either. He was an exceptional boy, in fact, having fought Quirinus alone in the Forbidden Forest over a unicorn. Firenze didn't tell him anything more than that, however, nor did he give him any kind of opinion. He wasn't so far removed from centaur ways as to meddle in human ideas, after all. The paintings didn't tell him anything very special about the boy either. He comes and goes from the Great Hall very early, eats very little of what's on offer, reads much more than he could, walks much less than he should, and is much more stoic than he should be. Superscript 1. The term, cold-blooded, would fit him perfectly, although it was admittedly hot. Hagrid was certainly grateful for the help he had given him with Norbert, who Albus still didn't know how to explain to Hagrid was Norberta, as was Minerva, who still seemed quite grateful for his having countered the jinx on Adrian's broom, though how she knew it had been Harry was a mystery to Albus. And then there was the case of the Philosopher's Stone. Albus would be lying if he hadn't thought the worst when he heard that Harry had gone down the dungeon with Adrian, Ron and Hermione. Seeing the disintegrated door in Flitwick's trap certainly hadn't raised his expectations. In the end, he had no shame in admitting he was wrong when he saw the twins on the floor, Harry holding Adrian and Adrian holding Quirrell, who looked like a very inflated bubble. He supposed he had been overthinking things. Harry watched curiously through the window as he, his brother, and their parents took the Muggle subway. There were many strange houses and buildings, some with consistent colors and others confused by time or incongruity, and it was possible to see the river for an incredibly short time in the distance. Trees were seen from time to time, either singly or in groups, scattered all the way between London and Little Whinging. His mother had said around the beginning of the summer that they would meet her sister, Petunia, sometime in July. Adrian looked confused, James looked resigned, and Harry was curious. He had never met his mother's Muggle relatives. Aunt Petunia turned out to be an abnormally large and thin woman, who greeted them with a difficult expression as soon as they knocked on her door at 4 Privet Drive. She was blonde and had blue eyes, an odd combination next to Lily's redhead and green eyes. Uncle Vernon Dawsley, Aunt Petunia's husband, was in inverse proportion to his wife. A man of medium to short height, incredibly corpulent and with brown hair and dark eyes. His expression when he saw the Potter family entering his house was much simpler than Aunt Petunia's expression, but it was an incongruous mixture of fear, caution, and a kind of anger disgust. Dudley Dawsley, the twins' cousin, was a boy so fat that he could compete directly with Crabbe and Goyle, Malfoy's minions. He had abnormally straight blonde hair, although less plastic than Draco. He had the same blue eyes as Aunt Petunia, although those sparkled with curiosity and intrigue, and perhaps a little anxiety as well. They were very interesting eyes. Dinner was certainly the highlight of Harry's night. "Excuse me, but what do you actually work with, Uncle Vernon?" Drills the man half grunted, but it didn't matter. "I'm an administrator at a drill company." "But what do you do exactly?" Harry asked, curious. Vernon didn't share the same mood as the boy, but replied, "I supervise the production of drills. I am responsible for adjusting production according to the customer's needs and dispatching for delivery." He certainly seemed to be answering a text that had already been repeated several times. "And how did you become administrative?" The boy asked again. "Were you nominated by someone or asked for the position?" "Grunnings doesn't work like that." There was a tone of harshness contained with coldness. "I started at the bottom, as an electronics technician, and then I was promoted to sector supervisor. I specialized in administration and got the position of supervisor when my predecessor became a director, and I became a director when he retired and was nominated for selection by the shareholder committee." Wow, Harry was honestly amazed. His uncle was certainly a hard-working man if he could think of one. The dessert was a strange 3-layer jelly of various flavors and pieces of fruit inside. Dudley and Adrian repeated it at least 3 times, drawing a few smiles from Aunt Petunia and Lily. Harry would certainly prefer not to have a stomach bug afterwards, so just 1 piece was satisfactory. "Thank you very much." It was when the boys went up to Dudley's room to talk to each other that things got interesting. As soon as they opened the bedroom door, they found a particularly disheveled house elf jumping foolishly on Dudley's bed. Harry was quick to cover the boy's mouth before he let out a scream. "What's your name?" Harry asked the elf. "Dobby, sir," the creature squeaked. "Dobby, the house elf." "Dobby," he nodded. "Not that I'm not happy to meet you, but, is there any special reason for you to be here?" "Oh, of course, my lord," said Dobby very seriously. Dobby came to say, "My lord." "It's difficult, my lord." Dobby wonders where to start. Dudley and Adrian were very quiet as they watched the creature, the Muggle boy obviously being curious enough to stifle his nervousness. "Sit down," Adrian said gently, taking the initiative as he pointed to the bed. To his horror, the elf burst into tears, a very loud cry. Sit down," he cried. "Never, never in my life." Harry thought he heard the voices downstairs hesitate. "Calm down, Dobby," he asked desperately. The elf took a deep sniff. Dobby has never been invited to sit by a wizard. As an equal, trying to comfort the elf and make him shut up, Harry sat Dobby on the bed to calm down, ignoring Dudley's complaining grumble. He looked like an enormous, ugly doll. It took a long time before he managed to calm down. "Adrian Potter can't go to Hogwarts," the elf squeaked. "What?" Adrian seemed intrigued. "Why? There is a plot, Adrian Potter. A plot to make terrible things happen at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry this year," whispered Dobby, suddenly shaken. "Dobby has known this for months, my lord. Adrian Potter must not expose himself to danger. He is too important, my lord." "What terrible things?" asked Harry at the same time. "Who is planning these things?" Dobby made a funny choking noise and then banged his head against the wall in a frenzy. Dudley jumped in fright, screaming. "Okay," Harry exclaimed, grabbing the elf's arm to make him stop. "You can't tell us. I understand. But why are you warning us?" A sudden and unpleasant thought occurred to him. "Wait a minute. This has nothing to do with Vol. Sorry. With you-know-who, does it? You just have to say yes or no with your head, he added quickly when Dobby's head tilted worryingly towards the wall again. No, not he who must not be named, my lord. But Dobby's eyes widened, and he seemed to be trying to give the boy an indication. But Harry, however, didn't understand anything. Dobby shook his head, his eyes wider than ever. Before Harry could ask anything else, the bedroom door was suddenly opened, and a very distraught Petunia Dawsley rushed in. "Dudley, my baby, are you okay?" she screamed, running straight to her son, who was sitting on the floor again next to Adrian. Lily, James, and Vernon followed Petunia into the room, each looking for something unusual within their normal range. "What happened?" "We heard Dudley scream from downstairs," James asked, looking seriously at his children, more specifically at Adrian. "Nothing. He got scared because Dobby—" "Dobby?" Harry blinked at the empty space he was holding, where the house elf's thin arm had been. "I think you'd better leave now," Petunia commented, a little shakily, a contained anger burning the edges of her words. Lily stuttered, but lowered her head to her sister, nodding. The twins didn't have a chance to say anything. They just followed their mother's call and waved to a confused Dudley, who was in his mother's arms. Lily seemed to be holding herself back the entire way back to Devon. The summer was certainly boring, even though Harry escaped the punishment that his mother almost put on him and his brother after the incident with Dobby. His father, fortunately, managed to convince her not to punish them because of an erratic elf. Seeing Adrian being secretly stalked by the Weasley girl certainly lost its appeal sooner than it should have, although, if he was being honest, the real fun was how they were both really bad at pretending they weren't noticing each other. The forced demonization that their mother used instead of punishment wasn't very good for humor either. In the middle of August, arriving very late, letters from the second year of Hogwarts arrived announcing the necessary materials. Gilderoy Lockhart's complete collection of books certainly didn't seem like good support material, apart from the footrest category. The highlight of going to Diagon Alley was certainly going to look for Adrian, who got lost after stuttering DD Diagon Alley. He may have tried to get his parents to take him to Knockturn Alley, but he was really surprised when Hagrid, the Hogwarts gamekeeper, appeared with Adrian on his tail and saying he was in Knockturn Alley. Lily certainly said a few things to her twin after seeing if everything was okay. James and Mr. Weasley, who was with his and Hermione Granger's family shopping in the alley, certainly didn't help when they questioned what he saw Lucius Malfoy doing at Borgin and Burke's in the Knockturn. The next hour was idle wandering. Hermione's parents tolerated an awkward interrogation from Mr. Weasley as they went to the bank to exchange money, while James and Lily said they would quickly leave to get Sirius and Remus. Harry didn't think it was very smart to let the children roam freely, but he didn't deny a walk to the ice cream shop to get a strawberry and peanut butter cone. The twins had gotten lost in a game store with Lee Jordan, while Percy went to an antique shop to read a strange book. Adrian, Ron, and Hermione were going from store to see what was interesting, although they spent a lot of time looking at the Quidditch supply store. As soon as everyone gathered again in front of Flourish and Blots, an astonishingly long line wrapped around the corner of the store. Most were ladies around Mrs. Weasley's age, who were jostling together near the store's entrance, excited. The reason was obvious. Gilderoy Lockhart. Autograph his autobiography, Magical Me, today from 12:30 to 16:30. Let's get to meet him, shouted Hermione shrill. I mean, he's the author of almost our entire book list. A confused-looking wizard was standing at the door, saying, "Calm down, please, ladies. Don't push that. Be careful with the books now." The children squeezed through the line of ladies and entered the store, encountering another line that snaked its way to the back of the store, where Gilderoy Lockhart was smiling at each person who approached. Mr. and Mrs. Weasley were already there, Mrs. Weasley side by side with Ginny in the line of ladies. "Ah, they arrived. How good," said Mrs. Weasley. She seemed to be panting and kept fixing her hair. "We'll see him in a minute." Harry slipped smoothly upstairs into the store, escaping the commotion. Mrs. Weasley certainly didn't notice, being too busy admiring Lockhart, who rose from his seat to greet everyone. Looking closely, he didn't seem as interesting as the news suggested. Not very impressive either, if Harry was honest with what he saw. McDougal was there, to his positive surprise, rummaging through the books aimlessly. "Hello," Morag Harry greeted him, startling the boy. "Oh, hello." Harry, he greeted back. "Purchasing the materials?" More to see Lockhart. Harry shook his head off the floor. "I came with my brother, Granger, and the Weasleys. Mrs. Weasley is in line, waiting to see Lockhart. And your parents? Didn't they come? They went to get my uncles. Apparently they were also coming to the alley, but I don't know why they're taking so long." The noise on the first floor has certainly increased, accompanied by many clicks from the old-fashioned cameras of what is probably the Daily Prophet reporter. "What did you think of the books?" Morag asked. "My parents complained about the price, but they are excited to be using Lockhart stuff. Ultimately, we will have footrests literally at hand all the time." Morag's snort brought him a bit of recent nostalgia. The next few minutes were comfortable, yet silent, as the two boys looked at books that caught their attention. Of course, someone had to ruin the moment. Potter Malfoy sneered, very little like a greeting. "You got tired of your brother's show and came to hide among the books, huh?" Malfoy Harry greeted him, unimpressed. "Whatever Adrian did, I didn't see, I didn't hear, and I'm not responsible for anything." Malfoy mocked him. "Doesn't the first page appeal to you, Potter? Want something bigger than your brother has, huh?" Harry wasn't going to mention this to anyone, but he found it a bit sad. "Calm down, Draco." A slurred voice came up the stairs, behind Draco. "Be careful in public." A tall, blond man, an angular face with blue-gray eyes and an elegant build appeared behind Draco, placing a hand on the boy's shoulder. It was obvious who he was. Lucius Malfoy, the man introduced himself, extending his hand to Harry. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Potter. I must tell you that you were someone I was curious to meet." Mr. Malfoy Harry shook his hand, nodding. "Draco told me a lot about you." I imagine his cheeks twitched momentarily. He spotted Morag next to Harry. "And you? Would you be?" "McDougal, Morag McDougal." Mr. Malfoy Morag introduced himself nervously, staring distantly at the blond man. None of them reached out. "McDougal? As in Hendrik McDougal?" Mr. Malfoy questioned, observing the boy. "Yes, sir. He is my father." "I didn't remember that Hendrik had gotten married," the blond man drawled. "Did your mother go to Hogwarts, Mr. McDougal?" Morag's discomfort was really noticeable, but he was saved from having to respond by a sudden interruption. "Harry," called Mr. Weasley, who was climbing the stairs with the twins and Ginny in pursuit. "Come on, it's getting really crowded here. Let's go outside." Well, Arthur Weasley," Lucius said. Mr. Weasley, giving a cool nod to Mr. Malfoy. "Lots of work at the Ministry, I hear," said Mr. Malfoy. "All those blitzes. I hope they're paying you overtime." He reached into Ginny's cauldron and pulled out, from among Lockhart's glossy bound books, a very old and battered copy of A Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration. "Obviously not concluded, Mr. Malfoy. Now look, what's the point of being a disgraceful wizard if you don't even get paid well for it?" Mr. Weasley blushed more intensely than Harry had ever seen Ginny or Ron blush. "We have very different ideas about what it means to be a disgraceful wizard, Malfoy," visibly said Mr. Malfoy, his pale eyes flicking to Mr. and Mrs. Granger, who watched apprehensively from the bottom of the stairs. "The people you hang out with, Weasley. And I thought your family had already hit rock bottom." There was a metallic clang as Ginny's cauldron went flying. Mr. Weasley had thrown himself at Mr. Malfoy, knocking him against a shelf. Dozens of spelling books crashed onto his head. A shout was heard, "Get him, Dad," given by Fred and George. Mrs. Weasley shouted, "No, Arthur, no," and ran towards the Grangers. The crowd erupted, retreating and knocking over more shelves. Harry saw his brother, Ron and Hermione, look scared near Mrs. Weasley. "Gentlemen, please, asked the assistant, and then, louder than the prevailing racket, "Let's stop it, gentlemen, let's stop it." Tired, Harry climbed the bookshelf ladder and pulled all the books from a shelf above Lucius and Arthur, who suddenly found themselves buried in encyclopedias. "I ask that you can control yourself," Harry asked, going down the stairs and watching the two wizards emerge from under the books, dazedly. "And please, put them back on the shelf." Lucius got up from the floor, pulling his rumpled cloak over him and running a hand to straighten his hair. The only injury he had was a cut lip, facing Mr. Weasley's injured eye. He was still holding Ginny's old book on Transfiguration. He threw it at her, his eyes shining with malice. "Here, take your book. It's the best your father can give you." He pretended well that he was intact, but Harry noticed a slight unevenness in Mr. Malfoy's gait, and Harry decided not to comment on what he saw. Draco nervously followed his father, giving Mr. Weasley a vicious, wary look. "A great example for your children," Mrs. Weasley grumbled, helping Mr. Weasley to get up. "Fight it out in public." What Gilderoy Lockhart must have thought. Chaos was still raging around the place, but Harry was sure he heard Lockhart asking the Daily Prophet cameraman if they could attach footage of the fight to tomorrow's story. The shop assistant tried to approach, a belatedly furious expression on his previously cowardly nervous face, but stopped again, cowering as Mrs. Weasley's fury grew by the moment. "Let's go," Mr. Weasley murmured. "We're done here." "Mr. Weasley." "Yes, Harry? Books on the shelf, please." Harry felt the rest of the vacation slip away like sand in an hourglass at its end, always seeming faster as the end came. Sunny threw a veritable feast on August 31st, which included all of Harry's favorite dishes and a suspiciously large treacle tart strategically placed near him. His dad, James, set off fireworks right after dinner with the twins, and their mum, Lily, had twinkling blue and red star-shaped lights bounce off the walls and ceiling for a long time. They ended up going to bed with one last mug of hot cocoa made by Sunny. The next day, lost in their sleep, everyone was startled by the widely exceeded time to be in King's Cross. "Damn it," James grumbled, watching the fireplace burn yellow. "The station's flue is jammed. We'll have to go via the cauldron." "Adrian, come on. We only have 30 minutes. Harry felt a little better when he saw Hedwig in the cage next to him, after seeing his brother fumbling for a run down the stairs. The feeling didn't change after seeing him fall awkwardly into the fire. The resident population of the leaky cauldron was certainly something to overcome, all in awe too much with Adrian among them, but they still managed to get through. Lily managed to order a muggle taxi to take them to King's Cross, and the experience of racing through the streets of London in a car was certainly an experience for the twins, although Adrian admittedly was the only one to enjoy the whole thing. The Potters arrived together with the Weasleys at the station, all running after trolleys for their bags and scrambling for the Hogwarts Express platform. Mrs. Weasley held the clock tightly, opening it as soon as they arrived in front of the portal wall. "Okay," Mrs. Weasley murmured. "We still have 5 minutes. Percy, darling, go ahead." Percy walked forward with firm steps and disappeared. Mr. Weasley, James, and Lily followed him, then Fred and George. "I'll take Ginny, and you come right behind us," said Mrs. Weasley to Harry, Adrian, and Ron, grabbing Ginny's hand and walking away. In the blink of an eye, the two were gone. "Let's go together. We only have a minute," said Ron to the twins. Harry saw Adrian and Ron run after each other towards the wall, pushing their trolleys with speed and letting themselves be carried by the inertial force. They were almost touching the wall. Pum. Both trolleys hit the barrier and bounced back. Ron's trunk fell with a crash. Adrian was knocked down. Hedwig's cage came bouncing across the polished floor and she rolled out, screaming indignantly. The people around looked and a nearby guard shouted, "What the hell do you think you're doing?" "I lost control of the trolley," Adrian gasped, clutching his ribs as he stood up. Ron had to pick up Hedwig. The owl was making such a fuss that many of the bystanders grumbled at the cruelty towards animals. Harry approached the two and took Hedwig from Ron, the owl still voicing her irritation inside the cage. "What happened? Why didn't you cross?" "It's solid," Adrian groaned in pain. "The barrier became just a wall." "We're going to miss the train," Ron despaired, shaking his head and finding the station clock. 10 seconds. 9 seconds. Harry carried his own trolley cautiously, leaning it against the wall and pushing it, causing only repulsion against the metal. 3 seconds. 2 seconds. 1 second. "It's gone," said Ron, looking stunned. "The train left. What if Mom and Dad can't come back to us? Do you guys have any muggle money?" The negative waves only made him more nervous. All around, people were still paying attention to them, especially due to the noise Hedwig was still making from inside her cage. "I think we'd better go wait in your car," Harry suggested to Ron. "We are attracting a lot of attention." "Harry!" exclaimed Ron, his eyes shining. "The car. What about the car? We can fly to Hogwarts in the car." "What?" "My father enchanted the car. We can fly to Hogwarts. Adrian's eyes shone, even though he was still sore from the blow. Brilliant. Harry looked at his twin, then turned his gaze to Ron. No, we're immobilized, right? Ron argued. And we have to go back to school, don't we? And even minor wizards can use magic when there's a serious emergency, Section 19, or something of the law of restriction. Harry was exasperated to see his brother just agreeing with Ron. Harry thought it was really unfair that he was also dragged into his mother's office to be lectured alongside Adrian and Ron. Why? He told them not to go to Hogwarts by car. What did you do with the car? Lily asked coldly. Ron gulped. Adrian looked away from Lily, and Harry saw, a few moments later, his mother unfold that day's evening prophet. You've been spotted, Lily hissed, showing the headline. Flying Ford Anglia intrigues mugglers. And she began to read aloud, 2 muggles in London, convinced they had seen an old car fly over the post office tower. At midday in Norfolk, Mrs. Hetty Bayliss, when she was hanging out washing to dry. Mr. Angus Fleet, from Peebles, reported to the police. A total of 6 or 7 muggles. I believe your father works in the department that curbs the misuse of muggle artifacts? Ron seemed to find his shoes the most interesting things in the room at the moment. Lily sighed. I want you to know that this was completely irresponsible. The Aurors managed to erase the memories of everyone they saw. But what if something worse had happened? What if someone had photographed, filmed, or worse, knocked you down in midair? You were lucky that Harry waited until we got back and explained the situation. We managed to clean everything up before any newspapers arrived on the scene. Harry knew that their mother's dripping disappointment was what was torturing Adrian at that moment, his brother wringing his hands together and avoiding looking her in the eyes. I already talked to Professor McGonagall and the headmaster. They agreed to let me talk to both of you, so know that you will each get a month's detention. Lucky for you, the school year hasn't started yet, so you won't lose any points. Now, you can go finish eating in the Great Hall. I don't want to hear about any infractions now, you hear, Adrian? The 3 boys left the room silently, walking together in an awkward atmosphere, and Harry somewhat sympathized with the 2 Gryffindors. Harry watched, from his comfortable seat at the Slytherin table, as a very large gray owl glided across the Great Hall and plopped itself into a jug of milk in front of Hermione. Errol, Ron exclaimed, rescuing the owl from inside the jar. The Weasley family owl, apparently. The owl squeaked, fell back onto the table, and stretched its paws toward the ceiling, showing a bright red letter tied to one foot. Oh no, Ron groaned. Harry heard a giggle come out of Pansy Parkinson, which caused him to debate with himself whether it was fair or mean or both, being the first howler of the year and all. In the end, he leaned back, took a sip of tea, and watched, along with most of the school, as the letter rose into the air and trembled in the smoke. Stealing the car, I wouldn't have been surprised if they had kicked you out. Wait until I got hands on you. I assume you didn't stop to think about what your father and I were through when we saw the car was missing. Mrs. Weasley's screams, 100 times louder than usual, caused plates and cutlery to clash on the Gryffindor table and produced a deafening echo off the stone walls. People who hadn't yet turned to look at Ron turned to look in instantaneous turns, and Ron sank so far into his chair that only his red forehead was visible. Letter from Dumbledore last night. I thought your father was going to die of shame. We didn't raise you to behave like this. You and Adrian could have died. Harry raised his head and saw the dust from the ceiling stirring above the mirage of the sky's enchantment, looking like multicolored sand. Absolutely disgusted. Your dad is facing an inquiry at work, and it's all your fault. And if you leave a little thing out of line, we'll bring you straight home. There followed a silence that echoed. The red envelope caught fire and curled into ash. Adrian and Ron were stunned, as if a tidal wave had just passed over them. Some people laughed and, little by little, the uproar of conversation began again. Well, I don't know what you expected, Ron, but you? Harry heard Hermione say in a conversational tone. Don't tell me I deserved it, said Ron sharply. Waving a metaphorical hand over his thoughts, Harry dismissed the side conversations and turned to Blaise, who was telling him about his holiday. Italy is not as hot as here, he said, at one point, while taking a piece of the tart on his saucer. I had to take 2 showers the night I came back here. In Italy, our villa is close to the sea, so it is well ventilated. It's stuffy here. Mom said it's the ministry's fault for not letting us place runes on the property. And why can't you place runes? Morag asked, helping himself to more ham and bread. They said it's because we're not exactly British, Blaze sneered. Harry felt something deeper. They said we would have to have British citizenship to be able to carve runes on our property. At some point later, Snape passed by handing out the students' class schedules. Harry observed mixed reactions from the older students. The evil of the 6th years looking at the 5th years was intriguing, but the pity of the 7th years looking at the 6th years was a little unnerving, even for Harry. When the first bell rang, all students walked to their designated destinations. The second-year Slytherins went up to the second floor, patiently crossing the stairs alive and vaguely conscious and ignoring the greetings from the paintings on the walls, although Harry responded to the paintings, contrary to his classmates with the obvious exception of Blaze, with his humor, while headed to the defense against the dark arts room. From what Harry understood, each teacher decorated the room as he wanted, so the hope of no stupid vampire traps and a putrid smell of garlic had merit. Unfortunately, it turned out to be something worse than it had been before. There were many paintings, too many for anyone with a modicum of decency to think about, scattered around the room, each a different version of Gilderoy Lockhart himself, each seeming to compete with each other over the matter who could get the most attention from the semi-noisy class, if Parkinson and Davies' giggles mean anything. Greengrass looked at her friend somewhat exasperatedly, although she didn't completely hide the corner of her eye at a painting of Lockhart dressed in a red robe. When the bell rang again, it only took a few moments before the professor emerged from the office in the anteroom and introduced himself to the class, all smiles and turquoise robes. He reached out, picked up the copy of Travels with Trolls by Gregory Goyle, and held it up to show his own photo on the cover, winking. "Ah," he said, pointing at the photo and winking too. "Gilderoy Lockhart, Order of Merlin, 3rd class, honorary member of the Defense Against the Dark Arts League and winner of the Most Attractive Smile Award from Which Weekly magazine 5 times in a row, but I don't talk about that." I didn't get rid of the ominous spirit of Bandon smiling at her. He waited for them to smile. A few gave a little yellow smile. "I see that everyone bought the complete collection of my books. Very well. I thought we'd start today with a little test. Nothing to worry about. I just want to check if you read the books carefully, how much you assimilated." After distributing the tests, he returned to the front of the class and said, "You have 30 minutes. Start now." Harry looked at the test and read. 1. What is Gilderoy Lockhart's favorite color? 2. What is Lockhart's secret ambition? 3. What, in your opinion, is Gilderoy Lockhart's greatest achievement to date? And the questions continued, taking up 3 pages, until the last one. 54. When is Gilderoy Lockhart's birthday, and what would be the ideal gift for him? Half an hour later, Lockhart collected the tests and flipped through them in front of the class. TSK. TSK. Almost no one remembered that my favorite color is lilac. I say this in Year with the Yeti. And some of you need to read Wanderings with Werewolves more carefully. I clearly state in Chapter 12 that the ideal birthday present for me would be harmony between magical and non-magical people, although I wouldn't turn down a flask of Old Ogden Fire whiskey. And he gave another mischievous wink to the students. Blaze stared at Lockhart with an expression of disbelief on his face. Malfoy and Theodore Nott, who were sitting at the front, were shaking with silent laughter. Pansy and Tracy, on the other hand, listened raptly and attentively to Lockhart, to the exasperation of Greengrass, who just watched the two. But Mr. Harry Potter knew that my secret ambition was to rid the world of evil and market my own line of hair potions. Good boy. In fact, he turned the test around. He got everything right. "Where is Mr. Harry Potter?" Harry warily raised his hand, ignoring the shocked looks the other boys sent him, except Crabbe and Goyle. "Great," said the smiling Lockhart. "Excellent indeed. 10 points for Slytherin. And now, to work." He turned to the table and placed a large covered cage on it. "Now, be warned. It is my duty to teach them how to defend themselves against the worst creature known in the world of magic. You may be facing your greatest fears here in this room. Know that no harm will come to you while I am here. I just ask that you stay calm." Without meaning to, Harry leaned over to the side of the stack of books he had lifted to get a better look at the cage. Lockhart put his hand on the cover. Malfoy and not have stopped laughing now. Crabbe and Goyle leaned forward. "I ask you not to scream," recommended Lockhart in a low voice. "You can provoke them." And the entire class held its breath. Lockhart pulled back the cover with a sweeping gesture. "Yes, gentlemen," he said theatrically. "Newly captured Cornish pixies." Draco couldn't control himself. He let out a noise through his nose that not even Lockhart could mistake for a scream of terror. What was it? He smiled at Draco. "Well, they're not very dangerous, are they?" The boy choked. "Don't be so sure," said Lockhart, wagging an annoyed finger at Malfoy. "These little bandits can be devilishly cunning." The pixies were electric blue and about 8 inches tall, their faces thin and their voices so high-pitched they sounded like a flock of parakeets making a racket. The moment the cover was removed, they began talking and flying quickly and excitedly, shaking the bars and making strange faces at the nearest people. "Okay," then Lockhart said aloud. "Let's see what you think of them." And he opened the cage. It was pandemonium. The pixies shot in all directions like rockets. 2 of the pixies grabbed the braids of Mila Bulstrode, a quiet, characterful girl from what Harry remembered, and twisted them in the air in a messy, confusing tangle, dodging the girl's fists as she tried to free herself from them. Several other pixies flew straight through the windows, causing a shower of glass shards to fall onto the flower bed. The rest set about destroying the classroom more efficiently than an angry rhinoceros. They grabbed inkwells and splashed the room with paint, chopped up books and papers, ripped pictures from the walls, overturned the wastebasket, picked up backpacks and books and threw them against the broken windows. Within minutes, half the class was sheltering under their desks, Bulstrode and Malfoy with their hair completely wild from the creature's tugs. Parkinson screeched from her seat, hiding, and trying to hit the creatures that approached her with a book. Come on, round them up, they're just pixies," shouted Lockhart. He rolled up his sleeves, brandished his wand and shouted, "Pesca pixie pesternami." The words had no effect. One of the pixies took possession of the wand and threw it out the window as well. Lockhart swallowed hard and dove under the table, narrowly escaping being hit by a paint thrown by one of the creatures. Most of the creatures fled out through the broken windows, but it took a while before he decided to appear again in the air, and when he did, he looked directly at Harry, who was slightly intact, and said, "Well, I'm going to ask you to quickly put the remaining ones back in the cage." And, indignantly, he walked quickly back to the office in the anteroom. Morag risked standing up again, an incredulous expression on his face, and turned to Harry. "Can you believe it?" The boy roared when one of the remaining pixies gave him a painful bite on the ear. Sighing, Harry threw a small shock at a pixie that tried to swipe at Greengrass's head and hit one that tried to fly at him. "Come on," he grumbled. "The time will be over, at least." Harry poured himself some tea slowly, trying to push the sleep away from him as he made his way from the cup to the toast and eggs. Much due to the holidays as much as Professor Lockhart, his new daytime routine was defined the previous weekend. As much as Gilderoy was satisfied with his exact answers and his ability to act, Harry avoided, as much as he could, crossing paths with the defense against the dark arts professor both outside and inside the classroom. He was a threat to be feared, and Harry didn't really want to be around him, which proved irritating, considering the man woke up surprisingly early. His desire not to be in the same room as the man led him to wake up almost an hour earlier than before, getting moving when the sunlight didn't even scratch the waters near the windows in Slytherin. For some reason, Malfoy had already gotten up, but Harry took his attention away from that as he shuffled into the bathroom. The great hall was perfectly empty. The golden plates and cutlery rested in their places, shining clearly, no food yet filling the gap formed by crystal dishes between the 2 parts of the tables. The candles were still smoking from the recently extinguished fire, all in a strange blue tone in the low light. The enchanted sky on the ceiling did not even remotely indicate where the sun was. It only contained grayish-white clouds floating scattered across a blue plain. It was only when he settled down at the table and watched the light breakfast materialize that he realized it was Saturday, and that no one was getting out of bed anytime soon. Swearing under his breath, he helped himself to tea and biscuits and planned what to do with his free time. The weather was perfect, the first week of the end of summer. The trees were still very green and the grass was very soft, so it was a bit quick to opt for a walk around the school grounds. Hogwarts had something truly attractive about its fauna. An immense green carpet that looks like satin stretched across the entire castle island, accompanied by bushes and hedges scattered in a semi-wild garden with many decorative plants. An abnormally large group of trees made up the forbidden forest, creating a gloom that made it difficult for the sun to spread even on clear days. The air gently swayed the summer-nourished leaves, plucking some and carrying them away for a short but meaningful adventure. The geography was odd. There was no way the castle island could house all the vegetation, but apparently it could. The Black Lake was larger than what one normally sees, but it is still largely impossible to be able to surround a forest without something other than magic. The giant squid ventured below the surface, swimming beneath a thin layer of water held only by hydrostatics. The sunlight reflected off it brightly, seeming not to even bother the creature's huge eye, which was brighter than Harry expected. She seemed very pleased with her little exercise. The Quidditch Stadium rose beyond the lake and diametrically opposite the direction of the Forbidden Forest, being very visible throughout the eastern area of the island, obscured by the towers on the other side. Banners flew atop 4 long poles, and the stands were colored in the colors of the Hogwarts houses. Harry thought that, with time to spare, resting in the silent and empty stadium was a good option before heading back to the castle. Unfortunately for him, it wasn't that empty. Colin Creevey, the crazy first-year Gryffindor who was always chasing Adrian, stood right in front of him as soon as he climbed into the stands to sit down. Harry. The squeaky voice momentarily filled Harry with pure dread, right before he was drowned in a haze of compliance. When he finished climbing, he greeted the boy. "Hello, Colin. What are you doing here? Watch your brother train." "Training?" Lifting his head, Harry saw the Weasley twins fly in a zigzag pattern with a bludger behind their broomsticks. Angelina Johnson and Katie Bell were flying alongside Oliver Wood, who was keeping the goals on one side. Adrian seemed to fly aside, watching his teammates in motion. "I didn't know they had training," Harry commented. "Didn't you?" The abominable voice squealed. "I came as soon as I heard. Adrian was telling me about Quidditch, you know? We met this morning, and he decided to teach me." The obsession was a worrying thing about Creevey, and the thought that Adrian wanted to teach him something was kind of sad. But Harry couldn't think too much before he was surprised again. "What are you doing here?" Ron exclaimed rudely as he stepped into the stands, Hermione in tow. "Don't do that," Harry hissed angrily as he turned to Ron. "Hi, Harry," Hermione greeted him. "Hello, Hermione." "Ronald." "It's Ron," the redhead grumbled, but looked back at Harry. "But what are you doing here?" Suddenly, suspicion appeared on his face. "You didn't come to spy on Gryffindor, did you?" Hermione's kick at him had its grace slightly muffled by the expression of realization that finally fell on Colin's face, soon followed by a frightened widening of his eyes. "No," he denied. "But I don't think I need to do something like that." "What do you mean?" Hermione questioned. "I see green dots entering the field right now." The Gryffindors immediately lowered their heads towards the ground to watch Flint and the other dimwits from the Slytherin Quidditch team take the field, all indistinguishable in the flashy green and silver. "What?" Ron's outrage was a tangible energy, seeing as how he descended the stairs much more quickly than he had climbed them. Hermione hurriedly descended close behind, followed by Colin jumping up 2 steps at a time. Sighing, Harry walked down the stairs towards the field as well. Wood looked a mix of apprehension and anger, while the rest of the team was in a strange, dejected stupor. The Slytherin boys were very comfortable, and Malfoy, who was apparently part of the team, based on his uniform, was at the front of the group, confronting Adrian and Ron, who were behind Wood. Harry was almost there when he heard Draco say to Hermione, "No one asked for your opinion, you little mudblood." Flint was thrown away as he tried to step in front of Draco, skidding in circles across the lawn. The other Slytherin players straightened up, jutting their bodies to attack. Malfoy turned to Harry in fear. "Potter!" the blonde shouted. Harry growled, furious, sliding the distance between him and the other students so that it seemed like the space between them doubled, stopping directly in front of Draco and punching him so hard that he knocked the other boy down. Bletchley tried to move forward, only to get stuck entirely. "I say now, Malfoy, you'd better apologize before I decide to break that damn broom over your swollen head." Draco got up from the ground, his face turning pink and the halo immediately marking itself over the injured eye, igniting angrily. As if I'd apologized to a mudblood. Another punch hit him, knocking him down again. Now, he had a pair of areolas. It looked like it was going to swell soon too. Harry was prepared to actually grab Draco's broom when his arms were grabbed by Fred and George. I think that's enough, Fred shouted, tightening his hold. I agree, my brother Jorge nodded. I think we'd all go our own way, yes? Flint? The Slytherin captain still seemed dazed from the hit on the floor. Take Malfoy now. No one looking like they wanted to fight anymore. The Slytherin team quickly left the field, Bletchley dragging Malfoy by the neck immediately after thawing out, looking the most scared of them all. It took a while for them to release Harry too. There was a certain silence. Hermione was still very confused, while Ron seemed to glow with satisfaction. Adrian was strangely shy. Wow, that was the only thing anyone could say, and it was Colin. Right before his camera clicked, Harry found himself, in the middle of lunch, being dragged to the Professor Snape's office by the Slytherin prefect, Gunma Farley. His mood was certainly low as he had to swallow his tart as quickly as he could, only scratching his throat in the process. Seeing Draco Malfoy so soon as he entered the potions professor's office also soured his stomach even more. Thank you, Farley Snape said dryly to the monitor, who just nodded. Dismissed. The monitor left the room disconcertingly quickly, in an obvious state of discomfort with the whole situation. Flint and Bletchley were with Malfoy. The brat had an expression of barely contained malice. Now, Potter Snape turned to Harry. Flint came asking for you to be suspended. Apparently, you attacked the Slytherin team. How do you declare? The other three boys had very stupid smug smiles, which made Harry's mood cool very quickly. I attacked Flint and Malfoy, only. Snape's face contorted in a not very pleasant way. And you think this improves your situation? The professor asked in a very dangerous tone. Maybe I was wrong about you. Just like your father and your brother, very arrogant. Harry's coldness could certainly have frozen his own brain. If the absolute emptiness he felt was anything to go by, although the lack of discomfort was more significant than the coldness itself. I ask, Professor Snape, that you do not deviate from the central issue of my presence here. Harry's tone certainly made Snape stop his insulting rambling, looking at him in a very strange way. I would like to ask, did they tell you exactly why I attacked them? The professor's expressions were formed into a calculation far faster than Harry could correctly perceive. His eyes fell on the other Slytherins, who squirmed in their seats. I don't think so. Well, Harry warmed up. Draco called Hermione a mudblood. Harry was actually startled by all the fervor he saw emanating from the professor instantly, and marveled at how it was smothered almost as instantly. The burden on the other boys had certainly increased far more than he had seen it weigh on any other Hogwarts student since he began his studies. Suspension from the Quidditch team for the next 3 games and 30 points from each one, Snape decreed coldly in a very definitive tone. Professor, Flint ventured to confront. Another 30 points from you, Mr. Flint. If Harry thought he had already felt Slytherin's irritation after Gryffindor beat the house in the first game last year, he was apparently mistaken. In fact, the anger directed at Flint and Malfoy, who actually lost points for the house, was slightly worse, but the amount they sent him was much greater than previously. There were more than just sarcastic comments and moving inconveniences. Things of his were tending to disappear whenever they seemed out of sight. This proved to be a very pointless action, as all things had to come back to Harry at some point. The dungeons became colder than they already were once October arrived. The lands above were filled with a damp cold that left a trail of dew, while the moisture from the subsoil was all sucked away and only the cold remained on the stones. The black lake, visible through the greenish glass windows, became darker than before, the light becoming dimmer in the water each day. Harry loved the dungeons. It was not uncommon to see him walking barefoot across the stone floor, his very pale feet standing out against the dark floor. Carpets gave him allergies, being the only things that could retain moisture and becoming breeding grounds for mold and everything. Morag seemed to suffer every time he saw him, being very wrapped up even near the fireplace. It seemed that the people on the surface were behaving the same way. Hagrid was wearing a huge, fuzzy moleskin coat, standing out like a brown thumb amidst numerous scarves and coats of many colors. Professor Flitwick wore a scarf that was at least twice his size, having to fold it 3 times around his neck. Hannah Abbott from Hufflepuff wore red gloves and headphones, which cutely highlighted her rosy cheeks. Hermione had covered herself with an extra cloak, and Ronald and Adrian just fastened all the buttons on their uniform. In Ravenclaw, only one little blonde girl seemed to find the weather even mildly pleasant, without shoes or a cape. Filch must have suffered most from the weather. His face, almost always twisted into a constipated expression, was now looking swollen, like a large pimple. His nose frequently released snot, making his sniffles noticeable from afar. Mrs. Norris seemed resigned to staying close to her owner, even if she lowered her ears with each deeper sniff. It turned out that his bad mood also got worse, as Harry noticed in practice. Dirt. The caretaker's jaws were shaking in a way that left Harry worried and unsure whether it was anger or cold. Given the way the snot ran down Filch's nose, which pointed towards the dirt footsteps Harry left behind after returning from the wild garden, whose soil was still washed from the constant rains that gave a brief respite in the afternoon. Mess and dirt everywhere. That's enough for me, that's what I tell you. Come with me, Potter. Then Harry followed him downstairs, doubling the number of muddy footprints on the floor. He had never been inside Filch's office before. It was a place most students avoided. The place was dingy and dark, windowless, lit by a single oil lamp hanging from the low ceiling. A faint smell of fried fish permeated the room. Wooden filing cabinets were arranged along the walls. From the labels, Harry could see that they contained details about every student Filch had ever punished. Fred and George Weasley had a separate drawer. A highly polished collection of chains and handcuffs hung on the wall behind Filch's desk. It was common knowledge that he was always asking Dumbledore to let him hang students from the ceiling by their ankles. Filch took a quill from the inkwell on the table and began looking for parchment. Shit, he muttered angrily. Fried dragon shit. Frog brains. Rat guts. That's enough for me. I'll make an example of this. Where is the form? Here. He took a large roll of parchment from the desk drawer and opened it in front of him, dipping the long black quill into the inkwell. Name: Harry Potter. Crime: it was just a bit of damp earth, Harry complained. The wind would soon blow away. It was just a little bit of damp earth for you, Brad. But for me it's another hour of cleaning, shouted Filch, a disgusting droplet quivering on the tip of his acorn nose. Crime: dirtying the castle, suggested sentence. Filch, wiping his dripping nose, gave Harry a nasty look, who resigned himself to waiting for his sentence to fall on his head. But as Filch lowered the pen, there was a loud bang on the ceiling of the room, which made the oil lamp rattle. Peeves, roared Filch, throwing the feather on the floor in a huff of rage. This time I'll catch you. I'll catch you. And without even looking at Harry, Filch ran out of the room. Peeves was the school's poltergeist, an aerial, smiling menace who was always causing disorder and distress. Harry didn't care much for Peeves, but he couldn't help but feel grateful for his sense of timing. It was to be expected that whatever Peeves had done, and it seemed that this time he had messed up something very important, he would divert Filch's attention away from Harry. Figuring he should probably wait for Filch to return, Harry sank into a moth-eaten chair next to the desk. A meow caught his attention. Mrs. Norris, Filch's cat, and his main assistant in maintaining order in the castle, was staring at him from a cabinet among the file shelves. Her eyes glowed different colors, and she jumped from her place in the closet onto Harry's lap, who held her close to his chest. There wasn't anything very interesting about the room. The archives did not seem enchanted to move at Filch's orders, and there was no paint or armor to be able to talk. The only thing that was more interesting was a purple envelope on the table, which Harry tried to avoid out of politeness. Mrs. Norris seemed to question his resilience, seeing as how she jumped onto the table and placed her paw on the paper. It was after a long sequence of meows that he finally let his eyes fall on the cat. What? Another meow. A pat on the paper with her paws. Deliberating his manners, Harry bent over the table. Spell Express, a correspondence course in magic for beginners. Intrigued, Harry shook the envelope open and pulled out the sheaf of parchment inside, with silver inscriptions saying, "Do you feel old-fashioned in the world of modern magic? Do you find yourself making excuses not to perform simple spells? Do you hear people making fun of you for handling a magic wand so badly? We have the solution. Spell Express is an entirely new course, which guarantees quick results and easy assimilation. Hundreds of wizards and witches have already benefited from the Spell Express method. Madame Z Nettles from Topsham writes to us, "I had no memory to store enchantments and my potions were a source of laughter in the family. Now, after the Spell Express course, I am the center of attention at parties, and my friends ask me for the recipe for my sparkling solution." Wizard DJ Prod from Didsbury tells us, "My wife used to make fun of my ineffective spells, but after a month of using her fabulous Spell Express, I managed to turn her into a yak." Thank you very much, Spell Express. Filch burst into the room, looking triumphant, slamming the door with a little more force than necessary. That disappearing cabinet was extremely valuable, he said happily to Mrs. Norris, who came to welcome him. "Let's finish off Peeves this time, my sweet." His voice died as his eyes fell on Harry and the papers in his hands. His face lost all color, looking terrified at the empty purple envelope on the table and looking back at Harry. "You? What are you?" The anger he was trying to create drained away very quickly in the torrent of shame and dread he emanated. Harry, without realizing it, gave him a gentle smile, placing the papers on the table. "I won't tell anyone," Mr. Filchy promised, getting up from his seat. "Get out" was the only thing the caretaker could answer, his lip trembling. The dungeon used for the anniversary of Sir Nicholas's death contained hundreds of white and translucent people, most gliding across a dance floor, waltzing to the ghastly sound of 30 musical saws, played by an orchestra assembled on a platform draped in black. A chandelier overhead cast a midnight blue light with another 1,000 black candles. Harry watched, intrigued, as a group of somber nuns cowered as if in penance. Next to a man dressed in rags wearing chains and Friar Hugo, a cheerful Hufflepuff ghost, who was talking to a gentleman with an arrow sticking out on the forehead. Harry was not surprised to see that the other ghosts were giving distance to Baron Moores, a Slytherin ghost, very thin, wide-eyed and covered in stains of silver blood. He didn't know exactly how to behave among the dead. When Sir Nicholas came to invite him to his birthday, Harry forgot to ask what the order of the party would be. It was really embarrassing not knowing whether to have a respectful silence, or a mournful conversation, or a polite condolence. Taking observation as his center of reasoning, Harry turned to observe the dungeon, then came across a tattered dining table disgustingly filled. Large rotten fish were arranged on beautiful silver platters. Charred cakes were arranged in bunches. There was a large tureen of minced lamb giblets full of worms, a piece of cheese covered in a layer of greenish mold and, the pride of the buffet, a huge gray cake in the shape of a tomb, with the words in asphalt icing. Sir Nicholas de Mimsy Porpington died on October 31st, 1492. Harry watched in amazement as a towering ghost approached the table, crouched down and walked across it, its mouth open to swallow a foul-smelling salmon. "Can you taste the food as you walk through it?" Harry asked him. "Almost," replied the ghost sadly, and walked away. Harry supposed pleasure was one of the few things ghosts missed when they were alive. He was turning around so he could walk around the party a little more when he came across a little man who suddenly flew out from under the table and stopped in the air in front of him. "Hello, Peeves," he greeted cautiously. Unlike the ghosts around him, Peeves the poltergeist was the opposite of pale and transparent. He wore a bright orange party hat, a twirling bow tie, and a wide smile on his wide, mischievous face. "Appetizers," he said pleasantly, offering the boy a bowl of peanuts covered in fungus. "No, thank you," Harry denied. "Enjoying the party?" "Perfectly," Poltergeist replied, smiling. "It's rare that we all get together like this. I can see all kinds of people. See Myrtle there." "Hey, Myrtle." The stocky ghost of a girl glided toward them. She had the saddest face Harry had ever seen, half hidden by thick, lank hair and pearly glasses. "What?" she asked, annoyed. "How are you, Myrtle?" Peeves greeted her pleasantly. "Good to see you out of the bathroom." Myrtle sniffed. "We were really talking about you," said Peeves quietly in Myrtle's ear. Myrtle looked at Peeves suspiciously. "You're making fun of me," she said, silver tears quickly filling her piercing eyes. "No, Seriously, didn't I just talk about how beautiful Myrtle looks? Peeves asked sweetly, addressing Harry. The boy didn't answer anything. Don't lie to me, Myrtle exclaimed, tears now flowing freely down her face, while Peeves, happily, giggled over her shoulder. Do you think I don't know what people call me behind my back? Fat Myrtle, ugly Myrtle, unhappy, whiny, apathetic Myrtle. You forgot about the pimple, Peeves hissed in her ear. Moaning Myrtle burst into pained sobs and fled the dungeon. Peeves ran after her, throwing moldy peanuts and shouting, "Pimple! Pimple! Oh my God!" lamented one of the nuns, apparently for no reason. Nearly headless Nick was now gliding through the guests towards Harry. Are you having fun? I find it interesting, Harry corrected, although Sir Nicholas seemed to understand differently. A very large number of guests, Sir Nicholas said proudly. The Dowager Queen came from Kent. It's almost time for my speech. I'd better go and tell the orchestra. The orchestra, however, stopped playing at that exact moment, and all the people in the dungeon fell silent, looking around excitedly when they heard a hunting horn. Ah, here we go, said Sir Nicholas bitterly. 12 phantom horses burst through the dungeon walls, each ridden by a headless horseman. The guests applauded warmly. Harry started to applaud, too, but quickly stopped when he saw Sir Nicholas's face. The horses galloped to the middle of the dance floor and stopped, raising and lowering their front legs. At the head of the cavalcade was a burly ghost who held his head under his arm, from which position he played the horn. The ghost dismounted, raised his head in the air so that he could see the people, everyone laughed, and walked towards Sir Nicholas, replacing his head on his neck. Nick, he roared. How are you? Head still hanging? He laughed heartily and patted the Gryffindor ghost on the shoulder. Welcome, Patrick, was the dry reply. Live people, exclaimed Sir Patrick, seeing Harry, and giving a great jump, pretending to be astonished, so that his head fell again. The guests laughed. Very funny, said Sir Nicholas fiercely. Don't pay attention to Nick. Sir Patrick's head shouted from the ground. He's still upset because we didn't let him join the hunt. But I mean, look at him. I think, said Harry quickly, at a meaningful glance from the half-decapitated ghost. Sir Nicholas is very scary and, Sir Patrick's head shouted. I bet he asked you to say that. If everyone could pay attention to me, it's time for my speech. Sir Nicholas warned loudly, walking firmly to the podium and taking a position under the light of an ice-blue spotlight. My late sirs, ladies and gentlemen, I have great regret, but no one heard much more than that. Sir Patrick and the Headless Hunters started a game of head hockey, and people were turning to watch. Sir Nicholas tried in vain to win back his audience, but gave up when Sir Patrick's head sailed past him amid shouts of cheers. Harry, by this time, was already feeling hungry, so he just waited until the orchestra started playing again and the ghosts glided onto the dance floor again. The time is almost over, Harry said, addressing the birthday boy. It was a good party, Sir Nicholas. Ah, thank you. Harry, there was still a bit of bitterness in the ghost's voice, and his smile was pale, even if grateful. Thank you very much for coming. Good night. Good evening, Sir Nicholas. Smiling at those who looked his way, Harry left the dungeon and quickly walked up the candle-filled corridor, wanting to quickly reach the Great Hall. With luck, there would still be some pudding. He was walking up the stairs when he suddenly felt his feet vibrate against something. There was water spread all over the floor, running down the steps of the upper stairs. Intrigued, he slowly climbed the upper stairs, watching the water flow like a river through small waterfalls. The main hallway on the second floor was soaked with water, forming a small lake in the middle of the floor, and it was only growing, even with the water running down the stairs. Harry continued walking, thankful that the uniform shoes were closed, needing just one charm to be waterproof, and Harry knew the right charm for that. The first thing Harry saw as he turned left down the corridor was Mrs. Norris, stiff as a stick and wide-eyed, hanging upside down from a torch stand. He immediately ran towards the cat, splashing water with his hurried steps. She was cold, entirely rigid, without any kind of suppleness in any corner of her fur, just like a statue. He couldn't feel breathing or pulse, but Harry could see that there was still a little magic inside the cat, making him relax a little. Then, irritated to no end, He carefully pulled her by the neck out of the holder and thrust a countercurse at Mrs. Norris, making her alive again. The kitten meowed fearfully, scared, and curled up against Harry's lap as soon as he placed her in his arms, her ears flat. Harry smiled gently, carefully stroking behind one of her ears. He was turning so he could leave, and probably warned Filch about the joke with Mrs. Norris, when he finally noticed a reddish glow being reflected in the water on the floor, coming from one of the walls. The Chamber of Secrets is open. Enemies of the air, be careful. Harry contemplated the meaning of words written in blood for a very long time, frozen in front of the wall and hiding Mrs. Norris's face in his chest. The next thing he noticed was someone shouting, "Enemies of the air, be careful. You'll be next, mudbloods." It was Draco Malfoy. He had pushed his way to the front of the students exiting the Great Hall, his cold eyes very intense, his usually pale face flushed. For a few days, the school was practically unable to talk about anything other than the graffiti on the wall on the second floor. Filch kept it alive in everyone's memory, wandering around the place where the bloody letters were painted, as if he thought the criminal might return. Harry had seen him scrubbing the message with Scour Magic multipurpose remover, but to no avail. The words continued to shine on the stone, stronger than ever. When Filch wasn't guarding the crime scene, he skulked through the halls, eyes red, lunging at distracted students and trying to get them detention for things like breathing loudly and looking happy. Mrs. Norris was practically not seen for the entire following week, staying almost always in Filch's room or, as Harry observed one day, with Crookshanks in the vegetation surrounding the castle. There was also a certain stupidity from the other students, more than they normally were. Harry could feel a lot of looks being sent his way, some discreet, others open. The escape of Justin Finch-Fletchley, a Hufflepuff in his year, was certainly the most open reaction. Slytherin was also weird. It seemed that the children from year 3 and below found it very interesting gossip to whisper when his back was turned, but whenever he was facing them, there was an almost sumptuous silence. The fourth years looked at him with stupid faces trying to calculate, but they were the only ones who did so, since all the older students didn't even look at him, which, admittedly, they didn't do to anyone. Draco Malfoy was, however, the weirdo among weirdos. He didn't treat it like a hot piece of gossip. He didn't treat it with calculation. He did the opposite, perhaps. He threatened him. Be careful. Potter the Blonde had cornered him one day at the door of the Great Hall, with a semi-serious tone. The heir has returned, and he already warned what would happen. Become a Slytherin from now on. Naturally, Harry turned a deaf ear to the other boy. Days and days later, Filch had almost managed to erase the reddish letters, which led him to shout at anyone who walked around with a pencil in their hand, paranoid about a reprint. His collapse only seemed less imminent than Hermione's, who seemed to have doubled her hunger for books that week, as he had seen when Ronald was struggling to finish an essay and the girl doggedly walked past him carrying half a dozen books to the table shared in the library. "What's all this for?" the redhead once grumbled, although it wasn't necessary to verbalize the answer. It was obvious what Hermione was looking for, especially with titles like Secrets of British Castles and Wizarding Personalities in History. It wasn't even surprising when the white elephant was finally taken out of the room, with a slight hint of amusement that a ghost had done it. "Professor?" Professor Binns looked up in the middle of a deadly dull speech about the International Wizarding Convention of 1289 and made a surprised face. "Miss, Granger, Professor, I would like to know if you could tell us something about the Chamber of Secrets," asked Hermione in a clear voice. Dean Thomas, who had been sitting with his mouth open, peering out of the window, suddenly woke up from his trance. Mila Bulstrode's head, lying on her arms, rose and Neville Longbottom's elbow slipped off the desk. Professor Binns blinked. "My subject is history of magic," he said in that dry, asthmatic voice. "I deal with facts, Mississippi Granger, not with myths or legends." He cleared his throat, making a noise like breaking chalk, and continued. "In September of that year, a subcommittee of Sardinian wizards—" The professor stammered before stopping. Hermione's hand was in the air again. "Miss Grant? Please, Professor, aren't legends always based on facts?" Professor Binns looked at her with such astonishment that Harry was sure no student, living or dead, had ever interrupted him before. "Well," said the Professor Binns slowly, It's a valid point, I suppose. He studied the girl as if he had never looked at a student properly before. However, the legend you speak of is so sensationalist and even so absurd that the entire class hung on every word the professor said. He ran a myopic glance over everyone, face by face turned in his direction. Harry realized that he was completely put off by this unusual display of interest. "Ah, very well," he said slowly. "Let's see. The Chamber of Secrets. You all know, of course, that Hogwarts was founded over 1,000 years ago. The exact date is uncertain, by the four greatest wizards and witches of the time. The school's four houses are named after them: Godric Gryffindor, Helga Hufflepuff, Rowena Ravenclaw, and Salazar Slytherin. They built this castle together, away from the prying eyes of Muggles, because it was a time when magic was feared by common people, and wizards and witches suffered a lot of persecution." He paused, looked around the room with watery eyes, and continued. "For a few years, the founders worked together, in harmony, looking for young people who showed signs of talent in magic and bringing them to be educated at the castle. But then disagreements arose. A rift occurred between Slytherin and the others. Slytherin wanted to be more selective about the students admitted. He believed that magical learning should be kept within entirely magical families. He disliked admitting students with Muggle parents, as he found them untrustworthy. After some time, there was a serious argument about the matter between Slytherin and Gryffindor, and Slytherin left school. Harry could not have judged Slytherin at the time. That's what reliable historical sources tell us." Professor Binns continued after a brief pause, pursing his lips, looking like a wrinkled old turtle. "But these honest facts have been obscured by the fanciful legend of the Chamber of Secrets. According to this, Slytherin built a secret chamber in the castle, which the others knew nothing about. Slytherin would have sealed the Chamber of Secrets so that no one could open it until his rightful heir arrived at the school. Only the heir would be able to open the Chamber of Secrets, release the horror it contained, and use it to purge the school of all who were not worthy of studying magic." There was silence when he finished telling the story, but it wasn't the usual, drowsy silence that dominated Professor Binns's classes. There was a certain awkwardness in the air as everyone continued to stare at him, waiting for more. Professor Binns looked slightly annoyed. "The whole story is complete nonsense, of course. Naturally, the school was searched for evidence of the existence of this chamber, often by the most educated wizards and witches. She does not exist. A story told to scare the credulous." Hermione's hand went up again. "Professor, what exactly did you mean by the horror it contained?" "It is believed that there is some kind of monster, which only the heir of Slytherin can control," replied the professor, Binns with his dry, squeaky voice. The students exchanged nervous glances. "I say that the thing doesn't exist," he said, leafing through his notes. "There is no chamber and no monster." "But," Professor asked Seamus Finnegan, "if the chamber can only be opened by the true heir of Slytherin, no one else would be able to find it, right?" "Nonsense," O'Flaherty said the Professor Binns, in an irritated tone. "If a long succession of Hogwarts headmasters and headmistresses haven't found the thing." "But," Professor Parvati Patil's thin voice was heard, "the person will probably have to use dark magic to open it." "Just because a wizard doesn't use dark magic doesn't mean he can't," Miss Pennyfeather replied Professor Binns. "I repeat, if a person like Dumbledore." "But perhaps the person would have to be related to Slytherin, so Dumbledore couldn't," began Dean Thomas, but for the professor that was already too much. "Enough," he said harshly. "It's a myth. Doesn't exist. There is not the slightest proof that Slytherin ever built even a secret broom cupboard. I regret having told you such a foolish story. Let's go back, please, to history, to solid, credible, and verifiable facts." The Slytherins left quieter than when they entered, and Harry didn't know if he liked that or not.